Night Road by Kristin Hannah. Prologue. 2010. She stands at the hairpin turn on Night Road. The forest is dark here, even in midday. Ancient, towering evergreens grow in dense thickets on either side, their mossy, spear-like trunks rising high enough into the summer sky to block out the sun. Shadows lie knee-deep along the worn ribbon of asphalt. The air is still and quiet, like an indrawn breath. Expectant. Once, this road had simply been the way home. She'd taken it easily, turning onto its potholed surface without a second thought, rarely if ever noticing how the earth dropped away on either side. Her mind had been on other things back then, on the minutiae of everyday life. Chores, errands, schedules. Of course, she hadn't taken this route in years. One glimpse of the faded Green Street sign had been enough to make her turn the steering wheel too sharply. Better to go off the road than to find herself here. Or so she'd thought until today. People on the island still talk about what happened in the summer of '04. They sit on bar stools and in porch swings and spout opinions, half-truths, making judgments that aren't theirs to make. They think a few columns in a newspaper give them the facts they need. But the facts are hardly what matter. If anyone sees her here, just standing on this lonely roadside in a pocket of shadows, it will all come up again. They'll remember that night, so long ago, when the rain turned to ash. Part 1. Midway upon the journey of our life. I found myself within a forest dark. For the straightforward pathway had been lost. Dante Alighieri, The Inferno. 1. 2000. Lexi Bale studied a Washington state map until the tiny red geographical markings shimmied in front of her tired eyes. There was a vaguely magical air about the place names. They hinted at a landscape she could hardly imagine, of snow-draped mountains that came right down to the water's edge, of trees as tall and straight as church steeples, of an endless, smogless blue sky. She pictured eagles perched on telephone poles and stars that seemed close enough to grasp. Bears probably crept through the quiet subdivisions at night, looking for places that not long ago had been theirs. Her new home. She wanted to think that her life would be different there. But how could she believe that, really? At 14, she might not know much, but she knew this. Kids in the system were returnable, like old soda bottles and shoes that pinched your toes. Yesterday, she'd been wakened early by her caseworker and told to pack her things. Again. I have good news, Ms. Waters had said. Even half asleep, Lexi knew what that meant. Another family. That's great. Thanks, Ms. Waters. Not just a family. Your family. Right. Of course. My new family. It'll be great. Ms. Waters made that disappointed sound, a soft exhalation of breath that wasn't quite a sigh. You've been strong, Lexi. For so long. Lexi tried to smile. Don't feel bad, Ms. W. I know how hard it is to place older kids. And the Rexler family was cool. If my mom hadn't come back, I think that one would have worked out. None of it was your fault, you know. Yeah, Lexi said. On good days, she could make herself believe that the people who returned her had their own problems. On bad days, and they were coming more often lately, she wondered what was wrong with her, why she was so easy to leave. You have relatives, Lexi. I found your great-aunt. Her name is Eva Lang. She's 66 years old and she lives in Port George, Washington. Lexi sat up. What? My mom said I had no relatives. Your mother was mistaken. You do have family. Lexi had spent a lifetime waiting for those few precious words. Her world had always been dangerous, uncertain, a ship heading for the shoals. She had grown up mostly alone, among strangers, a modern-day feral child fighting for scraps of food and attention, never receiving enough of either. Most of it she'd blocked out entirely, but when one of the state shrinks made her try, she could remember being hungry, wet, reaching out for a mother who was too high to hear her or too strung out to care. She remembered sitting for days in a dirty playpen, crying, waiting for someone to remember her existence. Now, she stared out the dirty window of a Greyhound bus. Her caseworker sat beside her, reading a romance novel. After more than 26 hours en route, they were finally nearing their destination. Outside, a steel-wool sky swallowed the treetops. Rain made squiggling patterns on the window, blurring the view. It was like another planet here in Washington. Gone were the sun-scorched bread-crust-colored hills of Southern California and the gray crisscross of traffic-clogged freeways. The trees were steroid big, so were the mountains. Everything seemed overgrown and wild. The bus pulled up to a squat, cement-colored terminal and came to a wheezing, jerking stop. A cloud of black smoke wafted across her window, obscuring the parking lot for a moment. Then the rain pounded it away. The bus doors whooshed open. "Lexi?" She heard MS. Waters's voice and thought move, "Lexi," but she couldn't do it. She looked up at the woman who had been the only steady presence in her life for the last 6 years. Every time a foster family had given up on Lexi, returned her like a piece of fruit gone bad, and this. Waters had been there, waiting with a sad little smile. It wasn't much to return to, maybe, but it was all Lexi knew, and suddenly she was afraid to lose even that small familiarity. "What if she doesn't come?" Lexi asked. "A mess." Waters held out her hand, with its veiny, twig-like fingers and big knuckles. "She will." Lexi took a deep breath. She could do this. Of course she could. She had moved into 7 foster homes in the past 5 years and gone to 6 different schools in the same amount of time. She could handle this. She reached out for MS. Waters's hand. They walked single file down the narrow bus aisle, bumping the cushioned seats on either side of them. Off the bus, Lexi retrieved her scuffed red suitcase, which was almost too heavy to carry, filled as it was with the only things that really mattered to her, books. She dragged it to the very edge of the sidewalk and stood there, perched at the rim of the curb. It felt like a dangerous drop-off, that little cliff of concrete. One wrong step could break a bone or send her headlong into traffic. A mess. Waters came up beside Lexi, opening an umbrella. The rain made a thumping sound on the stretched nylon. One by one, the other passengers disembarked from the bus and disappeared. Lexi looked at the empty parking lot and wanted to cry. How many times had she been in exactly this position? Every time Mama dried out, she came back for her daughter. "Give me another chance, baby girl. Tell the nice judge here you love me. I'll be better this time, I won't forget about you no more." And every time, Lexi waited. She probably changed her mind. "That won't happen, Lexi." "It could. You have family, Lexi, MS." Waters repeated the terrifying words and Lexi slipped. Hope tiptoed in. Family. She dared to test out the unfamiliar word. It melted on her tongue like candy, leaving sweetness behind. A banged-up blue Ford Fairlane pulled up in front of them and parked. The car was dented along the fender and underlined in rust. Duct tape crisscrossed a cracked window. The driver's door opened slowly and a woman emerged. She was short and gray-haired, with watery brown eyes and the kind of diamond-patterned skin that came with heavy smoking. Amazingly, she looked familiar, like an older, wrinkled version of Mama. At that, the impossible word came back to Lexi, swollen now with meaning. "Family. Alexa," the woman said in a scratchy voice. Lexi couldn't make herself answer. She wanted this woman to smile, or maybe even hug her, but Eva Lang just stood there, her dried apple face turned into a deep frown. "I'm your great-aunt. Your grandmother's sister." "I never knew my grandmother," was all Lexi could think of to say. "All this time, I thought you were living with your daddy's people." "I don't have a dad. I mean, I don't know who he is." Mama didn't know. Aunt Eva sighed. "I know that now, thanks to MS. Water's here. Is that all your stuff?" Lexi felt a wave of shame. "Yeah." MS. Waters gently took the suitcase from Lexi and put it in the back seat. "Go on, Lexi. Get in the car. Your aunt wants you to live with her." "Yeah, for now." MS. Waters pulled Lexi into a fierce hug, whispering, "Don't be afraid." Lexi almost hung on too long. At the last second, before it turned embarrassing, she let go and stumbled free. She went to the battered car and wrenched the door open. It rattled and pinged and swung wide. Inside, the car had 2 brown vinyl bench seats, with cracked seams that burped up a gray padding. It smelled like a mixture of mint and smoke, as if a million menthol cigarettes had been smoked within. Lexi sat as close to the door as possible. Through the cracked window, she waved at MS Waters, watching her caseworker disappear into the gray haze as they drove away. She let her fingertips graze the cold glass, as if a little touch like that could connect her with a woman she could no longer see. "I was sorry to hear about your mama passing," Aunt Eva said after a long and uncomfortable silence. "She's in a better place now. That must be a comfort to you." Lexi had never known what to say to that. It was a sentiment she'd heard from every stranger who'd ever taken her in. Poor Lexi with her dead, drug-addict mother. But no one really knew what Mama's life had been like: the men, the heroin, the vomiting, the pain. Or how terrible the end had been. Only Lexi knew all of that. She stared out the window at this new place of hers. It was bold and green and dark, even in the middle of the day. After a few miles, a sign welcomed them to the Port George Reservation. Here, there were Native American symbols everywhere. Carved orca whales marked the shop fronts. Manufactured homes sat on untended lots, many of them with rusting cars or appliances in the yard. On this late August afternoon, empty fireworks stands attested to the recent holiday, and a glittering casino was being built on a hillside overlooking the Sound. Signs led them to the Chief South Mobile Home Park. Aunt Eva drove through the park and pulled up in front of a yellow and white double-wide trailer. In the misty rain, it looked blurred somehow, rounded with disappointment. Plastic gray pots full of leggy, dying petunias guarded the front door, which was painted Easter egg blue. In the front window, a pair of plaid curtains hung like fabric hourglasses, cinched in the middle with strands of fuzzy yellow yarn. "It isn't much," Aunt Eva said, looking ashamed. "I rent from the tribe." Lexi didn't know what to say. If her aunt had seen some of the places Lexi had lived in her life, she wouldn't have made excuses for this pretty little trailer. "It's nice. Come on," her aunt said, turning off the engine. Lexi followed her aunt across a gravel path and up to the front door. Inside, the mobile home was neat as a pin. A small, L-shaped kitchen sidled up to a dining area that held a yellow speckled formica and chrome table with 4 chairs. In the living room, a plaid love seat and 2 blue vinyl lace boys faced a TV on a metal stand. On the end table there were 2 pictures, one of an old woman with horn-rimmed glasses and one of Elvis. The air smelled like cigarette smoke and fake flowers. There were purple air fresheners hanging from almost every knob in the kitchen. "Sorry if the place kinda smells. I quit smoking last week when I found out about you," Aunt Eva said, turning to look at Lexi. "Secondhand smoke and kids is a bad mix, right?" A strange feeling overtook Lexi. It was bird-like, fluttery, and so foreign she didn't recognize the emotion right away. Hope. This stranger, this aunt, had quit smoking for her. And she'd taken Lexi in when obviously money was tight. She looked at the woman, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. She was afraid she might jinx everything with the wrong word. "I'm kinda out of my depth here, Lexi," Aunt Eva finally said. "Oscar and Mayhay was my husband. We never had kids. Tried, just didn't. So, I don't know about raising kids. If you're gonna be, I'll be good. I swear it. Don't change your mind. Please. If you keep me, you won't be sorry. If I keep you?" Aunt Eva pursed her thin lips, gave a little frown. "Your mama sure did a number on you. Can't say I'm surprised. She broke my sister's heart, too." "She was good at hurting people," Lexi said quietly. "We're family," Eva said. "I don't really know what that means." Aunt Eva smiled, but it was sad, that smile, and it wounded Lexi, reminded her that she was a little broken. Life with Mama had left its mark. "It means you're staying here with me. And I guess you'd best just call me Eva from now on, 'cause that aunt bit is gonna get old fast." She started to turn away. Lexi grabbed her aunt's thin wrist, feeling the velvety soft skin wrinkle in her grasp. She hadn't meant to do it, shouldn't have done it, but it was too late now. What is it, Lexi? Lexi could hardly form the two small words. They felt like a pair of stones in her tight throat. But she had to say them. Had to. Thank you, she said, her eyes stinging. I won't cause you any trouble. I swear it. You probably will, Eva said, and finally, she smiled. You're a teenager, right? But it's okay, Lexi. It's okay. I've been alone a long time. I'm glad you're here. Lexi could only nod. She'd been alone a long time too. Jude Faraday hadn't slept at all last night. Finally, just before dawn, she gave up even trying. Peeling back the summer weight comforter, taking care not to wake her sleeping husband, she got out of bed and left her bedroom. Opening the French doors quietly, she stepped outside. In the emergent light, her backyard glistened with dew. Lush green grass sloped gently down to a sandy gray-pebbled beach. Beyond it, the sound was a series of charcoal-colored waves that rolled and rolled, their peaks painted orange by the dawn. On the opposite shore, the Olympic mountain range was a jagged line of pink and lavender. She stepped into the plastic gardening clogs that were always by the door and went into her garden. This patch of land was more than just her pride and joy. It was her sanctuary. Here, hunkered down in the rich black earth, she planted and replanted, divided and pruned. Within these low stone walls, she had created a world that was wholly defined by beauty and order. The things she planted in this ground stayed where she put them. They sent out roots that ran deep into this land. No matter how cold and bitter the winter, or how driving the rainstorms, her beloved plants came back to life, returning with the seasons. You're up early. She turned. Her husband stood on the stone patio, just outside their bedroom door. In a pair of black boxer shorts, with his too long, graying blonde hair still tangled from sleep, he looked like some sexy classics professor or a just-past-his-prime rock star. No wonder she'd fallen in love with him at first sight, more than 24 years ago. She kicked off the orange clogs and walked along the stone path from the garden to the patio. I couldn't sleep, she confessed. He took her in his arms. It's the first day of school. And there it was, the thing that had crept into her sleep like a burglar and ruined her peace. I can't believe they're starting high school. They were just in kindergarten a second ago. It's going to be an interesting ride, seeing who they become in the next 4 years. Interesting for you, she said. You're in the stands, watching the game. I'm down on the field, taking the hits. I'm terrified something will go wrong. What can go wrong? They're smart, curious, loving kids. They've got everything going for them. What can go wrong? Are you kidding? It's dangerous out there, Miles. We've been able to keep them safe up until now, but high school is different. You're going to have to let up a little, you know. It was the sort of thing he said to her all the time. A lot of people gave her the same advice, actually, and had for years. She'd been criticized for holding the reins of parenthood too tightly, of controlling her children too completely, but she didn't know how to let go. From the moment she'd first decided to become a mother, it had been an epic battle. She had suffered through 3 miscarriages before the twins. And there had been month after month when the arrival of her period had sent her into a gray and hazy depression. Then, a miracle, she'd conceived again. The pregnancy had been difficult, always tenuous, and she'd been sentenced to almost 6 months of bed rest. Every day as she'd lain in that bed, imagining her babies, she'd pictured it as a war, a battle of wills. She'd held on with all her heart. Not yet, she finally said. They're only 14. Jude, he said, sighing. Just a little. That's all I'm saying. You check their homework every day and chaperone every dance and organize every school function. You make them breakfast and drive them everywhere they need to go. You clean their rooms and wash their clothes. If they forget to do their chores, you make excuses and do it all yourself. They're not spotted owls. Let them loose a little. What should I give up? If I stop checking homework, Mia will stop doing it. Or maybe I should quit calling their friends' parents to make sure the kids are going where they say they're going. When I was in high school, we had keggers every weekend, and 2 of my girlfriends got pregnant. I need to keep better track of them now, trust me. So many things can go wrong in the next 4 years. I need to protect them. Once they go to college, I'll relax. I promise. The right college, he teased, but they both knew it wasn't really a joke. The twins were freshmen in high school, and Jude had already begun to research colleges. She looked up at him, wanting him to understand. He thought she was too invested in their children, and she understood his concern, but she was a mother, and she didn't know how to be casual about it. She couldn't stand the thought that her children would grow up as she had, feeling unloved. "You're nothing like her, Jude," he said quietly, and she loved him for saying it. She rested against him. Together they watched the day brighten, and Miles finally said, "Well, I better get going. I have a surgery at 10. She kissed him deeply, then followed him back into the house. After a quick shower, she dried her shoulder-length blonde hair, put on a thin layer of makeup, and dressed in jeans and a boat-necked cashmere sweater and faded jeans. Opening her dresser drawer, she withdrew 2 small wrapped packages, one for each of her children. Taking them with her, she walked out of her bedroom, down the wide slate hallway. With morning sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, this house, constructed mostly of glass and stone and exotic woods, seemed to glow from within. On this main floor, every viewpoint boasted some decorating treasure. Jude had spent 4 years huddled with architects and designers to make this home spectacular, and her every dream for it had been realized. Upstairs, it was a different story. Here, at the top of a floating stone and copper stairway, it was Kidland. A giant media room, complete with big-screen TV and a pool table, dominated the east side of the house. Additionally, there were 2 large bedrooms, each with their own ensuite bathroom. At Mia's bedroom door, she knocked perfunctorily and went inside. As expected, she found her 14-year-old daughter sprawled on top of the blankets in her 4-postered bed, asleep. There were clothes everywhere, like shrapnel from some mythic explosion, heaped and piled and kicked aside. Mia was actively engaged in a search for identity, and each new attempt required a radical clothing change. Jude sat down on the edge of the bed and stroked the soft blonde hair that fell across Mia's cheek. For a moment, time fell away. Suddenly, she was a young mother again, looking down at a cherubic girl with corn silk hair and a gummy grin who'd followed her twin brother around like his shadow. They'd been like puppies, scrambling over each other in their exuberant play, chattering nonstop in their secret language, laughing, tumbling off sofa and steps and laps. From the very start, Zach had been the leader of this pair. He'd spoken first and most often. Mia hadn't uttered a real word until after her 4th birthday. She hadn't needed to, her brother was there for her. Then and now. Mia rolled over sleepily and opened her eyes, blinking slowly. Her pale, heart-shaped face, with its gorgeous bone structure inherited from her father, was an acne battlefield that no amount of care had yet been able to clear. Multicolored rubber bands looped through her braces. "Hola, madre. It's the first day of high school." Mia grimaced. "Shoot me. Really? It'll be better than middle school. You'll see. Says you. Can't you homeschool me? Remember 6th grade? When I tried to help you with your math homework." "Disaster," Mia said glumly. "It could be better now, though. I wouldn't get so mad at you." Jude stroked her daughter's soft hair. "You can't hide out from life, Poppet." "I don't want to hide out from life. Just from high school. It's like swimming with sharks, Mom. Honest. I could lose a foot." Jude couldn't help smiling. "See? You have a great sense of humor. That's what they say when they're trying to set up an ugly girl." "Thanks, madre. And who cares, anyway? It's not like I have friends." "Yes, you do." "No. Zach has friends who try to be nice to his loser sister. It's not the same thing." For years, Jude had moved heaven and earth to make her children happy, but this was one battle she couldn't fight. It wasn't easy to be the shy twin sister of the most popular boy in school. I have a present for you. Really? Mia sat up. What is it? Open it. Jude offered the small wrapped box. Mia ripped open the box. Inside lay a thin pink leather diary with a gleaming brass lock. I had one when I was your age, and I wrote down everything that happened to me. It can help writing stuff down. I was shy too, you know. But you were beautiful. You're beautiful, Mia. I wish you saw that. Yeah, right. Zits and braces are all the rage. Just be open to people, okay, Mia? This is a new school. Make it a new opportunity, okay? Mom, I've been going to school with the same kids since kindergarten. I don't think a new address is going to help. Besides, I tried being open with Haley, remember? That was more than a year ago, Mia. It doesn't do any good to focus on the bad things that happen. Today is the first day of high school. A new start. Okay. Mia tried gamely to smile. Good. Now get out of bed. I want to get to school early today, so I can help you find your locker and get you settled into first period. You have Mr. Davies for geometry. I want him to know how well you did on the WSL test. You're not walking me into class. And I can find my locker by myself, too. Intellectually, Jude knew that Mia was right, but Jude wasn't ready to let go. Not yet. Too many things could go wrong. Mia was fragile, too easily flustered. What if someone made fun of her? A mother's job was to protect her kids whether they wanted it or not. She stood up. I'll be practically invisible. You'll see. No one will even know I'm there. Mia groaned. 2. On the first day of school, Lexi woke early and staggered down the narrow hallway to the bathroom. One look in the mirror confirmed her worst fears. Her skin was pale, a little sallow, even, and her blue eyes were puffy and bloodshot. She must have cried in her sleep again. She took a quick, lukewarm shower, careful not to waste her aunt's money. There was no real point in drying her hair. The waist-length black strands would curl and frizz and do whatever they wanted to, so she pulled it all into a ponytail and went back to her room. There, she opened her closet door and stared at the few articles of clothing she owned. There were so few choices. What did kids wear here? Would Pine Island be like Brentwood or the Hills, where kids dress like avant-garde fashion models? Or East LA, where rap star wannabes and grungoids filled the classrooms? There was a knock at her bedroom door, so quiet Lexi barely heard it. She made her bed quickly and then opened the door. Eva stood there, holding a cotton candy pink sweatshirt with a rhinestone butterfly bedazzled onto the front. The kidney-shaped wings were purple and yellow and shamrock green. I got this for you at work yesterday. I figured every girl should have something new to wear on the first day of high school. It was the ugliest thing Lexi had ever seen, better suited to a 4-year-old than a 14-year-old, but she loved it instantly. No one had ever bought her something special for the first day of school. It's perfect, she said, feeling a tightening in her throat. She'd only lived with her aunt for 4 days, and every hour she felt a little more at home. It scared her, that settling in. She knew how dangerous it could be to start liking a place. A person. You don't have to wear it if you don't want to. I just thought. I can't wait to wear it. Thanks, Eva. Her aunt gave her a smile so bright it bunched up her cheeks. I told Mildred you'd like it. I do. Eva bobbed her head in a little nod and backed into the hallway, closing the door behind her. Lexi put on the pink sweatshirt and stepped into a pair of faded Target jeans. Then she filled her hand-me-down backpack with the notebooks, paper, and pens Eva had brought home from work last night. In the kitchen, she found Eva standing by the sink, dressed now for work in her blue Walmart smock, lemon-yellow acrylic sweater, and jeans, drinking coffee. Across the small, tidy space, their gazes met. Eva's brown eyes looked worried. Mrs. Waters worked hard to get you into Pine Island High. It's one of the best schools in the state, but the school bus don't come over the bridge, so you'll have to take the county bus. Is that okay? Have I already told you all this? Lexi nodded. It's fine, Eva. Don't worry. I've been riding buses for years. She didn't add that she'd often slept on their dirty seats when she and Mama had nowhere else to go. Okay then. Eva finished her coffee and rinsed out her cup, leaving it in the sink. Well, you don't want to be late on your first day. I'll drive you. Let's go. I can take the bus. Not on the first day. I got the late shift special. Lexi followed her aunt out to the car. As they drove toward the island, Lexi studied her surroundings. She'd seen all of this on maps, but those little lines and markings only told so much of the story. For instance, she knew that Pine Island was 12 miles long and 4 miles wide, that it was accessible by ferry to downtown Seattle and by bridge to mainland Kitsap County. On the Port George side of the bridge, the land was tribal. Pine Island, she saw now, was not. She could tell by the houses that the people who lived on the island were rich. The houses over here were practically mansions. They turned off the highway and drove up a hill to the high school, which was a collection of squat red brick buildings huddled around a flagpole. Like many of the schools Lexi had attended, Pine Island had obviously grown faster than expected. A collection of portables ringed the main campus. Eva parked in the empty bus lane and looked at Lexi. These kids are no better than you. You remember that. Lexi felt a rush of affection for this careworn woman who had taken her in. I'll be fine, Lexi said. You don't have to worry about me. Eva nodded. Good luck, she said at last. Lexi didn't say that luck was useless at a new school. Instead, she forced a smile and got out of the car. As she waved goodbye, a school bus pulled up behind Eva and kids poured out of it. Lexi kept her head down and started moving. She'd been the new girl often enough to know the tricks of the camouflage trade. The best tactic was to blend in, disappear. You did that by looking down and moving fast. Rule 1. Never stop. Rule 2. Never look up. By Friday, if she'd followed this pattern, she'd just be one of the kids in the freshman class, and then she could try to make a friend or two. Although it wouldn't be easy here. What could she possibly have in common with these kids? When she made it to Building A, she double-checked her schedule. There it was. Room 104. She merged into the crowd of students, all of whom seemed to know one another, and let their tide carry her forward. In the classroom, kids slid into their seats and kept talking excitedly. Her mistake was to pause. She looked up just long enough to get her bearings, and the classroom went quiet. Kids stared at her, then whispering began. Someone laughed. Lexi felt her flaws keenly, her thick black eyebrows and crooked teeth and frizzy hair, her lame jeans and lamer sweatshirt. This was the kind of place where every kid got braces at adolescence and a new car at 16. In the back of the room, a girl pointed at her and started to giggle. The girl seated beside her nodded. Lexi thought she heard nice butterfly, and then, did she make it herself? A boy stood up, and the room went quiet again. Lexi knew who he was. Every school had a guy like him, good-looking, popular, athletic, the kind of boy who got what he wanted without even trying. The football captain and class president. In his aqua blue Abercrombie t-shirt and baggy jeans, he looked like Leonardo DiCaprio, all golden and smiling and sure of himself. He was coming toward her. Why? Was there another, prettier girl behind her? Was he going to do something to humiliate her, to make his friends laugh? Hey, he said. She could feel everyone looking at them, watching. Lexi bit her lower lip to hide her crooked teeth. Hey. He smiled. Susan and Liz are bitches. Don't let them get to you. The butterfly's cool. She stood there like an idiot, dazzled by his smile. Get a grip, Lexi. You've seen good-looking guys before. She should say something, smile, something. Here, he said, taking her arm. At his touch, she felt a little jolt, like an electrical charge. He should have moved, led her somewhere. That was why he was touching her arm, right? But he just stood there, staring down at her. His smile faded. She couldn't breathe all of a sudden. The whole world drained away until only his face was left, only his amazing green eyes. He started to say something, but Lexi's heart was pounding so fast, she couldn't hear his words, and then he was being pulled away from her, led away by some beautiful girl in a skirt that was smaller than a dinner napkin. Lexi stayed a moment too long, staring at his back, still feeling out of breath. Then she remembered where she was and who she was, the new girl in the bedazzled pink sweatshirt. Tucking her chin into her chest, she bolted forward, made her way to a seat in the back row. She slid onto its slick surface just as the bell rang. As the teacher droned on about the early days of Seattle, Lexi replayed that moment, over and over. She told herself it meant nothing, the way he'd touched her, but she couldn't let it go. What had he been going to say to her? When the class ended, she dared to look at him. He moved with the crowd of students, laughing at something the girl in the miniskirt said. At Lexi's desk, he paused, looked down at her, although he didn't smile or stop. He kept moving. Of course he didn't stop. She rose slowly and walked to the door. For the rest of the morning, she tried to hold her head high as she moved through the crowded halls, but by noon, she was lagging, and the worst was yet to come. Lunch in a new school was hell. You never knew what was in and what was out, and the whole social order could be upset if you dared to sit where you weren't supposed to. At the door to the cafeteria, Lexi paused. Just the idea of walking in there, being scrutinized and judged, was more than she could bear today. Normally, she was stronger than that, but Mr. Popular had unbalanced her somehow, made her want the impossible, and she knew firsthand how waylaid one could be by longing. It was a waste of time. She walked back outside, where the sun was shining. She dug through her backpack, found the lunch Eva had packed for her and a well-read copy of Jane Eyre. Some kids had stuffed animals or special childhood blankets. Lexi had Jane. She walked idly through campus, looking for a place to sit down and read while she ate her lunch. Across the campus, she spied a pretty little tree growing up from a triangular patch of grass, but it wasn't the tree that caught her attention. It was the girl sitting cross-legged on the grass beneath its green canopy, hunched over a book. Her blonde hair was divided into a pair of loosely twined braids. Dressed in a delicate pink tulle skirt, a black tank top, and black high tops, she definitely made a statement. It was a statement Lexi understood. I'm not like you. I don't need you. Lexi had spent a few years dressed the same way herself, back when she hadn't wanted to make friends, when she'd been afraid of being asked where she lived or what her mama was like. She took a deep breath and walked toward the girl. When she drew near, Lexi paused. She wanted to say the right thing, but now that she was here, she didn't know what that would be. The girl looked up from her book. She was fragile-looking, with acne-blistered skin and green eyes that were rimmed with too much purple eyeliner. Brightly colored rubber bands accented her braces. Hey, Lexi said. He's not here. And he's not coming. Who? The girl gave a disinterested shrug and went back to reading. If you don't know, it doesn't matter, does it? Can I sit with you? Social suicide, the girl said without looking up. What? The girl looked up again. It's social suicide to sit with me. Even the theater kids won't hang with me. Yeah. It's that bad. You mean I won't make the cheerleading squad? How tragic. The girl looked interested in Lexi for the first time. A smile quirked her mouth. Most girls care about stuff like that. Do they? Lexi dropped her backpack onto the grass. What are you reading? Wuthering Heights. Lexi held out her own book. Jane Eyre. Can I sit down? The girl scooted sideways to make room on the small patch of grass. I haven't read that one. Is it good? Lexi sat down beside her. My favorite. When you're done with yours, we could trade. That would be awesome. I'm Mia, by the way. Lexi. So what's the book about? Mia began talking slowly, stumbling over her words, but when she started talking about Heathcliff, she kind of took flight. The next thing Lexi knew, they were laughing as if they'd been friends for years. When the bell rang, they got up and walked toward their lockers together, still talking the whole way across campus. Lexi didn't keep her head down anymore, didn't clamp her books to her chest or purposely not make eye contact with anyone. Instead, she laughed. Outside the door to her Spanish class, Mia stopped and said in a rush, "You could come to my house after school today. If you wanted to, I mean." She looked nervous as she asked it. "I know you probably won't." "No worries." Lexi felt like smiling. Only nervousness over her teeth kept her in check. "I would totally like that. Meet me at the flagpole by the admin building, okay?" Lexi went into her classroom and took a seat at the back. She eyed the clock for the rest of the day, willing time to speed up until finally at 2:50, she was at the flagpole, waiting. Kids swarmed around her, jostling one another as they made their way onto the buses lined up outside. Maybe Mia wouldn't show. Probably she wouldn't. Lexi was about to give up the whole thing when Mia came up beside her. "You waited," she said, sounding as relieved as Lexi felt. "Come on." Mia led the way through the hive of students toward a shiny black Escalade parked out on the main road. She opened the passenger door and climbed in. Lexi followed her new friend into the leather-scented beige seat. "Hola, madre," Mia said. "This is Lexi. I invited her home with me. Is that okay?" The woman in the driver's seat turned around, and Lexi was stunned by her beauty. Mia's mom looked like Michelle Pfeiffer with her perfect, pale face and sleek blonde hair. In an obviously expensive salmon-colored sweater, she looked like she belonged on the Nordstrom catalog cover. "Hello, Lexi. I'm Jude. It's nice to meet you. And how is it that I don't know you? I just moved here." That explains it. Where did you move here from?" "California." "I won't hold that against you," Jude said with a bright smile. "Will your mother mind if you're not home right away?" "No," Lexi said, tensing for the inevitable next question. "I could call her if you'd like, introduce." Mia said, "You're doing that thing again." Jude flashed Lexi a smile. "I'm embarrassing my daughter. Something I am sadly wont to do these days, just by breathing. But I can hardly stop being a mother, can I? I'm sure your mom is just as embarrassing, right, Lexi?" Lexi had no idea what to say to that, but it didn't matter. Jude laughed and went on as if she hadn't asked a thing. "I'm supposed to be seen and not heard. Fine. Buckle up, girls." She started up the car, and Mia immediately started talking about a book she'd heard about. They drove away from the school and onto a pretty little main street. The traffic was stop and go all the way through town, but once they made it onto the highway, the road was clear. They followed one curvy, tree-lined, two-lane road after another until Jude said, "Home sweet home," and turned onto a gravel driveway. At first there was nothing but trees on either side of them, trees so tall and thick they blocked out the sun, but then the road curved again and they were in a clearing full of sunlight. The house was like something out of a novel. It sat proudly amid its landscaping, a soaring structure made of wood and stone, with windows everywhere. Low stone walls delineated magnificent gardens. Behind it all was the blue sound. Even from here, Lexi could hear waves hitting the shore. "Wow," Lexi said, getting out of the car. She had never been in a house like this before. How should she act? What should she say? She would do the wrong thing for sure and Mia would laugh at her. Jude slipped an arm around her daughter and they walked ahead. "I bet you girls are hungry. Why don't I make you some quesadillas? You can tell me about the first day of high school." Lexi hung back instinctively. At the front door, Mia looked back. "Lexi? You don't want to come in, do you? You've changed your mind." Lexi felt her insecurity dissolve, or perhaps more accurately, it joined with Mia's and morphed into something else. They were alike, impossibly. The girl who had nothing was like this girl who had everything. "No way," Lexi said, laughing as she hurried toward the door. Inside, she slipped out of her shoes, seeing a second too late that her socks had holes in the toes. Embarrassed, she followed Mia into the magnificent house. There were walls of glass that framed a stunning ocean view, a stone fireplace, gleaming floors. She was afraid to touch anything. Mia grabbed her hand and dragged her into a huge kitchen. There were gleaming copper pots hanging from a black skeletal thing above the 8-burner stove and fresh flowers in several places around the room. They sat down at a long black granite counter while Jude made quesadillas. She just walked right up to me, Madre. And I told her it was social suicide to sit with me, but she didn't care. Is that cool or what? Jude smiled at that and started to say something, but Mia kept talking. Lexi could hardly keep up with Mia's steady stream of stories. It was as if Mia had been holding observations and thoughts inside of her for years, and now they were coming out. Lexi knew about that, about holding things inside and being afraid and trying to stay quiet. She and Mia compared opinions on high school, boys, classes, movies, tattoos, belly button piercings, and they agreed on everything. The more they agreed on, the more Lexi worried. What would happen when Mia found out about Lexi's past? Would Mia want to be friends with a drug addict's kid? At about 5 o'clock, the front door banged open and a group of kids burst into the house. Shoes, Jude yelled from the kitchen without looking up. 9 or 10 kids surged forward, boys and girls. Lexi could tell they were the popular kids. Anyone would have recognized them, pretty girls in low-rise jeans and midriff-bearing t-shirts, and boys in PIHS blue and yellow sweats. They'd probably come here from football and cheerleader practice. My bro is the one in the gray sweats, Mia said, leaning closer. Don't judge him by the company he keeps. Those girls have the brains of breath mints. It was the guy from first period. He peeled away from the crowd with the ease of one who knew how popular he was and sidled up to Mia, putting an arm around her shoulders. The resemblance between them was startling. Mia's face was a feminine, sculpted version of his. He started to say something to his sister, and then he noticed Lexi. His gaze sharpened, grew so intense that she felt that fluttering start in her chest again. No one had ever looked at her like that before, as if everything about her was interesting. You're the new girl, he said quietly, pushing the long blonde hair out of his eyes. She's my friend, Mia said, grinning so wide her braces were a multicolored blur. His smile faded. I'm Lexi, she said, although he hadn't asked her name. He looked away from her, disinterested. I'm Zach. A girl in tiny shorts and a midriff-bearing top moved in behind him, draped herself along his side, and whispered something in his ear. He didn't laugh, barely smiled in fact. Instead, he backed away from Lexi and Mia. Later, Mimai, he said to his sister. Slinging an arm around Short's girl, he led her toward the stairs and disappeared into the crowd of kids running upstairs. Mia frowned at her. Is something wrong, Lexi? It's okay if I say you're my friend, right? Lexi stared at the empty place where he'd been, feeling unsettled. He'd smiled at her, hadn't he? At first, for a second? What had she done wrong? Lexi? Is it okay if I tell people we're friends? Lexi let out the breath she'd been holding. She forced her attention away from the stairs. Seeing Mia's nervousness, she realized what was important here, and it wasn't a guy like Zach. No wonder he confused her. He would always be incomprehensible to a girl who'd grown up in the weeds. What mattered was Mia and this fragile beginning of their friendship. Of course, she said, smiling. For once, she didn't care about her teeth. She was pretty sure Mia wouldn't care. You can tell everyone. The media room was full of kids, as usual. Some women might be overwhelmed by the noise and mayhem, but not Jude. Years ago, back when the twins were starting 6th grade, made a conscious effort to make her house welcoming. She wanted the kids to hang out here. She'd known herself well enough to know that she didn't want to be dropping her kids off into other women's care. She wanted to be the one in charge. To that end, she'd designed the upstairs carefully, and it had worked. Some days, there were 15 kids here, eating their way through her snack provisions like locusts. But she knew where her children were, and she knew they were safe. Now, as she unlocked the great room series of wood-framed pocket doors and opened them wide, she could hear movement upstairs. The floors groaned and footsteps thudded through the house. For once, Mia wasn't hiding out from all that horseplay in the media room. She wasn't locked in her bedroom, watching The Little Mermaid or Beauty and the Beast or another of her Disney comfort movies. She was out on the beach, sitting on the sandy edge with Lexi beside her. A heavy woolen blanket wrapped them together, black and blonde hair tangled together in the salty air. They'd been sitting out there for hours, talking. Just the sight of her daughter talking to a friend, made Jude smile. She had waited so long for this, hoped for it so fervently, and yet now that it had happened, she couldn't help worrying just a little. Mia was so fragile, so needy, it was too easy to hurt her. And after the thing with Haley, Mia couldn't take another friend's betrayal. Jude needed to learn a little bit about Lexi, just to know who her daughter was hanging out with. It was a parenting choice that had yielded good results over the years. The more she knew about her kids' lives, the better mother she could be to them. She stepped out onto the patio. The breeze immediately plucked at her hair, whipped strands across her face. Without bothering to step into any of the shoes that lay cluttered outside the door, she walked barefooted across the flagstones, past the collection of dark, woven outdoor furniture. At the edge between the grass and the sand, a giant cedar tree rose tall and straight into the pellucid blue sky. As she approached the girls, she heard Mia say, "I want to try out for the school play, but I know I won't get a part. Sarah and Joel always get the leads." "I was totally scared to talk to you today," Lexi said. "What if I hadn't? It's no good to be afraid of stuff. You should go for it." Mia turned to Lexi. "Would you come with me to tryouts?" "The other theater kids, they're so serious. They don't like me." Lexi nodded, her face solemn with understanding. "I'll come. Definitely." Jude stopped beside her daughter. "Hey, girls." She put a hand on Mia's slim shoulder. Mia grinned up at her. "I'm going to try out for Once Upon a Mattress. Lexi's gonna come with me. I probably won't get a part, but..." "That's wonderful," Jude said, pleased by this development. "Well, I better take Lexi home now. Your dad will be home in an hour. Can I come with?" Mia asked. "No. You have a paper due on Friday. You might as well get started on it," Jude answered. "You're already checking the website?" "It's the first day of school," Mia said, her shoulders slumping. "You need to stay on track. Grades matter in high school." She looked down at Lexi. "You ready?" "I can take the bus," Lexi said. "You don't have to drive me." "The bus?" Jude frowned. In all her years of parenting on this island, she had never had a child make that offer. Most said they could call their moms. None ever offered to take the bus. Where would one even catch a bus around here? Lexi unwound herself from the red and white striped wool blanket. When she stood up, it slumped to the sand. "Really, Mrs. Faraday, you don't need to drive me home." "Please, Lexi, call me Jude. When you say Mrs. Faraday, I think of my mother, and that's not a good thing." "Mia, go tell Zach I'm starting the drive. Ask him who else needs a ride." 10 minutes later, Jude started up the Escalade. 5 kids shoved their way into the plush interior, talking over one another as they buckled up their seatbelts. In the front passenger seat, Lexi sat quietly, staring straight ahead. Jude admonished Zach and Mia to start on their homework and then drove away. The route was so familiar she could have driven it in her sleep. Left on Beach Drive, right on Night Road, left on the highway. At the top of Viewcrest, she pulled into her best friend's driveway. "Here you go, Bryson. Tell Molly we're still on for lunch this week." He mumbled some kind of answer and got out of the car. For the next 20 minutes, she drove the standard route around the island, letting off one kid after another. Finally, she turned to Lexi. "Okay, hon, where to? Isn't that a bus stop?" Jude smiled. "I am not putting you on a bus. Now, where to, Lexi?" "Port George," Lexi said. "Oh," Jude said, surprised. Most of the kids at Pine High lived on the island, and really, the other side of the bridge was a whole different world. Geographically, only about 300 feet separated Pine Island from Port George, but there were many ways to calculate distance. Port George was where nice, upstanding boys from Pine Island went to buy beer and cigarettes at the mini-mart, using fake IDs they made on old magic cards. There was all kinds of trouble in the schools there. She drove out to the highway and headed off the island. "Turn there," Lexi said, about a mile from the bridge. "In fact, you can let me out here. I can walk the rest of the way." "I don't think so." Jude followed the signs to the Chief South Mobile Home Park. From there, Lexi directed her down a winding road to a tiny plot of land, overgrown with weeds and grass, where a fading yellow double-wide sat on concrete blocks. The front door was an ugly shade of blue and cracked up the middle, and the curtains inside were ragged and unevenly hemmed. Rust inched like caterpillars along the seams. Deep, muddy ruts in the grass showed where a car was usually parked. Jude parked at the edge of the grass and turned off the engine. This was hardly what she'd expected. "Is your mom home? I hate to just drop you off. I'd actually like to meet her." Lexi looked at Jude. "My mom died 3 years ago. I live with my Aunt Eva now." "Oh, honey," Jude said. She knew how it had felt to lose a parent. Her father had died when Jude was 7. The world had become a dark and frightening place, and for years she'd been unsure of her place in it. "I'm so sorry to hear that. I know how difficult it must be for you." Lexi shrugged. "How long have you lived with your aunt?" "For days." "For days? But where were you?" "Foster care," Lexi said quietly, sighing. "My mom was a heroin addict. Sometimes we lived in our car. So I guess you don't want me hanging around with Mia anymore." "I understand. Really. I wish my mom had cared who I hung out with." Jude frowned. None of this was what she'd expected. It did worry her, all of it, but she didn't want to be that kind of woman, the kind who judged a person by his or her circumstance. And right now Lexi looked as beaten as any teenager Jude had ever seen. Everything about the girl radiated defeat. No doubt she'd been disappointed a lot in her life. "I'm not like my mom," Lexi said earnestly. The need in the girl's blue eyes was unmistakable. Jude believed her, but still, there was potential danger here. Mia was fragile, easily led astray. Jude couldn't simply ignore that, no matter how sorry she felt for this girl. "I'm not like my mother, either." "But..." "What?" "Mia is shy. I'm sure you already know that. She doesn't make friends easily, and she worries too much about being liked. She's always been that way. And last year, she had her heart broken. Not by a boy. It was worse than that. A girl Haley befriended her. For a few months, they were inseparable. Mia was as happy as I've ever seen her. But the truth was that Haley had her sights set on Zach, and he fell into her trap. He didn't know how it would upset Mia. Anyway, Haley dumped Mia for Zach, and when Zach lost interest, Haley refused to come to the house anymore. Mia was so hurt she stopped talking for almost a month. I was really worried about her. Why are you telling me this? I guess because if you're going to be her friend, she needs to know she can count on you. I'd like to know that too. I would never do anything to hurt her, Lexi promised. Jude thought of all the dangers this friendship could pose to her daughter, and all the benefits, and she weighed them, as if this decision were hers to make, although she knew it wasn't. A 14-year-old girl could make her own friends. But Jude could make it easy for Mia and Lexi to stay friends or difficult. What was best for Mia? When she looked at Lexi, the answer came easily. Jude was a mother, first, last, and always. And her daughter desperately needed a friend. I'm taking Mia into the city on Saturday for manicures. A girls' day. Would you like to join us? I can't, Lexi said. I haven't got a job yet. Money's tight. But thanks. My treat, Jude said easily, and I won't take no for an answer. 2003. The last 3 years had both worn Jude down and sharpened her. She hadn't known how terrifying life could be until the first time she handed Zach and Mia car keys and watched them drive away. From that moment on, she'd begun to be afraid for her kids. Everything scared her. Rain, wind, snow, darkness, loud music, other drivers. Too many kids in a car. She'd issued her kids cell phones and instituted rules. Curfews. Accountability. Honesty. She paced when they were minutes late and didn't breathe easily until they were safely in bed. She'd thought that was the worst of it, the freedom that came with a driver's license, but now she knew better. It had all been a prelude to this, senior year of high school. The semester had just begun, and already it was a pressure cooker, a Rubik's Cube of deadlines and paperwork. College loomed on the horizon like a nuclear cloud, tainting every breath of air. Years of driving back and forth to sporting events, practices, play rehearsals, and performances was nothing compared with this. On the wall above her desk, she had two giant calendars, one marked Zach and the other MIA. Every college deadline was written in red ink. Every test date was in boldface type. Jude had spent years studying admission statistics and reading about the various universities, gauging which would be best for her kids. Getting into college would be a cakewalk for Zach. He had entered senior year with a 3.96 GPA and a perfect SAT score. He could go almost anywhere he wanted. Mia was a different story. Her grades were good but not great, same with her SAT. Even so, she had set her heart on the prestigious University of Southern California Drama School. Jude had begun to lose sleep about it all. She lay in bed at night, going through admission statistics and criteria in her head until she felt sick. She was constantly figuring out how to make her daughter's dream come true. It wasn't easy to get one kid into an ultra-competitive school, and Jude needed to get two in. The twins had to go to college together. Any other outcome was unthinkable. Mia needed her brother beside her. And now, as if all that pressure weren't bad enough, the words she'd been dreading had just been said aloud. Party. Jude drew in a deep and steadying breath. She was seated at the dinner table, with her family gathered around her. It was a Friday night in early October. The sky was the color of bruised plums. Well, Zach said from his place at the table. Can we go or not? Molly and Tim are letting Bryson go. Mia was beside her brother. Her blonde hair had been braided wet and dried into crimpy zigzags. In the past 3 years, she had blossomed into a true beauty, with flawless skin and a smile that was marquee bright. Her friendship with Lexi had stayed as true as magnetic north, and it had given Mia a new confidence. Her daughter still wasn't brave or extremely social, but she was happy, and that meant the world to Jude. What about you, Mia? Do you want to go to this party? Mia shrugged. Zach wants to go. It was the answer Jude had expected. They were a pair, these two, in every way. Where one went, the other followed. It had been that way from the moment of their birth and probably before. One could hardly breathe without the other. Did you hear that, Miles? Jude said. The kids want to go to a party at Kevin Eisner's house. Is there a problem with that? Miles asked, pouring hollandaise sauce on his grilled asparagus. The Eisners are in Paris, if I'm not mistaken, Jude said, seeing the twins flinch in unison. Small island, she reminded them. Kevin's aunt is there, though, Zach said. It's not like no adult is around. Totally, Mia added, nodding. Jude sat back. She'd known this moment was coming, of course. She'd been a teenager herself, and senior year was the holy grail of teenhood. So, she knew what it meant when seniors wanted to party. She'd had endless conversations with the kids about alcohol, told them repeatedly how dangerous it could be, and they swore not to be interested in drinking, but she wasn't a fool. Neither was she the kind of woman who pretended her children were perfect. What mattered to her was protecting them from the risks associated with adolescence, even those of their own making. She could say no. But they might defy her, and wouldn't they be more in danger then? I'll call Kevin's aunt, she said slowly. Make sure an adult is supervising the party. Oh my God, Mia whined. Way to totally humiliate us. We're not children. Really, Mom, Zach said. You know you can trust us. I'd never drink and drive. I'd prefer it if you'd promise never to drink, she said. He looked at her. I might drink one beer. It won't kill me. You want me to lie to you? I thought that wasn't how we rolled in this family. Her own words thrown back at her, and with deadly accuracy. The price for honesty with your kids was that often you learned what you'd rather not. The way Jude saw it, there were two parenting choices. Ask for honesty and try to roll with unwanted truths, or stick your head in the sand and be lied to. Zach's honesty was a reason to trust him. I'll think about it, she said in a forceful enough voice to end the conversation. The rest of the meal passed quickly. As soon as they cleared the table, the kids put the dishes in the dishwasher and then ran upstairs. Jude knew they were getting ready for the party. They assumed Victor'd seen it in their eyes. "I don't know," she said to Miles. They stood side by side at the picture window, staring out at the darkening night. The sound had turned graphite, and the sky was a deep bronze color. "How do we stop them from drinking and keep them safe? Chaining them to a wall would work. Too bad the state frowns on that." "Very funny." She looked up at him. "We can't stop them from drinking, you know that. If not tonight, then some night they'll get drunk. That's just the way it is. So, what do we do to protect them? Maybe we should have a party here. We could take the kids' keys and make sure everyone stayed safe. We could make sure they don't drink too much." No. We'd be risking everything we own. Not to mention, if someone got hurt, we'd be responsible. And you know teenagers, they're like bacteria. They multiply too fast to see, and you can't keep them in your sights. "I can't believe you'd even suggest it." Jude knew he was right, but it didn't help. "Do you remember high school?" "Because I sure do. Keggers at Morrow Farm were a weekly occurrence. And we drove home." "You have to trust them, Jude. Let them start making some decisions. Mia's smart, and she sure as hell isn't a party girl. And Zach would never let anything bad happen to her. You know that." "I guess." Jude nodded, thinking it all through for the 1000th time. There seemed to her to be no good answer. No indisputably right way to go. For the rest of the evening, Jude wrestled with the question of how to be the best parent in the situation. She was still trying to figure it out at 9 o'clock when the kids came running down the stairs. "Well?" Zach said. She looked at her kids. Zach, so tall and handsome and steady in his low-rise jeans and striped American Eagle sweatshirt, and Mia, in tattered blue jean capris, white t-shirt, and blue silk men's tie, nodded off to the side. She had her hair drawn back in a ponytail that geysered at the top of her head. She'd come out of her shell since meeting Lexi, but she was still fragile, a little needy. She could get her heart broken so easily, could make the wrong decision because she was afraid of being laughed at. They were good kids. Honest kids who cared about their futures. They'd never given Jude any reason to mistrust them. "Madre?" Zach said, smiling, reaching for her hand. "Come on. You know you can trust us." Jude knew he was manipulating her, using her love to his advantage, but she was helpless to resist. She loved them both so much, and she wanted them to be happy. "I don't know." Mia rolled her eyes. "This is like the witch trials. Can we go or not?" "We said we won't drink," Zach said. Miles came up beside Jude, slipped an arm around her waist. "We can count on your word, then?" Zach's face split into a huge smile. "Absolutely." "Your curfew is midnight," Jude said. "Midnight?" Zach said. "That's so lame. Like we're middle schoolers." "Come on, Mom." "Dad?" Miles said, midnight at the same time Jude said, 1 o'clock. Zach and Mia surged at her, drew her into a fierce hug. "Stay safe," Jude said nervously. "If there's any trouble, call me." "I mean it. If you drink and you shouldn't, but if you do, call home. Your dad and I will pick you up and any of your friends. I mean it. No questions asked, no getting in trouble." "I promise." "Okay. We know," Mia said. "You've told us for years." And with that, they were off, running for the sporty white Mustang she and Miles had bought for them last year. "You should have held firm at midnight," Miles said when the car door slammed shut. "I know," she said. It was so easy for him. When Miles said no, they gave up. When she said no, they tried harder, boring through her resolve like boll weevils through corn, until there was nothing left between them and what they wanted. Miles frowned as the red taillights of Zach's car disappeared into the darkness. "Senior year isn't going to be easy." "No," Jude said. Already she regretted the decision to let them go. There were so many things that could go wrong. On a warm autumn night like this, Amore was packed with customers. Summer was ending and everyone, locals and tourists alike, knew the cold season was moving their way. Lexi had worked part-time at this ice cream shop since sophomore year. Every penny she earned went into her college fund. She and her boss, Mrs. Soltera, 60-year-old widow with steel gray hair and a penchant for layering beaded necklaces, worked the counter in perfect synchronicity, one ringing sales while the other scooped ice cream. Tonight, even though the place was busy, Lexi kept watching the clock. The party at the Eisner's place started at 9, and Mia and Zach were picking her up. Zach. He was the only fly in the ointment of her new life. In the past 3 years, Lexi had found a place where she belonged. Aunt Eva cared for her deeply, it was obvious, even though the woman wasn't demonstrative. Mia had become Lexi's other half, her sister. They were inseparable. And the Faradays had welcomed Lexi into their family with open arms, never judging her. Jude had become like a mother to her, so much so that on Mother's Day, Lexi always bought 2 cards, one for Eva and one for Jude. She always wrote thanks across the white space. Only Zach held back. He didn't like Lexi. That was all there was to it. He never stayed in a room alone with her longer than was absolutely necessary, and he hardly ever spoke to her. When he did say something to her, he looked away, as if he couldn't stand making eye contact. Lexi didn't know what she'd done to offend him, and no amount of reparations had helped. The worst part was that it hurt her feelings every time. Every time he looked away or walked away, she felt a little pinch of loss. But it was a good thing. That was what she told herself. It was good that he didn't like her because she liked him too much. And one thing she knew for sure, had known from the beginning, Zach Faraday was off limits. At just past 9, she heard the Mustang drive up outside. She whipped off her multicolored apron and ran to the employee's bathroom for her purse. Snagging it off the wall, she glanced in the mirror just long enough to see that her makeup was still okay, and then headed for the front door, waving to Mrs. Salter as she passed. "Be good, Mrs. Salter said with a happy little wave. "I will," Lexi promised. She ran out to the Mustang and climbed into the back seat. The stereo was blaring so loudly that no one could talk. Zach backed out of the parking stall and headed out of town. In no time at all, they were turning onto a long gravel driveway. At its end sat a quaint yellow Victorian with a pitched shake roof and a big white wraparound porch. Lights hung from the eaves, illuminating baskets of flowers. When they got out of the car, Lexi could hear the distant buzz of conversation and the music, but there were very few kids visible. They were probably down at the beach, where the neighbors were less likely to see them and thus less likely to complain to the local police. Zach came around the car and stood by Lexi. She tried to act casual. As usual, she couldn't manage it. She turned slightly and caught him staring down at her. Before she could think of anything cool to say, Mia came up beside Lexi, held her hand. "Will Tyler be here?" "Probably," Zach answered. "Let's go," he said, walking off. Lexi and Mia followed him through the tall grass. When they reached the front yard, they saw the party. There were probably 75 kids in the yard. Most were gathered around the fire. The sweet smell of pot filled the air. Mia grasped Lexi's hand, yanked her to a stop. "There he is." "How do I look?" Lexi scanned the crowd until she saw Tyler Marshall. He was a tall, gangly kid with skateboarder hair who wore his baggy pants so low on his hips he was constantly yanking them up. Mia had had a crush on him since the end of junior year. "You are beautiful." "Go talk to him," Lexi said. Mia's cheeks turned bright red. "I can't." "I'll go with you," Lexi said, squeezing Mia's hand. "You, too, Zach attack?" Mia said. Zach shrugged, and the 3 of them walked deeper into the party. They made their way past a pair of silver kegs and walked up to Tyler. "Hey, Mia," Tyler said, giving her a bright grin. He held out a half-empty bottle. "Raspberry vodka." Mia reached for the bottle and took a drink before Lexi could even react. "I guess that makes me the designated driver," Zach said. Then he added, "Be careful, Mia." "You want to walk on the beach?" Tyler asked Mia. Mia gave Lexi a wow look and followed Tyler toward the beach. Lexi was acutely aware of Zach beside her. He stood there, saying nothing, and yet she felt something in the quiet between them. Unable to help herself, she turned and looked up at him. "Why don't you like me? Is that what you think?" She didn't know how to answer. There seemed to be something going on she didn't understand. She wished she'd never asked the stupid question in the first place. Lexi, he started. Amanda Martin appeared in front of them as if by magic, holding a half-empty pint of Captain Morgan's spiced rum. She was a leggy redhead with full lips and eyes that slanted gypsy-like. Zach's latest girlfriend. There you are, she purred. Took you long enough. She wrapped her arms around him and melted against him. Lexi watched them walk away, all tangled together, was kissing Amanda now and felt a familiar sense of disappointment. Sighing, she wandered down to the beach. There, she met up with some of the kids from the drama club. For years, Lexi had been hanging out with these kids, watching them all rehearse with Mia. They sat around on the sand, talking. Of course, college came up. It was the big topic these days. From the very start of senior year, they'd been talking about deadlines and applications and admission stats. Every day, another university representative was in the library, talking to any senior who was interested. Weekend campus visits were becoming the norm. And the students from Pine Island didn't just go to downtown Seattle to check out schools. Oh no. Their parents flew them all over the country. Lexter. Mia's voice rose above the noise. Lexi turned and saw Mia lurching toward her. I don't know how I got this drunk, Mia said, swaying dangerously. Lexi, how did I get this drunk? Drinking, maybe? Lexi got up and put a steadying arm around Mia. I love you, Lexi, Mia whispered, but it was a drunk's whisper, stagey and slurred. She put an arm around Lexi. You and Zach Attack are my best friends. You're my best friend, too. Mia slumped to a sit on the cold sand. When Lexi joined her, they leaned together. Tyler said I'm pretty, Mia said. Do you think he means it? He'd be a fool not to. We danced, Mia said, her voice dreamy. She swayed for a moment and then went still. I can't feel my lips. Are my lips still there? Lexi burst out laughing. I think we better get you home. Let's go find Zach. Lexi helped Mia to her feet and led her friend through the crowd. They found Zach in the shadows by the side of the house. Amanda was throwing herself at him. At least Lexi thought she was. Zach? Lexi dared. Mia's not in good shape. I think she needs to go home. At that, Mia doubled over and vomited into the grass. Zach rushed to Mia's side. Are you okay? He asked, putting an arm around her. Mia swayed unsteadily, wiping her mouth. I don't feel so good. Amanda? Zach said. Can she stay at your house? I can't bring her home like this. As if, Amanda said, making a sour face. I'm not leaving the party this early. It's barely midnight. She gave Zach a long kiss and then walked away, flipping her hair as she headed back toward the keg. Mia can spend the night at my house, Lexi said. Eva will be asleep by now. Zach looked at her. Really? Sure. Zach guided Mia back to the Mustang and put her in the back seat. It was like trying to make cooked spaghetti stand, and by the time he was finished, Mia was laughing uproariously and spread out across the seat. Snapping her seatbelt in place took forever. Lexi got into the passenger seat while Zach started the engine. He backed up slowly and drove out to the main road. As they sped down the highway toward the bridge, his fingers tapped out a rhythm on the leather-covered steering wheel. The music coming through the stereo was unfamiliar to Lexi, but its beat was strangely addictive. Mia was humming in the back seat, out of tune as usual. At the trailer, Lexi got out of the car, and Mia was right behind her, stumbling out, laughing as she fell to her knees in the damp grass. Let's go to our hill, she said, staggering back to her feet. Zach rushed to his sister's side, held her up. Hey, Mia, he said gently, maybe you should go to bed. Mia smiled drunkenly. Yeah, that would be good. Zach looked at Lexi. I'll wait until she's in bed to leave, okay? You don't have to do that. I know you want to get back to Amanda. You have no idea what I want. Stung, Lexi went to Mia, took her from Zach. Let's go, Mia. She guided her best friend across the damp grass and up into the mobile home. In the living room, Mia collapsed to the floor, giggling and moaning. Shush, Lexi said. I'll just sleep for a sec. Lexi left Mia on the carpeted floor for a minute and went back outside. From the porch, she stared at Zach. Slowly, she moved toward him. He was looking at her now, watching her even, and his attention made something in the pit of her stomach flutter. She's fine, she said. What's your hill? He said. Mia and I hang out there. It's nothing. Can I see it? I guess. Lexi was aware of his footsteps cracking on twigs and branches as they pushed their way through the heavy salal and brush. The path was so thin you could only find it if you knew where it was. When she emerged into the open again, it was onto a high bluff of untended land that overlooked a busy strip of the highway, the glittering casino, and the black sound beyond. I come out here all the time, she said. It's cool. Zach sat down on the soft ground. Lexi reluctantly sat beside him. They were so close she could feel his leg against hers. She waited for him to say something, but he didn't. Silence stretched out, turned uncomfortable. So you guys are checking out colleges next weekend. That's cool, Lexi finally said. It was all she could think of. He shrugged. Whatever. You don't sound very excited about it. Mia says she'll die if we don't go to USC together. Don't get me wrong, I want to go to school with her, too, and I want to be a doctor like the old man, but he looked out over the casino and sighed. But what? He turned to her, caught her looking at him. What if I can't cut it? He said so quietly she barely heard his voice above the distant drone of highway noise. She had known Zach for more than 3 years now, adoring him from a distance. She'd studied him like an archaeologist, culling through his words for hidden meaning. And never had he said anything like this to her. He sounded vulnerable and confused. The night seemed to fall quiet, the buzz of the cars faded. All Lexi could hear was the beating of her heart and the even strains of their breathing. She was reminded of all the times she'd waited for her mother's return, only to be disappointed, discarded. If there was one emotion she understood profoundly, it was uncertainty. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that Zach could feel the same way. It made her feel connected to him, in tune. For one split second, he wasn't Mia's brother. He was the boy she'd seen on that first day of school, the one who'd made her heart speed up. I didn't think you were ever afraid. Oh, I'm afraid of something. He leaned the slightest bit toward her. Maybe he was just shifting his seat on the hard dirt. She didn't know she just knew how it felt to be afraid, and the way he was looking at her made it hard to breathe. Without really thinking, just feeling, she leaned toward him for a kiss. She was just about to close her eyes when he jerked back. What are you doing? The magnitude of what she'd almost done knocked the breath from her. He didn't even like her, and, worse than that, he wasn't available for her. Jude had made that clear, so had Mia. And Mia was what mattered, not some useless, faceless crush on a boy who fell in love with a different girl every week. Horrified, she mumbled an apology, got to her feet, and started running through the brambles and bushes for the relative safety of her mobile home. Lexi, wait. She ran into the mobile home and slammed the door shut behind her. Mia lay at her feet, singing a song from The Little Mermaid. Lexi stepped over her best friend and peeked out from between the curtains. Zach stood there a long time, staring at the closed door. Then he finally went back to his car and started it up. It wasn't until Lexi had brushed her teeth and put on her pajamas and crawled into bed with Mia that she let herself really think about what she'd almost done. You're an idiot, Lexi Bale, she said into the quiet. No, you're not, Mia said. Then she started to snore. The next morning, Lexi stood at her bedroom window, staring out at the falling rain, feeling sick to her stomach. She couldn't believe that she'd almost kissed Zach last night. What an idiot. What should she do now? Tell Mia the truth, throw herself on her best friend's mercy and apologize for a moment of lunacy? But what if it ruined everything? And Zach would never tell. Or would he? Did he hate Lexi that much? I feel like crap. Lexi heard the mattress creak against the wood-slatted bed frame. There was a pinging sound as Mia maneuvered to a sit. Lexi turned slowly around, feeling a fresh wave of shame. Mia pushed the tangled blonde hair out of her eyes, which were a little dazed-looking, unfocused. A red scratch marred one pale cheek. Lexi had no idea how Mia had gotten the injury. No doubt Mia didn't either. "Man," she said. "I got roasted last night." "You did." Lexi went back to the bed and climbed in beside her best friend. Mia leaned against her. "Thanks for taking care of me. I swear I didn't drink that much." She banged her head back against the wall. "God, I hope my mom doesn't hear about this." Lexi couldn't take it. The truth was corroding her from the inside out. She had to be a good friend to Mia. She had to be. "Speaking of last night, I did a really step." Mia sat up suddenly. "Tyler asked me to the homecoming dance." Lexi stopped. "What?" She and Mia usually hung out together on dance nights. Neither one of them had been asked to any of the dances last year. She felt vaguely jealous that this time she'd be sitting out the dance while Mia was having fun. "You can come with us." "Really? It'd be a blast. We could triple date with Amanda and Zach." No. "And about Zach? What about him?" Mia kicked back the covers and got out of bed. She stood there, a little unsteady on her feet, looking around the room for her pants. "They're in the dryer. You puked on them last night." "Gross." Mia padded out of the bedroom and headed down the hallway. The trailer shuddered at the weight of her steps. Lexi followed Mia, stood in the hall while her friend slipped back into her jeans. She was about to bring up Zach again when Eva came out of her bedroom. "Hey, Eva," Mia said with an obviously forced smile. "Thanks for letting me spend the night last night." Eva said, "You're always welcome." "Did you have fun last night?" Mia smiled again, but it was ragged. Her skin was a little gray. "We did. It was great." She put an arm around Lexi. "I don't know what I'd do without Lexi. She's the best friend ever." Outside, a car horn honked. "That'll be my mom," Mia said. "She texted me last night. We're going to visit my grandmother today. I better go." Lexi followed Mia to the front door. In her mind, she blurted out her secret several times, and they laughed about it. In truth, she said nothing, just stared at Mia's long blonde hair. At the front door, Mia hugged her fiercely. "Thanks, Lexi. I mean it." She drew back, looking a little uncertain. "I'm sorry, you know. I shouldn't have lost it like that. You'll come to the dance with Ty and me, right?" "Like I'm not lame enough already," Lexi said. "Don't say that. We'll have a blast." Outside, the car horn honked again. "She's so OCD," Mia said, opening the door. The white Mustang was parked out front, its engine purring, exhaust melting into the fog. Zach got out of the car and stood there, staring at Lexi over the Mustang's white roof. Rain pelted his face, made him blink. Mia flung her hoodie over her head and ran down to the car, getting in. Lexi was certain she saw Zach shake his head slightly, as if to say, "It never happened, it can't happen." Then he got back into his car. Lexi watched them drive away, then went back into the trailer, closing the door behind her. He didn't want her to tell Mia. Was that what he'd meant? Eva sat at the kitchen table, her hands cupped around her mug. "His car woke me up last night," she said, looking up. "So I went to the window. I didn't expect you to come home." Lexi tried to imagine the scene Eva had witnessed. Lexi practically carrying Mia up the stairs, Mia collapsing on the floor, singing. "I thought we'd be staying at the Faradays. I'm pretty sure I know why you didn't." Lexi sat down across from Eva. "I'm sorry," she said, too ashamed to make eye contact. Aunt Eva would be disappointed in her now. Maybe she'd even wonder if Lexi was like her mother after all. "You want to talk about it?" "I didn't drink anything, if that's what you think." "I saw my mom drink, so She shrugged. There was no way to put all of that emotion into a few careful words. "I didn't drink anything." Eva reached across the table and took hold of Lexi's hands. "I'm no warden, Alexa. You wouldn't know it to look at me, but I remember what it's like to be young, and I know how the world works. A girl can get in real trouble when she's in that condition. She can make a bad decision. I would hate for you to get hurt." "I know." I know you know. And one more thing, Mia and her brother aren't like you. Those two got choices you don't. They'll get breaks you won't. You understand me? Lexi knew that. She'd known it from the first time she walked in the Faraday house. Mia could afford to make mistakes. Lexi couldn't. I'll be careful. Good. Eva looked at her. And about that boy. I seen the way he ran after you. You be careful there, too. He doesn't like me. You don't have to worry about that. Eva studied her carefully. Lexi wondered what she saw. You just be careful around him. 4. Jude loved her garden in October. It was a time of organization, of planning for the future. She lost herself in the work of planting bulbs, imagining how each choice would alter the garden next spring. And she needed that now, to find a kind of peace. The past 5 days had been stressful for her, although she couldn't exactly say why. She hadn't wanted the kids to go to the party, but they had, and it had gone uneventfully. Zach had come home right on time, and she'd hugged him tightly, smelling his breath, and sent him to bed. She'd seen no evidence of drinking, and Mia had spent the night with Lexi and come home smiling the next day. Apparently, nothing had gone wrong. So why did she think something had? Maybe Miles was right, and she was seeing problems where none existed. She sat back on her heels and clapped her hands together to release the dirt clinging to her gloves. Tiny black particles rained down, creating a lacy pattern on her thighs. She was just about to reach for the clippers lying in the dirt beside her when she heard a car. She looked up, tented a gloved hand across her eyes, and saw sunlight glint off the silver hood of a brand-new Mercedes. Crap, she muttered. She'd forgotten about the time. The car pulled up in front of the low stone wall that outlined her front garden. Jude pulled off her dirt-caked gloves and stood up as her mother got out of the car. Hello, Mother. Caroline Everson walked around her bullet car and into the vibrant garden with the bearing of an ice pick. She was dressed, as always, winter or summer, in a pair of black wool pants and a fitted blouse that showcased her toned, fit body. Her white hair was drawn back from her angular face. The severity of the style offset her bottle green eyes to perfection. At 70, she was still a beautiful woman. And successful. That was what mattered to Caro. Success. Have you agreed to be on the garden tour yet? Jude wished she'd never revealed that little dream to her mother. It's not ready yet. Soon, though. Not ready? It's beautiful. Jude heard the derisiveness in her mother's tone and tried not to let it wound her. Caroline saw no point in hobbies. The end game was what mattered to her mother, and until Jude showed this garden on the island tour, she would somehow be a failure. Come inside, Mother. Lunch is ready. Without waiting for a response, Jude led the way toward the front door. On the porch, she slipped out of her gardening clogs, brushed the dirt off her pants, and then went inside. Sunlight poured through the home's 20-foot-tall windows, made the exotic wood floors glow like burnished copper. An immense granite fireplace dominated the great room, which was decorated in soothing neutrals. The real star of this room was the view. Soaring glass panels captured a swatch of emerald grass, a layer of steel blue sound, and the distant Olympic mountains. Can I get you a glass of wine? Jude asked. Her mother set down her purse so carefully it might have held explosives. Of course. Chardonnay, if you have it. Jude was glad for the excuse to leave the room. She passed through the dining area, created by a long bird's-eye maple table and 10 chairs, to the open kitchen beyond. The only time she couldn't see her mother was when she opened the wood-paneled door of the Sub-Zero refrigerator. When she returned to the great room, her mother was standing at the end of the sofa, looking up at the huge canvas that hung above the fireplace. It was a gorgeous, abstract work of art swiping, curling streams of amber and red and black that somehow managed to convey a buoyant happiness. Mother had painted it decades ago, and Jude still had trouble reconciling the work's glorious optimism with the woman standing in front of it now. You should replace that piece. The gallery has some lovely work now, her mother said. I like it, Jude said simply, and it was true. This piece had been her father's favorite. She remembered standing with him as a little girl, her small hand tucked in his bare paw grasp, watching Mother paint it. "Look at the way she does that, it's magic," he'd said, and for a time Jude had believed it, believed there was a kind of magic in their home. "I remember watching you paint it." "A lifetime ago," her mother said, turning her back on the painting. "Why don't you go clean up?" "I'll wait." Jude handed her mother the glass of wine and then left the room. She took a quick shower and changed into a pair of comfortable jeans and a black V-necked sweater and returned to the great room, where her mother was seated on the sofa, her spine straight, sipping at the wine like a hummingbird. Jude sat opposite her mother. A large stone coffee table separated them. "Lunch is ready anytime you're hungry," Jude said. "I've made us a Waldorf salad." At that, they lapsed into their usual silence. Jude couldn't help wondering why they continued this pretense. Once a month, they met for a meal, trading locations back and forth as if it mattered where they were. During a lunch of healthy food and expensive wine, they pretended to have something to talk about, a relationship. "Did you see the article in the Seattle Times? The one about the gallery?" her mother asked. "Of course. You sent it to me. You said how important motherhood is to you." "And it is. Nannies notwithstanding." Mother sighed. "Oh, Judith Ann. Not that old wine again." "I'm sorry." "You're right," Jude said, and not because it was the only response that would end the conversation. It was true. Jude was 46 years old. She should have forgiven her mother by now. Then again, her mother had never asked for forgiveness, never thought it necessary, even though she'd checked out of motherhood as if it had been a cheap motel. Fast and in the middle of the night. Jude had been 7 years old and suddenly upended by grief, and yet, after her father's funeral, no one had thought to reach out for her, certainly not her own mother, who went back to work the very next day. In all the years that came after, her mother had never stopped working. She'd given up painting and become one of the most successful gallery owners in Seattle. She nurtured young artists while entrusting her daughter's care to one nanny after another. They'd had no relationship whatsoever until about 5 years ago, when Caroline had called and scheduled lunch. Now, once a month, they pretended. Jude didn't even know why. "How are the children?" her mother asked. "Wonderful," Jude said. "Zach's grades are phenomenal and Mia has become a talented actress. Daddy would have been proud of her." Her mother sighed. It didn't surprise Jude, that small exhalation of breath. Dad as a topic was off limits. Jude had been a daddy's girl. Neither one of them wanted to acknowledge that now, all these years after his death, although Jude still missed him and his bear hugs. "I'm sure you're right," her mother said, smiling tightly. "I assume Zach can go to any school he wants. I hope he continues with his plans to become a doctor. It would be a shame if he quit his studies. I suppose that's another reminder that I quit law school. I was pregnant and Miles was in medical school. We hardly had a choice." "You lost the baby," her mother said, as if that was what mattered. "Yes," Jude said quietly, remembering. She'd been young and in love, and honestly, for most of her life, she'd been afraid of motherhood, afraid that she would discover in herself some genetic anomaly that had been passed down from Caroline. She and Miles had gotten pregnant accidentally too soon, when they weren't ready, and Jude had discovered from the inception how profoundly she could love. The very idea of motherhood had transformed her. "You have always loved your children too much. You care too much about making them happy." Parenting advice from her mother. "Perfect." Jude smiled thinly. "It's impossible to love your children too much. Although I wouldn't really expect you to understand that." Her mother flinched. "Judith, why is it that you give that girl from the trailer park the benefit of every doubt, and you give me none? Lexia, and you certainly know her name by now, has been like a part of this family for the past 3 years. She has never disappointed me." "And I have." Jude didn't answer. What was the point? Instead, she stood up. "How about we have lunch now?" Her mother rose. "That would be nice." They spent the rest of the appointed time, exactly 2 hours, from 12 to 2, talking about things that didn't matter. When it was over, Mother kissed Jude perfunctorily on the cheek and went to the entry, where she paused. "Goodbye, Judith. Today was lovely." "Thank you." "Goodbye, Mother." Jude stared through the open door at her mother's slim figure, walking fast through the garden, not bothering to look at any of it. As hard as she tried to feel nothing, Jude experienced the free-form depression that always accompanied these lunches. Why was it that she couldn't quite stop wanting her mother's love? The Mercedes came to life with a throaty purr and drove slowly up the driveway. On the entry table, a cordless phone lay next to a glass bowl filled with floating roses. Jude picked it up and punched in her best friend's number. "Hello?" "Molly." "Thank God," Jude said, leaning against the wall. Suddenly, she was exhausted. "The Wicked Witch was just here." "Your mother? Is it Wednesday?" "Who else?" "You want a drink?" "I thought you'd never ask." 20 minutes. Dockside. "See you there." On Friday, after school, they went shopping for dresses. Jude was ridiculously pleased about the whole thing. She knew it was just a dance, nothing earth-shattering, but it was Mia's first real date, and Jude was eager to make the whole experience perfect for her daughter. To that end, she'd set up manicures and pedicures for both of them and Lexi, of course, and an evening of shopping at the mall. She heard her bedroom door open and she turned. Miles stood in the doorway. He leaned against the door jamb, wearing a pair of well-worn Levi's and an Aerosmith t-shirt. In the pale autumn light, he looked ruggedly handsome. A gray stubble had grown out during the day, giving his face a sculpted look. "I come home from work early and you're leaving?" Smiling, she went to him, let him take her in his arms. "Why is it, Dr. Faraday, that you don't shave and your hair starts going gray and you manage to look more handsome, but if I forget makeup for one day, people mistake me for Grandma Moses. They only call you that behind your back." "Very funny." He touched her jawline, a feather-light caress. "You're beautiful, Jude, and you know it. It's why things go your way." It was true for both of them. Miles had been golden from childhood. Good-looking and brilliant, with a ready smile, he seduced people without even trying. His nickname at the hospital was Doc Hollywood. "Take Zach out for dinner." "I'll be home as soon as I can. Maybe we can sit on the beach tonight and have a glass of wine. We haven't done that in a while." Miles drew her in for a kiss that meant something. Then he swatted her butt. "You better go before I remember how much I like afternoon sex. As opposed to morning sex and evening sex, which you hate?" She twirled playfully out of his grasp and headed upstairs. At Zach's bedroom door, she knocked, waited for a come-in, and opened the door. He sat in that expensive new game chair of his, playing something on his Xbox. She touched his head, scratched his hair. His hair was still damp from football practice. He lifted up into her touch, straining like a flower toward the sun. "We're going to the mall to buy Mia a dress for the dance. You want to come?" He laughed. "I'm not even going to the dance, remember? Amanda will be in LA. With her family." Jude sat down on the bed. "I hate that you're not going. It's senior year. And Mia tells me you're a shoo-in for homecoming king." Zach rolled his eyes. "Big deal. You should take a friend to the dance. Someday you'll look back. If I care about that crap in the future, shoot me." "Really?" Jude couldn't help smiling. "Okay, fine. But at least come shopping with us. It would mean a lot to Mia." "I thought Lexi was going." "She is." "What does that have to do with it?" "Mia has a friend with her. And I'm not sitting outside a dressing room while my sister tries on dresses." "No way." "Okay, but I'm not giving up on the dance." "There's a shock," he said with a grin. "You're not giving up on something. And do not buy me jeans again." "I mean it, Mom. You don't get what I like." "Fine. Fine." Jude scratched his head one last time and turned away from him. She left Zach's room and met Mia in the hallway. Together, they went out to the garage. In 15 minutes, they had picked up Lexi and were on their way to the mall. At the first store, Mia wandered among the racks, looking a little confused and overwhelmed, and then suddenly she pulled out a dress. Look at this one, she said, holding up a floor-length salmon-pink dress with lacy sleeves and a tiered skirt. What do you think? She asked Lexi. Lexi smiled, but it was a little distracted. It's great. Try it on. Only if you'll try one on too. Please? I can't do it alone. You know I can't. Lexi sighed. She went to the rounder, found an aquamarine blue gown with a beaded, strapless bodice, and followed Mia into the dressing rooms. When they came out, Jude was stunned by how beautiful they both looked. Those are perfect, she said. Mia studied her own reflection as she spun around. These are definitely our dresses for homecoming, don't you think, Lexter? I'm not going to the dance, Lexi said. I don't have a date. Mia stopped twirling. Then I'm not going either. Lexi muttered something under her breath and walked back into the dressing room. When she came back out, she was dressed in her jeans and t-shirt. No more dresses for me, she said. I can't afford one anyway. Come on, Lexi, Mia pleaded. You're my best friend. If you don't go to the dance, I won't go. She could go with Zach, Jude said. Mia shrieked. That's a great idea, Mom. We can totally double date. Lexi gasped. I am not going to force your brother to take me to a stupid dance. On that, she walked away from them. Tears immediately brightened Mia's eyes. Did I hurt her feelings, Mom? I didn't mean to. Jude watched Lexi leave the store. You didn't do anything wrong, she said softly. We all just forget sometimes that Lexi doesn't have the same opportunities that you do. We should have been a little more sensitive. Come on. They walked over to the register where Jude paid for both dresses. She had the clerk box up Lexi's. Go get dressed, Poppet. I'll take care of Lexi. Jude walked out of the small boutique and into the busy mall, carrying a shopping bag. Everywhere she looked, she saw packs of girls, no doubt armed with their parents' credit cards. No wonder Lexi was out of sorts. It had to be difficult to be different from all the kids you knew, from your best friend, who just expected to get what she wanted. Jude saw Lexi sitting on the bench outside the bookstore. She was slumped forward, with her long black hair falling across her downcast face. Jude went to her, sat down. Lexi scooted sideways to make room for her. Sorry for the rant, Lexi mumbled. I should have been more sensitive. I know those dresses are expensive. It's not that. Jude tucked the hair back behind Lexi's ear so she could see the girl's face. I didn't mean to embarrass you. It's cool. I shouldn't have made such a big deal out of it. Jude sat back. Her heart ached for Lexi. She knew how hard life had been for the girl, how hard it still was sometimes. While most of the island kids like her own were looking all over the country for the perfect college, Lexi was planning on going to the local junior college after graduation. She worked too many hours at the ice cream shop, saving every cent she earned. Her pie-in-the-sky dream was a full scholarship to the UW, but those were few and far between. It pained Jude to think that Lexi would miss the rite of passage senior year homecoming dance. I hear Zach has a good chance of being homecoming king. He will be. And K-Herd is a shoo-in for queen. It could be Maria de la Pena. But Zach won't be there because Amanda's going to be out of town. Lexi tilted her face to Jude. If Jude hadn't known better, she would have said Lexi looked scared. I didn't know that. I don't want either one of you to miss the dance. Zach would never take a real date, not while he's with Amanda, but you're his sister's best friend. Amanda wouldn't mind. And then all three of you could have fun at the dance. You'll always remember it. I don't think it's a good idea, Lexi said quietly. What about what happened with Haley? Oh, honey. You would never do something like that to Mia. This is a whole different thing. Jude smiled. She knew how sensitive Lexi was to overstepping her welcome, but this would be good for everyone. How about if we let Zach decide? Lexi stared at her for a long time, saying nothing. It's not a sympathy date, Lexi. It's a night out for friends. And I really think Zach should be there when he's named homecoming king, don't you? Lexi sighed. Yeah. Jude held out the shopping bag. I bought the dress for you. I can't accept that, Lexi said. It's too much. Jude saw Lexi's gratitude, but there was something else in the girl's blue eyes, a dark, smoky shame that broke Jude's heart. You're part of the family, Lexi. You know that. Let me do this for you, okay? I know you want to go to the dance. Let Zach take you. Lexi looked down at the tile floor. The hair behind her ear fell free again, shielded her profile from Jude. Okay, Jude, she finally said, softly. If Zach wants to take me, I'll go with him. But what? Lexi shook her head, her hair shimmered at the movement. Don't be surprised if he says no. 5. Okay. Open your eyes, Jude said, putting her hands on Lexi's shoulders. Lexi drew in a deep breath and did as she was told. In front of her was a big mirror surrounded by tiny globe lights. For a split second, she saw a Strandra girl with sleek, glossy black hair, layered now around her face and perfectly arched eyebrows. Carefully applied violet eyeliner had enhanced her blue eyes, given her a smoky, sophisticated look, and blush highlighted her high cheekbones. She was almost afraid to smile, in case it was an illusion. Jude leaned closer. You're beautiful. Lexi slipped out of the chair and turned around. Thank you, she said, hugging Jude tightly. Later, on the ferry home, she and Mia sat in the back seat of the Escalade, with Jude in the driver's seat. Lexi kept sneaking looks at herself in the mirror. She wanted to believe it would make a difference somehow, this transformation, that Zach would finally look at her and think she was pretty. But she knew better. Tonight was not going to go well. Honestly, she couldn't fathom why he'd agreed to take her to the dance, probably because Jude and Mia had pressured him mercilessly, and one thing was always true, Zach hated to disappoint his sister. If only Lexi hadn't almost kissed him. None of this would be a problem if she'd never turned to him that night. Or if she'd told Mia the truth. If only, if only. It was a list that went on, and she'd reread it so many times in her mind that she felt sick to her stomach. It had been a week since the party, since the hilltop. Lexi had repeatedly intended to tell Mia the truth, but she hadn't. She couldn't, and now, for the first time, when she saw her best friend, Lexi felt like a liar. And every time she saw Zach, she ran like a track star. She was terrified that she'd ruined everything, that when her secret came out, she'd lose Mia's friendship and Jude's respect. Everything that mattered to her. I should have said no, Lexi muttered later, as she and Mia bounded up the stairs at the Faraday house to get dressed. This has disaster written all over it. I don't get you, Mia said, closing the door behind them. I really don't. Lexi immediately felt guilty. Sorry. It'll be fun. I can't wait. She went to Mia's overflowing closet, where both dresses hung between sheets of plastic. They dressed and studied themselves in the oval mirror by the desk. Only occasionally could Mia's black and white Converse high tops be seen under her hemline. I think I look okay, Mia said, turning to Lexi. Her green eyes held worry. Don't I? Will he think so? You look gorgeous. Tyler will. A knock at the door interrupted them. There was a pause, then it opened. Jude stood there, holding a silver camera. Tyler is here. Mia looked nervously at Lexi. How do I look? Totally hot. He's lucky to have you. Mia threw her arms around Lexi and hugged her tightly. Thank God you're with me. I don't know if I'd have the guts to go downstairs without you. Holding hands, they left the bedroom and walked down the big curving staircase. Zach and Tyler were in the living room, standing together, talking. Both were wearing blue suits. Zach's hair was still wet. The football game had just ended, and he'd raced home to get ready. He looked up and saw Lexi. She saw the way he frowned as she came down the stairs. Her heart started beating so fast she felt lightheaded. Be cool, she thought. She'd say she was sorry right away, laugh it off, that stupid near kiss. Maybe she'd say she'd been drunk and didn't remember any of it. Could she pull that off? As she neared him, Zach stepped forward, offering her a blue-tipped white carnation in a clear plastic box. Thanks, she mumbled. It's got, like, a rubber band on it. It goes on your wrist, he said. Amanda says they're the best kind. Thanks, she said again, not daring to look at him. He'd mentioned his girlfriend. She got the point. Okay, picture time, Jude said. Miles came up beside her. We'll need fingerprints from you, Tyler, he said. Dad. Mia shrieked, blushing. Lexi moved awkwardly into place beside Zach. He put an arm around her, but didn't pull her close. They stood like images from an Old West photograph, stiff and unsmiling. Flash. Click. The photographs went on until finally Zach said, "No more, dos amigos. We're out of here." As they started for the door, Lexi pulled away from Zach. She stepped into the entryway, where she'd left a brown shopping bag by the table. Reaching inside, she pulled up a small green plastic container that held a potted purple petunia. "This is for you," Lexi said to Jude, feeling her face grow hot. It was such a little gift found it on the half-price counter at the local nursery. It was probably totally the wrong thing, but it was all Lexi could afford. "I know you don't really need anything, but I looked and you don't have any petunias, so I thought anyway, thanks for the dress." Jude smiled. "Thank you, Lexi." "Come on, Lexter," Mia said from the doorway. Lexi walked to the door with Jude and then followed Mia out to the Mustang. 1 o'clock curfew, Jude yelled from the doorway. Zach didn't seem to be listening. He walked on ahead to the Mustang, which was parked out front. He opened Lexi's door but didn't wait for her to get in. Instead, he walked around to the driver's side. When Mia and Tyler were settled in the back seat, Lexi took her place beside Zach. He started up the car and cranked on the music. All the way to the high school, Mia and Tyler whispered together. Zach kept his eyes on the road. He seemed pissed off at Lexi, or at the fact that she was his date. She could hardly blame him. In the school lot, he parked close to the stairs, and the four of them merged into the colorful river of kids streaming into the gymnasium, which had been transformed into a tacky version of New Orleans, complete with streamers and fake moss. The Mardi Gras theme continued when they walked into the gym, where a chaperone handed them a handful of brightly colored bead necklaces. The song playing was hella good, and the dance floor was overflowing. They got their pictures taken first each couple alone, then the girls, then Mia and Zach. Lexi could see how stiff Zach was. Every girl in the senior class seemed to be watching them. No doubt Amanda had asked for a full report, and Zach wasn't going to do anything to hurt his girlfriend's feelings. He wouldn't even look at Lexi. Finally, he took her hand and led her out onto the dance floor. As they got there, the music changed, slowed down. He took her in his arms. Lexi stared at his chest, tried to move with him and not step on his feet. Honestly, she had no idea how to dance, and she was so nervous, she couldn't breathe. Finally, she looked up and found him staring down at her, his eyes unreadable. "I know you didn't want to take me to the dance, Zach. I'm sorry. You don't know anything." "I'm sorry" was all she could think of to say. He grabbed her by the hand and pulled her through the crowd. She stumbled along behind him, trying to keep up, smiling at the people she pushed past so it didn't seem weird that Zach was pulling her off the dance floor. He kept going, past the punch bowl and the row of parent/teacher chaperones and through the big doors to the football field. There, everything was black and still. The stars overhead joined with a bright moon and set the goalposts aglow. Zach finally stopped. "Why did you try to kiss me?" "I didn't. I lost my balance." It was stupid, she sighed and looked up, immediately wishing she hadn't. "What if I wanted you to?" "Don't mess with me, Zach," she said. Her voice cracked, betraying her. She knew his reputation. He probably said things like this all the time. He went through girlfriends like she went through lip gloss. "Please. Can I kiss you, Lex?" In her mind, she said no, but when Zach looked down at her, she shook her head, unable to find her voice. "If you're going to stop me," he said, pulling her close, "this would be the time." And then he was kissing her and she was falling and flying, twisting into someone else, something else. When he finally drew back, he looked as pale and shaky as she felt, and she was glad of that, because she was crying. Crying. What an idiot. Did I do something wrong? No. So, why are you crying? I don't know. Zach. Lexi heard Mia's voice and she lurched away from Zach, wiping the stupid tears from her eyes. Mia ran up to them. They're crowning the homecoming king and queen. You better get in there. I don't give a shit about that. I'm talking to Lexi. Go, Mia said. Zach looked at Lexi again, frowning, then he walked off, headed for the gymnasium. What were you two doing out here? Mia asked. Lexi started walking toward the gym. She didn't dare look at her best friend. He wanted to tell me something about the game tonight. She forced a laugh. You know me. I don't know jack about football. She winced. Another lie to her best friend. Who was she becoming? It was the last time that night she and Zach were alone together until he walked her up to the front door of the mobile home, and even then, Mia was in the car, watching them. At her door, Lexi had no idea what to say to him. Everything felt off balance. She was like some prey animal, frozen with fear, her senses acute. The kiss had rocked her world, but had it even made a ripple in his? He stared down at her, his golden hair turned silver by the moonlight. She wanted to say something but managed only a shaky smile. Thanks for letting me be your sympathy date, Zach. Don't say that, he said. Curfew, Mia yelled from the car. Mom will have a cow if we're late. Zach leaned down, kissed Lexi's cheek. It took all her effort not to respond, not to put her arms around him, but she just stood there, feeling his lips on her skin like a branding iron. She stood there a long time, long after they'd left. Then, finally, she went into her house and turned off the lights. Lexi didn't go to school on Monday. How could she face either Zach or Mia after what had happened? By Monday night, though, and he hadn't called, of course he hadn't, why would she think he would? Eva had threatened to make a doctor's appointment something they definitely couldn't afford. So, on Tuesday, Lexi went back to school. Out at the bus stop, she huddled under the narrow shelter's overhang, watching rain turn the world into a blue and green kaleidoscope. She would just be cool. She'd smile casually at Zach and keep walking, as if the kiss meant nothing. She wasn't a complete idiot. It had just been a kiss from a boy who kissed girls all the time. Lexi couldn't let it mean anything to her. At school, she easily avoided Zach. They hardly moved in the same social circle, but there was no way to avoid Mia. Their lives were too braided together. After the last bell, Mia walked Lexi to work. All the way downtown, Lexi kept a smile on her face as she listened to Mia's dance play-by-play. Again. But the word liar screamed through her mind over and over, and every time she looked at her best friend, she felt sick to her stomach. We made out. Did I tell you that? Mia said. Only about 1,000,000 times. Lexi stopped in front of Amore, where a sweet, vanilla-scented air enveloped them. She meant to just say later and go inside, but instead she paused. What was it like? At first I thought his tongue was kinda slippery and gross, but I got used to it. Did you cry? Cry? Mia looked confused, then nervous. Should I have cried? Lexi shrugged. What do I know about kissing? Mia frowned at Lexi. You're acting weird. Did something happen at the dance? What could have happened? I don't know. Something with Zach, maybe? Lexi hated herself. She wanted to tell the truth, but the thought of losing Mia's friendship terrified her. And what would be the point, really? It had just been a single kiss, not the start of anything. No, of course not. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Okay, Mia said, believing her. And that just made Lexi feel worse. Later, Lexi walked into the ice cream shop. It was brightly lit, with a long glass and chrome ice cream counter and a small area that contained a few tables and chairs. In the warmer months, this place was hopping busy, but now, in mid-October, business was pretty slow. Her boss, Mrs. Salter, was standing at the register when Lexi walked in. A bell tinkled over the door at her entrance. Hey Lexi, Mrs. Salter said brightly. How was your dance? Lexi forced a smile. Great. Here. I brought you some necklaces. She held out the Mardi Gras beads from the dance. Mrs. Salter lit up at the sight of them and swooped in like a magpie for the shiny necklaces. Thank you, Lexi. That was thoughtful of you. Mrs. Salter immediately put all the necklaces around her neck. Lexi spent the rest of the day and into the evening waiting on customers. At 9 o'clock, when business had slowed down to almost nothing, she set about cleaning the counters and getting ready to close up. She was coming out of the back room, carrying a container of Windex and a soggy rag, when Zach walked into the shop. The bell tinkled gaily above him. She could barely hear it over the sudden acceleration of her heartbeat. He never came here alone. Amanda was always with him, hanging on to him like that Louisiana moss you saw in horror flicks. Lexi slipped behind the counter, so there was something between them. Hi, he said, moving toward her. Hi. You want ice cream? He looked at her intently. Meet me at La Riviere Park tonight. Before she could answer, the bell tinkled again and the door flew open. Amanda rushed into the shop and sidled up to Zach, putting her tentacle arm around him. Hey, Lexi. Thanks for keeping an eye on Zach for me. At the dance, I mean. Lexi couldn't smile, even though she wanted to. You want ice cream? No way. It's too fattening, Amanda said. Come on, Zach. Let's go. She moved toward the door. Zach stayed where he was. 10 o'clock, he mouthed. Please. Lexi's heart was pounding as she watched him follow his girlfriend out of the shop. 10. She would be an idiot to think he really meant for her to meet him at the beach. He was dating Amanda, the human post-it note. They were the most popular couple in school. And it would hurt Mia if she found out. A kiss at the dance was one thing, almost understandable, even ordinary. The sneaking out to be with him would be something else. A bigger lie. Lexi couldn't do it. Shouldn't do it. She glanced over at her boss. Don't do it, Lexi. Mrs. Salter? I was wondering if I could leave a few minutes early. Maybe 9:50? I'm sure I can handle closing up by myself, she said. Hot date. Lexi hoped her laughter didn't sound as nervous as it felt. When have you ever known me to have a hot date? Those boys at your school must be blind, that's all I'm saying. For the remainder of her shift, Lexi refused to think about the decision she'd made. She focused on her job and did it to the best of her ability. It wasn't until later, when she left the shop, that nerves got the best of her. She was an idiot to do this, but she kept walking. Main Street was quiet on this chilly autumn night. Lights glowed through restaurant windows, but there were few patrons at this hour. She passed the brightly lit Island Center grocery store and kept going, past the ferry terminal, past the Windermere real estate office, and the Lil One's nursery school. In less than 5 minutes, she was out of town. Here, black stained the sky. A bright blue moon glowed above the towering treetops. There weren't many houses out this way, and the few that were here were mostly summer homes for Cedarlites, and their windows were dark. At the entrance to La Riviere Beach Park, she paused. He wouldn't be here. Still, she followed the winding asphalt road down to the sandy stretch of beach. Moonlight shone on the tangle of giant driftwood piled up on the coarse gray sand. There were no cars in the parking area. Of course there weren't. She walked out to the beach. The pile of giant driftwood whole trees washed up onto the shore and tangled together lay like giant toothpicks on the sand. A brightly lit ferry chugged through the sound, looking like a Chinese lantern against the black water. Behind it, the Seattle skyline was a tiara of colored lights. You're here. She heard Zach's voice and turned. I didn't see your car, was all she could think to say. It's at the end of the other lot. He took her by the hand and led her to a place where he had a blanket spread out on the sand. I guess you've brought a few girls here, she said nervously. She needed to remember that. What was special for her was ordinary for him. He sat down and pulled her gently down beside him. She immediately took her hand back. She couldn't be smart when he was touching her, and she needed to be smart. This was her best friend's brother. He said, "Look at me, Lexi. Please," and she was helpless to resist. He tucked a curly strand of hair behind her ear. It was the gentlest touch she'd ever felt, and it made her want to cry. I know we shouldn't be together. Do you want to be, though? I shouldn't, she said quietly. She closed her eyes, unable to look at him. In the darkness, she heard his breath, felt it against her lips, and all she could think about was how often she'd been hurt. Lexi thought about her druggo mom, who'd told her all the time how much she loved her. She'd hold Lexi so tightly Lexi couldn't breathe, and then suddenly it would be over. Her mom would get pissed and storm off and forget she even had a daughter. The only time Lexi remembered ever being happy before Pine Island was when her mother went to prison. Lexi had been with a nice family then, the Rexlers, and they'd tried to make her feel as if she belonged. Then her mother had come back. Usually Lexi tried not to remember those last days with her mother, when Mama had been high all the time and pissed off and mean. Lexi had learned the truth about love then, how close it could be to hate, and how it could empty you out. Mia's friendship means everything to me, she said, finally looking at him. She saw how her words hurt him, and she understood at last. All that hostility of his, all that looking away, it had been an act. You pretended not to like me because of Mia. From the start, he said with a sigh. I wanted to ask you out, but you were already her friend. So I stayed away, or I tried to. I never could, though. Not really. And then, when you tried to kiss me, Lexi's heart felt like taking flight. How was it possible that she could be so happy and so sad at the same time? We shouldn't talk about this anymore. We should just forget about it. I couldn't lose Mia or your family. I couldn't. I've already been hurt enough, you know. You think I haven't already thought all of that? Zach, please. I can't stop it anymore, Lex. I've been thinking about you for 3 years. Maybe if you hadn't kissed me back. I shouldn't have. But you did. I had to, she said quietly. It was impossible to lie to him. How could she? She had loved him from the second she first saw him. She started to smile and thought about her teeth and bit her lip. I love your smile, he said, leaning toward her. She felt the distance between them closing, smelled the peppermint of his breath. The kiss started slowly, gently. She felt his tongue touch hers, and her heart seemed to take flight. When he took her in his arms, she gave up, gave in. The kiss went on, deepening until she thought she couldn't stand for it to end. Behind them, the waves whooshed along the shore, and it became a song. Their song. Their sound. Desire came from somewhere deep inside of her, radiating outward, tingling, aching. She started to tremble so hard he drew back, looked at her. Are you okay? No, she wanted to say, no, I'm not, but when she saw herself reflected in his eyes, she was ruined. She wanted him with a ferocity that terrified her. It was dangerous to want anything in this life, but his love maybe most of all. I'm fine, she lied. Just cold. He pulled her into his arms. Can we come here again tomorrow night? They were going down a bad road here. She should hit the brakes now, tell him it was too bad that they loved each other, and let it go. Now, while she still could. She should tell him no, say she wouldn't do anything to jeopardize her friendship with Mia, but when she looked at him, she had no strength to turn him away. He made everything inside of her stop hurting. Dangerous, Lexi, she thought, say no. Think of your best friend and what matters. But when he kissed her again, she whispered, okay. 6. Jude sat in bed with her husband, listening with half an ear to the late-night news. An expensive down comforter, covered by a custom silk duvet, floated like a cloud around them. In the past few days since the dance, in fact her mommy radar had been emitting a strong signal. Something was wrong with Zach, and she didn't know what it was. Nothing bothered her more than being out of the loop in her kids' lives. Zach broke up with Amanda, she said finally. Uh-huh, Miles said. She looked at him. How is it that no matter what drama unfolded in this house, he never seemed to worry? He accused her of being a helicopter parent, all noise and movement, hovering too close to her children. But if that were true, he was a satellite, positioned so far up in the sky he needed a high-powered telescope to track the goings-on in his own home. Maybe it was the medical school training. He'd learned how to suppress his emotions a little too well. Is that all you have to say? I could have said less, actually. It's hardly an event. Molly said Bryson said Zach was acting weird after football practice. I don't think he's handling the breakup as well as it appears. You should talk to him. I'm a man. He's a teenage boy. Talking is hardly our best sport. Miles smiled at her. Go ahead. What do you mean? You're dying to ask him what's going on. You can't help yourself. So, go. Just listen to the kid and believe him when he says Amanda doesn't matter. He's 17. When I was 17-inch. Your horndog past is not comforting. She kissed him on the cheek and climbed over him to get out of bed. I won't be gone long. Believe me, I know. Smiling, Jude left their bedroom. The second floor was ablaze with light. As usual, neither of her intelligent children had mastered the incredibly complex hand and eye coordination necessary to turn off a light switch. She paused outside Mia's door, listening. She could tell that her daughter was on the phone. No doubt she was talking to either Lexi or Tyler. Jude made her way to Zach's room. At his closed door, she paused. She would not batter him with questions or bury him under advice. This time she would just listen. She knocked and got no answer. Knocking again, she announced herself and opened the door. He was in his game chair, wielding the black remote as if he were a fighter pilot, which, on screen, he was. Hey you, she said, coming up beside him. What are you doing? Trying to beat this level. She sat down on the black shag rug beside him. This room had been decorated once by a professional and redone over the years by Zach. Expensive chocolate-colored wallpaper had been covered by movie posters. The bookshelves were an archaeological display of his childhood, a graveyard of action figures, a tangled heap of plastic dinosaurs, stacks of video game cases, a dog-eared copy of Captain Underpants, and the 5 Harry Potter novels. She wanted to say, "Can we talk?" But to a teenage boy, or most any male, one might as well say, "May I please rip out your spleen?" Let me guess, Zach said. You think I'm doing drugs? Or spraying graffiti? Maybe you're worried that I'm a girl trapped in a dude's body. She couldn't help smiling at that. I am so misunderstood. You do worry about the weirdest shit. I mean stuff. Do you want to talk about Amanda? Or how you feel? I've been through a few broken hearts in my time. Keith Corcoran in high school almost ruined me. He put down the controller and looked at her. How did you know you loved Dad? Jude was pleasantly surprised by the question. Usually she had to pry this kind of conversation out of her son. But maybe he was growing up, or maybe he'd actually been hurt by Amanda. There were so many things she could say, memories she could share, and if she were talking to Mia, she might have done just that. But this was Zach. She didn't want to ruin this moment by talking too much. The first time I saw him, I knew. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. When he said he loved me, I believed him, and I hadn't believed anyone since my dad. Until Miles and you kids, I used to worry that I was like my mother. Your dad reminded me what love felt like, I guess, and when he kissed me for the first time, I cried. I didn't know why then, but now I do. It was love, and it scared the bejesus out of me. I knew I'd never be the same again. She smiled at her son, who for once was soaking up every word. Someday you'll meet the right girl, Zach. I promise. Only you'll be grown up and she'll be a woman, and when you kiss her, you'll know you belong with her. And she'll cry. If you're lucky, she will. In the next 2 weeks, Lexi learned about keeping secrets. When she was with Zach, her love for him was overpowering, a wave that knocked her sideways so hard she couldn't tell which way was up. Later, when she was with Mia, guilt smacked her just as hard. Mia knew something was up with Zach, but it never occurred to her to look to Lexi for answers. That was the worst of it, the broken trust. More than once Lexi had almost blurted out the truth, desperate for absolution, but she hadn't done it, hadn't opened her heart to her best friend. And why not? Love. She couldn't deny Zach anything, it seemed, and he wasn't ready to tell his sister about them. Lexi wasn't even completely sure why. She just knew that Zach was afraid to tell Mia, and if Zach was afraid, Lexi was more so. Every night, he picked Lexi up from work and drove them out to their beach. There, they lay on a blue-plaid woolen blanket talking. Lexi told him about her early years, what it had been like with her mother, how it felt to be forgotten and abandoned. Zach listened and held her hand and told her she was the strongest person he knew. He told her about his dreams for medical school and the expectations of success that sometimes crushed his spirit. The stars overhead became their private universe. Zach pointed out the constellations and told her the stories that went along with each one, tales of gods and monsters, love and tragedy. His voice in the cold darkness became the home port she'd never known. In his arms, she discovered peace. She saw a side of him she'd never imagined. He felt things so deeply that sometimes he was afraid of his own emotions, and he worried that he would disappoint his parents. His surprising insecurities only made her love him more. Tonight, they lay together, looking up at the giant universe. He took her in his arms and rolled over, covering her body with his own. She kissed him deeply, pouring every piece of her heart into the kiss, as if she could somehow meld their souls with the sheer force of her love. When his hand slid inside her shirt, up her bare back, she let him go. It felt so good to be touched like that by him. He unhooked her bra. She felt the soft cup slip away from her breasts, and then he was touching her there. She dragged herself sideways, slipped out from underneath him. Breathing hard, aching for his touch, she lay there. "Lex? Did I do something wrong?" She refastened her bra and then rolled over to face him. In the moonlight, he was so handsome she could hardly breathe for wanting him. But she'd seen her mother give her body away too many times to be reckless with her own. She sat up, back on her heels, and bowed her head. Was this what love did to a person, twisted them up and emptied them out until there was nothing left but need? If so, how would she survive it? "What are you doing with me, Zach? What do you mean?" Lexi steeled herself. If she'd learned anything from her mother, it was that nothing good grows in the dark. "I'm not going to be your secret, Zach. If you're ashamed of me." "Ashamed? Is that what you think? You don't want to tell Mia about us or your family." He shook his head. Lex, I love you. Don't you know that?" "You do." He sighed, and something in the sound reminded her how damaged she was, how certain she was that no one could love her. "You don't know what it's like being a twin. I love Mia, but I want you to be mine. And my mom jumps into my life like it's a swimming pool. She'll have an opinion on this, believe me." "I love you too, Zach. So much I can't believe it. But I can't be just yours. Mia's my best friend. We have to tell her. And your parents are important to me, too. I need them to like me." "I know. But I don't want to hurt Mia. If she thinks I stole you." "I can belong to both of you," Lexi said solemnly. "I already do." He kissed her one more time and took her by the hand, pulling her to her feet. In a silence that suddenly felt ominous, they gathered up the blanket and stood beneath the stars, facing each other. The burden of their decision felt unbearably heavy, and Lexi almost wanted to take it back, to say, "Let's keep it secret a little longer." What if she lost him because of it? She didn't fool herself. It was possible. If Zach had to choose between Lexi and his family, it would be no contest. He would always choose Mia, who was as much a part of him as the green of his eyes. The bond that connected the twins ran deep. Last year, Zach had been hurt on the football field, and Mia had known instantly. She'd felt her brother's pain. "Tomorrow," he said. "What if?" "Don't say it. She'll understand." "She has to." The next day, as Lexi sat in one class after another, supposedly listening to her teachers drone on about this or that, all she could think about was telling Mia the truth. She imagined the conversation over and over, polishing each remorseful word like an agate. And still, when the last bell rang, she had the urge to just run away. What if Mia didn't forgive her? Lexi could lose everything that mattered. If only she'd done the right thing the first time and told the truth. She, of all people, should have known better. She'd grown up on a diet of lies. She knew the bitter taste they left in your mouth. After class, she joined the throng of kids in the hallway. On either side of her, lockers clanged open and shut. Students were laughing, talking, shoving one another. Mia met her outside of her last period class, and together they walked toward the flagpole. Zach came up alongside Lexi and slung an arm around her as if it meant nothing, but at his touch, her whole body came alive. She was attuned to his smallest movement, the breath he took, the hair that fell across his eyes, the finger that stroked her upper arm. She pulled away. It was meant to be a casual move, but she overdid it and stumbled into Mia. "Hey," Mia said, laughing. "You new to walking?" Lexi looked at her best friend. "I need to talk to you." She didn't dare look at Zach, but she felt his gaze on her, hot as a touch. "Privately." "Me, too," Zach said. Mia shrugged. No hint of worry crossed her face. Why would it? She trusted these two more than anyone else in the world. Mia led the way to a grassy spot by the admin building, not far from the tree where she and Lexi had met on the first day of school. "Okay," Mia said. "What's up?" Lexi couldn't speak. She felt exposed, suddenly a liar. She would lose her best friend now. And maybe the boy she loved. Zach reached out, took hold of Lexi's hand. "We wanted to tell you we're together." Duh. I can see that." Mia looked back at the row of buses. "Do you see, Ty?" "We're together," Zach said again. Mia slowly turned, looked at them, frowning now. "Together? As in hooked up?" "You too." Lexi nodded. The color drained from Mia's face. "Since when?" "She almost kissed me after the party at the Eisner's cabin," Zach said. "That was weeks ago," Mia said. "Lexi would have told me." "Right, Lexter? You tell me everything." "Everything but this," Lexi admitted. "I didn't think it would ever happen. I met Zach on the first day of high school before I met you, and I thought, no, that isn't what I want to say. I always liked him, that's the point, but I never thought he'd like me back. I mean, he's Zach and I'm me. And I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to think I was one of those girls who'd use you to get to him. Like Haley. It isn't like that." "It isn't," Mia said, her mouth trembling. "Why isn't it?" "I love her, Mimai," Zach said. "And we love you." "Love? So all this time, you've been sneaking around behind my back?" I kept asking Zach what was wrong, and he said nothing. "Neither of you said anything. Were you laughing at me the whole time?" Mia said, stricken. "No," Zach said. "Come on, you know us better than that." "Do I?" "You're both liars." Mia's eyes filled with tears. She spun on her heels and ran for the row of school buses, climbing aboard just as the doors closed. Lexi saw Mia on the bus, staring at them through the cloudy window, her pale face streaked with tears, her hand pressed to the glass. Zach put his arm around her. "It's okay, Lex. She'll be okay with this. I promise." "What if it isn't?" Lexi whispered. "What if she never forgives me?" For the next several hours, Lexi sat in her lonely bedroom, staring into a future without Mia's friendship. Yeah, she loved Zach with all of her heart and soul, but she didn't love Mia any less. It was a different emotion, rounder and softer and more comfortable. Maybe it was more solid and reliable, too. All she knew was that she couldn't trade one for the other. That would be like having to choose between air to breathe and water to drink. She needed both to survive. She never should have kept this secret from her friend. She should have done the right thing from the beginning. If she had, none of this would be happening now. It was a truth she should have learned from her childhood. Always do the right thing from the start. Instead, she'd done the wrong thing and hurt her best friend's feelings. She knew what she had to do. She left her small, tidy bedroom and walked down the narrow hallway to the living room, where she found Eva sitting on the couch, watching TV. "Can I go to Mia's house?" Lexi said. "At this hour? On a school night?" "It's important," Lexi said. She didn't know what she'd do if her aunt said no. Eva looked at her. "This about that boy of yours?" Lexi nodded. "You going to do the right thing?" Lexi nodded again, realizing with a jolt of shame that Eva had known what was going on all along. I have to tell Mia the truth. The truth is always a good thing. Eva set down the remote. The pleats in her careworn face were emphasized by a smile. You're a good girl, Lexi. Lexi hated how that made her feel. She hadn't been a good girl lately. She swallowed hard, smiled one time, briefly, almost desperately, and then she left the house. In almost no time, the county bus had dropped her off on Knight Road. She walked the last few hundred yards to the Faraday house, which was blazing with lights on this dark autumn night. She picked her way through the carefully landscaped front yard and went up to the front door. She hesitated for a moment and then rang the bell. Long minutes passed and finally Zach answered. Lex, he said, looking broken. She won't talk to me. Are your parents here? He shook his head. She's upstairs. Lexi nodded and moved past him, going up the stairs. At Mia's room, she didn't even knock, just pushed the door open and went inside. Mia stood by the big oval mirror. Even in the shadowy light, Lexi could see how wounded Mia had been by them. Mia, Lexi said, moving forward. She felt Zach come up behind her. I trusted you, Mia said, her mouth trembling. Lexi would have preferred anger, screaming. Anything would have been better than Mia's quiet heartbreak. Mia, you're the best friend I've ever had. I love you like a sister, and I'm sorry if I hurt you. You did. You both did. I know. But I want you to know how much you matter to me. No one has ever mattered as much. You have to believe that. If you want me to break up with him, I will. Don't say that, Zach said, stepping toward her. Lexi ignored him. Her gaze stayed steady on Mia. I'll break up with him, I will. But I can't stop loving him. I don't know how. I should have told you that a long time ago. Mia wiped her eyes. There was always something weird about the way you looked at each other. I thought I was being oversensitive because of Haley. She sighed heavily. I know how I feel about Tyler. If it's like that. It is, Lexi said solemnly. You promise you won't dump me for him? Mia said. It was an easy promise to make. Lexi let go of Zach's hand and moved toward Mia. I promise. And I'll never lie to you again. I swear it. And if he breaks your heart, Mia said steadily, you'll still be my best friend? Because you'll need me then. I'll always need you, Lexi said. I'd die if I couldn't come over here. Honestly. No matter what happens with Zach and me, you and I will always be BFFs. She stepped closer. Say you're okay with this, Mia. Please. Mia sniffed. Lexi wanted her friend to smile, but maybe that was asking too much. I'm scared, Mia said. I know, Lexi said. And it sounds crazy, but you can trust me. Us, Zach added. I want you guys to be happy, Mia finally said. What kind of person would I be if I didn't? I love both of you. And we love you, Lexi said. It was true. She loved Mia through and through. Her best friend was a lioness, as all of this proved. Mia had been hurt too. People she trusted had lied to her, and still she stood here, trying to smile, caring about their happiness. It'll be the three of us for senior year, Zach said, obviously relieved. How cool will that be? I wouldn't throw a party just yet, Mia said, looking at her brother. We're gonna have to tell Mom tomorrow. She won't care, will she? Lexi asked, frowning. I mean, she likes me. Mia finally smiled. Are you kidding? Our mom cares about everything. The next night, the Journey Through Senior Year meeting was held at 6 p.m. in the high school library. Most of the island parents showed up. We all know how special Pine Island is, said Police Officer Roy Avery from his place at the head table. I know a lot of this year's seniors. My own youngest son graduated 2 years ago, and I've watched this class go from Little League to varsity. I've watched you protect them with car seats and helmets and airbags. Some of you might think that the biggest danger facing them now is that colleges will reject them, but there's a new threat, one some of you know all too well, and some of you know not at all. Partying. Some of you think that the island keeps your kids safe, away from big city dangers. But danger is here, too. It's in every empty house and lonely stretch of beach. It's in bottles of beer and rum. Starting about now every year, the senior class starts to feel both edgy and bulletproof. So keep an eye on your kids. Don't let them outsmart you. Let them know how dangerous partying can be. As the crowd began to ask questions, Jude looked out at the familiar faces. She'd driven carpool with many of these women. Together, over the years, they'd sat freezing at football games, decorated gymnasiums for dances, been classroom moms. They'd joined forces to raise their children in a safe community. Now there was a new enemy, drinking. She had no doubt that the mom patrol would join forces again and be on the lookout for potential trouble. When Officer Avery returned to his seat, Jude stood up. Thank you to Officer Avery for that important heads up. And thank you to Ann Morford for her insight on the college application process. I'm sure we'll all be knocking on your door with more questions as the deadlines approach. Now, as the head of the parent group, I get to talk about the fun part. Graduation night. As most of you know, Pine Island works to keep drinking and driving out of the graduation equation. To that end, we plan a fun-filled night for the senior class. They leave right after the ceremonies and board a bus. They'll get home at 6 a.m. The next morning. This year's festivities look great. For the next few minutes, Jude laid out the plan she and her committee had come up with. Because it was Pine Island and everyone had an opinion, she spent another 10 minutes answering questions and then sent around a sign-up sheet for chaperone volunteers. After that, she joined her best friend, Molly, and they walked out of the gymnasium in a stream of parents. As always, Molly was dressed in an effortlessly chic stylized jeans, a fitted men's-style white shirt, and a necklace of hammered copper and turquoise. Her hair, cut short and dyed platinum this year, offset her dark eyes and ruddy smile. She and Jude had become friends more than a decade ago. Molly's son, Bryson, was the same age as the twins, so Molly and Jude had found themselves together at one function after another, class functions, field trips, Chuck E. Cheese birthday parties. They'd been friends ever since. Jude didn't think she would have made it through the tough middle school years without Molly and their Thursday margarita nights. Together, they walked into the cold evening. Jude was just about to say something to Molly when she heard, "The party sounds great." Jude turned to find Julie Williams beside her. "Hey, Julie." "I hope Zach is feeling better," Julie said, buttoning up her coat. Jude felt through the mess in her purse, looking for her car keys. "What do you mean?" "Marsh says he's sprained his ankle. He's missed practice most of the week." Jude stopped and turned. "Zach missed football practice? Because of his ankle?" "Oh, boy," Molly said quietly. "All week," Julie said. "I think he's better now," Jude said evenly. "In fact, I'm sure of it. Tell Coach he'll be at practice tomorrow." "Marsh will be glad to hear that," Julie said. "And I signed up to chaperone the grad party. Let me know if you need me for anything else." Jude nodded distractedly. Actually, she wasn't even listening. Clutching her keys, she moved purposefully through the crowd, barely making eye contact with people around her. At the car, Molly stopped beside her. "I take it he doesn't have a sprained ankle." "The lying little shit," Jude said. "He's come home from practice every day this week, right on time. He even had wet hair." "So what has he been doing?" Molly asked. "That's what I'd like to know." She forced a smile. "Lunch tomorrow?" "Of course. I'll want to hear the scoop." Jude nodded and got into her car. All the way home, she talked to herself, practicing the conversation she would have with Zach. Once inside the house, she called Zach on his cell phone, got no answer, and left a message. Then she began to pace. She should have made the kids come home for dinner tonight. This time of night, the view outside was all but gone. A dark sky had settled over a black body of water. Only a few bright lights shone out here and there from the opposite shore. In the orange glow of her porch light, Jude saw a Halloween version of herself trapped in the glass. She was there, tapping her foot, staring at her own reflection, when the twins came through the front door like bank robbers, shoving each other out of the way, their voices climbing over each other to be heard. "Zachary, I need to speak to you," Jude said. They skidded to a stop and looked up in perfect unison. Huh, Zach said, highlighting his mastery of the English language. Jude pointed to the sectional in the great room. Now. Zach moved slowly, his body pouring like syrup onto the overstuffed sofa. What? Already his gaze was narrowing, his arms were crossing. A shaft of blonde hair obscured one green eye. Mia plopped down beside him. You may go, Mia, Jude said to her daughter, her voice brooking no disobedience. Mom, please. Go, Jude said again. With a dramatic sigh, Mia got up and flounced out of the room. Jude doubted she went far. Her daughter was probably eavesdropping from the foyer. Jude sat down in a chair opposite Zach. What do you have to tell me, Zachary? What do you mean? He said, not making eye contact. We went to Pizza Factory for dinner. You had that meeting tonight. You told us to eat out. It's not even late. This isn't about your dinner plans tonight. You have something to tell me, and we both know it, Jude said sharply. You mean football, Zach said, sounding both miserable and guarded. Coach called you. On an island this size? You think that's how I find out things? Really, Zach? And what would Coach Williams have told me if he had called? That I haven't been to practice in 5 days. You're injured, I hear. Funny that I haven't noticed a limp. His rounded shoulders answered her question. You've lied to me. Technically, I didn't say. Don't go there, Zach. It won't help you. Why have you missed practice? Mia came back in the room and sat down next to her brother. She held his hand. Tell her, she said quietly. We were going to tell you when you got home tonight, Mom. Honest. Jude crossed her arms and leaned back, waiting. There was no point in dismissing Mia. Jude shouldn't have bothered with that. Yes, please, Zach. Enlighten me. I've been with Lexi. What do you mean? Jude asked. I'm in love with her, he said. Love. Lexi. Of all the excuses she'd imagined, that hadn't even made the list. Zach was in love with his sister's best friend. Jude looked at Mia, who wasn't smiling but didn't look angry, either. Mia? It's cool, Madre, she said. Jude wasn't quite sure how to respond, and here were her mirror image kids, so alike they seemed to breathe in tandem, sitting slanted together, looking somehow both worried and defiant, waiting to hear her reaction to this news. They had hidden this from her, and it stung a little. How long? A couple of weeks, Zach said. Mia flinched at that, and Jude knew she'd been hurt by this, a little at least. Jude let out her breath. This could be ruinous. What would happen if when Zach broke up with Lexi? What if Lexi stopped coming around? Mia would be heartbroken. She chose her words carefully. Obviously, Zach, I'm not going to tell you who to date and who not to. But Lexi is important to all of us. You need to remember that she was Mia's best friend before you started dating her, and she'll be Mia's best friend after it's over. And we don't keep secrets in this family. You know that. Okay. He smiled brightly. As usual, he expected to get his way. And about football practice. You will be on time to every practice from here on, and you will be without a car for the next week. I don't appreciate being lied to. Zach's smile fell. That's bogus. As is lying, Jude said. Headlights flashed through the living room window, illuminating Zach and Mia for a moment. The front door opened and Miles walked into the house, with a jacket slung over his shoulder and a novel under his arm. He came around the fireplace and saw them standing there in silence. He recognized trouble and frowned. What's up? Nothing, Zach said. He looked at Mia and hitched his head. They ran upstairs and disappeared. What was that all about? Miles asked, tossing his sport coat onto the sofa. He went to the elegant mirrored bar in the corner of the room. A moment later, he handed Jude a white wine. Zach stating, Jude said, thankful for the wine. Again, Miles said. That was quick. It's Lexi. Miles took a moment to think about that. Well, okay. No, not okay. He's been skipping football practice. Miles sat down beside her. I'm sure you had one of your come-to-Jesus talks with him. He'll be back on track tomorrow. But why did he go off track? Zach's been dating a new girl every month since freshman year. As far as I know, he's never skipped anything to be with a girl. Lexi must be special. He actually used the word love. She bit her lip, worried it. I see problems here, Miles. Lexi's practically one of the family. And jealousy can be brutal. Remember how they used to fight over the Captain Hook action figure. The Captain Hook action figure. Are you kidding me? She looked at him. This is a delicate situation. A lot could go wrong. He smiled a little indulgently. That's what I love about you, Jude. What? You can see the dark side of anything, he teased. But they just started dating. How about holding off on an airstrike? Jude smiled at that. She knew he was right, she was overreacting. But a lot could go wrong with this new relationship. Hearts could be broken. Still, there was nothing she could do about it now. She went to her husband, put her arms around him, and looked up. You're no help at all. 7. The next morning, Jude woke to a cool and surprisingly sunny day. While Miles showered and dressed for work, she stood at her bedroom window, sipping coffee, trying to imagine how she could improve the borders in her garden. The lines weren't quite crisp enough, and she really wasn't happy with some of the lighting. It was too bad she hadn't noticed that in September. Now it was autumn, the rainy season, and gardening pretty much required a snorkel and mask. Miles came up behind her, reached for her coffee cup and took a sip, then handed it back to her. Let me guess, you don't like the roses you planted last week and azaleas would be better. She leaned against him. You're making fun of me. Not at all. What are you going to do today? Lunch with my mother. He leaned down and kissed her cheek. Don't let her bully you. Yeah, right. I just have to get through it. Smiling at him, she went into the bathroom and took her shower. Afterward, she kissed Miles goodbye and started her day. She corralled the kids to breakfast, cleaned up the kitchen after them, and sent them to school with hugs and kisses. She was out the door only an hour behind them. She dropped off Miles's dry cleaning, picked up some paperwork from the college counselor she'd hired, got her nails done, returned the movies they'd rented, and stopped by the grocery store to order a fresh, free-range, organic turkey for Thanksgiving. With all those island stops, she made it to the ferry terminal with seconds to spare, driving right onto the boat. The channel crossing took less than 40 minutes. In downtown Seattle, she found a parking spot a few blocks from the gallery and pulled in at exactly 12:06. Only a few minutes late. On the sidewalk out front, she straightened, stiffened her spine, and set her chin up, like a prizefighter about to face a bigger opponent. In taupe pants and a creamy cashmere turtleneck, she knew she looked good, but was it good enough for her mother's critical eye? She sighed at that. It was ridiculous, all this worry about her mother. God knew Caroline didn't worry about Jude's opinion. She resettled her purse over her shoulder and headed to the gallery. On the wall out front, a discreet sign welcomed her to Jace. She stepped inside. It was a big, brick-walled space, dotted with large mullioned windows. Gorgeous paintings hung one after another, illuminated with precision. As always, there was a sadness to the work that made Jude frown. It was all in greens and browns and grays. Judith, her mother said, coming forward. She was dressed in slim black pants and a rose-colored silk blouse. A gorgeous stone necklace offset her green eyes. I expected you a few minutes ago. Traffic. Of course. Mother's smile was as brittle as old bones. I thought we could eat outside today. It's so unexpectedly lovely. Without waiting for a response, she led Jude through the gallery and up to the rooftop patio that overlooked Alaskan Way. From here, the view of Elliott Bay and Pine Island sparkled in the pale autumn sunlight. Large sculpted evergreens grew from huge terracotta pots. A table had been set with silver and crystal. Everything was perfect as usual. Lovely, as her mother would have said. Jude sat down, scooting in close. Mother poured 2 glasses of wine and then sat down across from Jude. So, she said, lifting a silver lid and serving up the salad niçoise, what are you doing with yourself these days? The kids are seniors in high school. That keeps me pretty busy. Of course. What will you do when they go to college? The remark was unsettling. I saw a master gardener class that looked interesting, she said, hearing and hating the anemic tone in her voice. Lately, she'd begun to wonder exactly the same thing. What would she do when her children were gone? Her mother looked at her. Would you ever consider managing Jace? What? The gallery. I'm getting older. Most of my friends retired long ago. You've a good eye for talent. But the gallery is your life. Is it? Her mother sipped her wine. I suppose. Why couldn't it be yours as well? Jude considered that. She had watched her mother work this gallery for years, giving up everything else in her life. She'd even given up painting. Nothing mattered to her mother except the artists she chose and their work. It was an empty existence. And then there was the real problem. Her mother would never quit, and the idea of working together was horrifying. They hadn't had an honest conversation in 30-some years. I don't think so. Mother put down her wine. May I ask why not? I can't see us working well together. And I certainly can't see you actually retiring, Mother. What would you do? Her mother glanced away, looked out at the bay, where a boat was pulling up to the marina. I don't know. For the first time in years, Jude felt a kind of kinship with her mother. Both of them were facing changes in life, the natural consequences of aging. The difference between them was that Jude had people she loved around her. In that way, her mother was a cautionary tale. You'll never quit, she said. You're right, of course. Now, let's eat. I only have 40 minutes left. Really, Judith, you should try to be on time for our lunches. They spent the next 44 minutes making agonizing small talk. Neither one really listened to the other. Long silences punctuated every comment, and in the quiet, Jude all too often recalled her lonely childhood. Years she'd spent waiting for a kind word from this woman. When it was finally over, Jude said goodbye and left the gallery. Outside, she stood on the street, unexpectedly unsettled. Her mother had struck a nerve with that "what will you do?" sentence, and it irritated Jude that she even cared. She walked down the busy street toward her car. She was almost there when she glanced in a window and stopped. There, in a glass display case, was a gorgeous gold ring. She went inside, looked closer. It was stunning, a perfect combination of edgy and sophisticated, modern and timeless. The shape was slightly asymmetrical, with a triangular flap on the top edge. The artist must have somehow wrapped heated metal around a form and then twisted it just enough to give the wide band a fun little tail. The empty jewel prong was also slightly off-center. Jude looked up. In response, an elegantly coiffed older woman made almost no noise as she crossed the store and stepped gracefully behind the counter. Have you found something? Jude pointed at the ring. Exquisite. The saleswoman unlocked the glass case and withdrew the piece. It's a Basra. One of a kind. She offered it to Jude, who slipped it on her forefinger. It would make a beautiful graduation gift for my daughter. What stone would you suggest setting in it? The woman frowned in concentration. You know, I don't have children, but if I were buying my daughter a ring like this, I think I'd want to extend the experience. Perhaps you could choose the stone together. Jude loved the idea. How much is it? $650, the saleswoman answered. Ouch! Maybe you'd like to look at something less. No. This is the ring I want. And could you show me some watches? For my son. Jude spent another 30 minutes in the store, waiting for the inscriptions to be finished, then paid for her purchases and left. She drove down to the waterfront and caught the 3 o'clock ferry. At just before 4, she was back on Pine Island, turning onto Knight Road. At home, she found Mia seated at the dining room table, with her laptop open, watching something on the screen. I overacted in our town, Mia said miserably. Why didn't anyone tell me? USC will hate this. Jude went to Mia, stood beside her. Go to that scene in Streetcar when you were on the balcony. That'll blow them away. Mia took out one CD and put in another. How was school today? Mia shrugged. Mrs. Rondell gave us a pop quiz. So lame. And they announced the winter play, Romeo and Juliet, set during the Vietnam War. I can get the lead, which is cool. Zach is gonna take Lexi home after practice, but he'll be home for dinner. Jude rubbed Mia's back. What do you think about Zach and Lexi being together? I bet it's killed you not to ask me that before. Jude smiled. A little. Mia looked up. It's scary and sorta cool, I guess. Jude thought about Mia before Lexi, when her daughter had been like a scared, fragile turtle with her head tucked deep inside her shell. Mia's only friends had been fictional. Lexi had changed all that. Whatever happens between them, you and Lexi have to stay honest with each other. You have to stay friends. After Zach breaks up with her. That's what you mean. I'm just saying. I've thought of it myself, believe me. But I think he really likes her. He talks about her all the time. Jude stood there a minute longer, trying to figure out how to best bring up the other thing on her mind. Finally, she decided to just do it. There's one other thing. What? You want to ask me again if Tyler and I are doing it? We're not. Mia laughed. I remember the first time I fell in love. Keith Corcoran. Senior year of high school. Just like you. I didn't know until Keith kissed me how falling in love could be like riding a waterfall into warm water. She shrugged. No one talked to me about it. Grandma is a pretty buttoned-up woman. All she ever said to me about love was that it derailed a woman. So I learned on my own and, like everyone, I made some mistakes. And the world is more dangerous now. I don't want you to sleep with Tyler too young, but she went over to the second drawer beside the stove, opened it. She took out a small brown bag and handed it to Mia. These are for you. Just in case. Mia peered into the bag and saw the word condom printed on a brightly colored box. She gasped and clamped a hand over the bag. Gross. We haven't done anything. I'm not saying you'll need them. In fact, I hope you don't, but you know me. And I can see that you think you do love him. I don't need these, Mia mumbled. But thanks. Jude looked down at her daughter. Touching her chin, she forced Mia to look up at her. Sex changes everything, Mia. It can be great for a relationship when you're really older, but it can be napalm when you're not ready. And baby, you're not ready. Just so you know. By mid-November, every kid in the senior class was stressed out. The high school hallways were filled now with kids talking about colleges. Families spent weekends on the road, visiting campuses and talking to admissions counselors and trying to find the perfect fit. Lexi's concerns and stresses were less complex. She didn't have some endless bank account from which to draw money, so her choices were limited to state schools. And sadly, since she'd fallen in love, her grades had dropped. It wasn't much, just 1/10 of a point, but in the dog-eat-dog world of college admissions, that was appreciable. Lately, when she was at the Faradays or out with Zach and Mia and Tyler, she felt like some visitor from another country, unable to really comprehend their conversations. They all talked about USC and Loyola and NYU as if they were shoes you could point to and purchase. Lexi could hardly comprehend that kind of confidence. She stared down at the paperwork in front of her. Columns of calculations taunted her. No matter how hard she tried, there wasn't going to be enough money. Not for a 4-year school. If she didn't get a governor's full-ride scholarship, she was out of the race. Down the hall, a door opened. Lexi looked up, saw Eva coming her way. You've been at that a long time. College is expensive, Lexi said with a sigh. I wish. What? How did I get to be this age with no money? I hate that I can't help you more. Lexi felt a rush of affection for this woman who had changed her life, given her a place to belong. Don't say that, Eva. You've given me everything that matters. Eva looked down at her. She looked worried, the wrinkles around her mouth compressed into deep grooves. I talked to Barbara today. How's your sister? Still knitting enough blankets for a third-world country? Eva sat down across from Lexi. She wants me to move to Florida with her after you graduate, of course. I wouldn't even think of it, but this weather is hell on my knees. We were thinking maybe you could come too. There's a beauty school right down the road. That's a good trade. People always need their hair cut. Lexi tried to smile. She wanted to, but couldn't quite find the strength. The idea of being without Eva was frightening, but Florida was so far away. How would she ever see Mia and Zach if she lived in Florida? And would she really have to choose between the people she loved? Was that part of growing up? I guess you're thinking of your young man. You go into school together, then. No. We'll see each other on vacations, though. I'll be in Seattle, and he'll come home to see his parents. So you got it all worked out. All worked out. You be careful, Lexi, Aunt Eva said quietly. I know what happens when boys get ready to go off to college. That's when girls make bad choices. Don't you be one of those girls. I won't be. Eva got slowly back to her feet. Lexi noticed how slowly her aunt moved now that the weather had turned cold. She patted Lexi's shoulder and headed over to the hook by the front door, where her blue Walmart smock hung, waiting. She slipped it on and then put on her coat. Off to work, she said. We got lots of Thanksgiving merch to display. She turned. I'll get us a turkey. We can have a dinner with all the trimmings. Would you like that? Love it. Eva opened the door and went out into the rainy darkness. Only a moment or so later, there was a knock at the door. Her aunt must have forgotten something and locked herself out. Lexi went to the door and opened it. Zach stood on the top step, holding red roses. I thought she'd never leave. Zach, what are you doing here? He pulled her into his arms and kissed her until she was clinging to him like a drowning girl. I had to see you, he said finally, his breath as ragged as hers. Then he picked her up and carried her down the hallway. The whole house shook, and somewhere she dropped the flowers. He put her down on her narrow twin bed and covered her body with his, kissing her. When he pressed against her, she could feel his hardness through her jeans. His tongue played with hers, and the feel of it pushed her toward something, a Wantinga kneading that was new and frightening and powerful. Without thinking about it, she pulled him onto her, so she could feel how much he wanted her. He cursed and broke free, sliding off of her. At her confused frown, he tried to smile, but the look in his eyes was dark. She saw her own desire mirrored there. The difference was that he wasn't afraid. It's better if we don't do that, he said shakily. I know, she said, pulling her sweater back down. Her eyes stung, and she didn't know why exactly, but she felt ashamed. She rolled onto her side, away from him. He tucked up against her, molded his body to hers. Why are you so afraid of me, Lexi? I don't mean sex. I mean me. Why are you so sure I'll hurt you? Because I love you, Zach. But I love you too. She sighed. Zach's view of love had been painted by his family. Hers was a little darker. She knew how it felt to be abandoned by someone who'd claimed love. Just hold me, Zach, she said, settling deeper into his arms. As they lay there, she stared at the floor. A single rose lay on the industrial gray carpeting, stepped on, its bright red blossom tattered and torn. With winter break came the first round of college deadlines. By the time classes ended on the 23rd of December, Lexi had mailed in most of her applications, and the waiting game had begun. She often woke in the middle of the night, with her heart pounding, a nightmare of rejection still hanging in the back of her mind. Zach and Mia were stressed out, too, but it wasn't so bad for them. Sure, they wanted USC, but there were no bad answers waiting for them. The question for them wasn't if they'd go to a 4-year school, it was which one they would choose. The only one who seemed totally whacked out about the process was Jude, who couldn't seem to have a conversation that didn't include some college reference. Tonight, Lexi was at the ice cream shop, working late. The school vacation gave business a shot in the arm. Families came downtown to Christmas shop, strolling from store to store beneath trees outlined in sparkling white lights. She was ringing up a quart of fig and goat cheese ice cream when the phone rang. Thanking the well-dressed woman at the register, she answered, Amore Ice Cream Shop. This is Alexa. May I help you? Lex, it's Mia. You're not supposed to call me here. The Ottomans are gone for the weekend. So, Kim's having a party. We'll pick you up at 9, okay? Lexi misses. Salter said firmly. That's a business phone. Okay, Lexi said. Mia said, later, and hung up. Lexi went back to work. From then on, the minutes seemed to crawl forward on sore knees, but finally the ice cream shop was closed up and Lexi was outside in the cold, waiting. All around her, Christmas lights hung from eaves and wrapped around potted trees in front of the local businesses. Bright banners hung from the lampposts, fluttering in the night air, and a giant illuminated star hung above Main Street. A red SUV pulled up in front of her. Mia opened the passenger door and leaned out. Hey. Lexi hurried around to the back door and climbed in the back seat, where Zach was waiting for her. Hey, Lexi, Tyler said from the driver's seat. Hey, Lexi said, cuddling up to Zach. I missed you, he said. I missed you too. They'd been together last night, studying with Mia in the Faraday's big media room and making out whenever Mia left them alone, but it felt like a long time ago. I called your aunt, Mia said. She said it's cool if you stay at my house tonight. Lexi leaned against Zach, rested her hand on his thigh. She had to be touching him. There were already about 15 cars at the Ottoman house when they pulled up. The four of them walked up the gravel driveway together. Noise from the party sounded muted and distant until they stepped inside. Music was playing at the edge of pain. The kitchen was wall-to-wall kids. A few more lay sprawled in the living room, making out, and through the glass pocket doors, they could see about 10 more outside, standing around a fire. Tyler pulled Mia into his arms and twirled her around, lifting her off her feet. Mia laughed and clung to him, and then they were kissing like crazy. Zach took Lexi by the hand and led her out to the fire, where a group of football players were shotgunning beer. Zach, Zach, Zach. The crowd chanted his name as they approached. Bryson stepped forward, holding a Coors Light. Brewski, dude? Tyler's the DD, Zach said. Hell, yeah. He took the beer, jammed a pen into its side, snapped the cap, and guzzled the whole thing in one shot. Wiping his mouth, he grinned at the crowd around him. You want one, Lexi? Bryson asked. No, thanks. Come on, Lexi, Zach said, rubbing her arm. She couldn't deny him. Fine. I'll have a beer, but no shotgunning. I do my own laundry. Zach laughed and called out for another beer. For the next 2 hours, the party roared forward. The crowd grew louder and sloppier and drunker. Every now and then, the air smelled like pot. Someone was always laughing, and then, suddenly, the music changed. The soundtrack from The Little Mermaid started. Throughout the house, guys including Zach groaned. Lexi grinned. I love it when a girl has the party. Mia appeared out of nowhere. In her expensive pink terrycloth sweatpants and thick white hoodie, she looked rumpled and drunk, a little unsteady on her feet. It's my song, she said, grabbing Lexi's hand, dragging her out onto the patio, where kids were dancing. She hung onto Lexi, trying to move to the beat, but this close, Lexi could see how drunk Mia was and how sad. Mia? What happened? Tyler is all over Elena Smith. Maybe you're misreading the signs. You are pretty hammered. I only shotgunned a few beers. And I'm not overreacting. She leaned forward, whispered, it's 'cause she does it. All the guys know it. If he loves you. Yeah, Mia said. The point is, I love him. So what am I waiting for? Before Lexi could answer, Tyler showed up and took Mia away, leading her off the makeshift dance floor. Lexi saw how pathetically happy Mia looked at his return. It saddened her because she knew how dangerous it was to love someone that much, and because she knew it was how she looked at Zach. My sister dumped you, huh? Zach said, coming up behind her, taking her in his arms. I would never do that to you. She turned into him, kissing him. She tasted beer and something else, something sharp and metallic. The look in his eyes was a little bleary, as if he couldn't quite focus. He kissed her again, deeply, and then, taking her hand, he led her through the party and down to the beach. He started kissing her even before they lay down. His hand slid up under her shirt, unhooked her bra. She knew she should stop him, but it felt so good, and when he touched her breasts, she felt as if she were floating Flying, she made a sound she'd never heard before. Behind them, distant now, the music changed, or went on, or even went off. She couldn't hear anything except her own heavy breathing and the way he kept saying her name and whispering that he loved her. It took a Herculean effort to push him away. "Don't, Zach." He rolled away from her and lay there. She felt the loss of his touch as a physical pain, and she instantly regretted her move. "I'm sorry, Zach. It's just." "There you are," Mia said, stumbling toward them. In the moonlight, Lexi could see how glassy-eyed Mia was now, almost as if she'd been crying. And she was unsteady on her feet. Her shirt was buttoned incorrectly. The way it hung on her thin frame made her look strangely bent. She plopped down beside Lexi. Lexi tried to rehook her bra without anyone noticing. Zach sat up, drew his knees in, and stared out at the black sound. After a long silence, he said quietly, "Mia? I don't want to leave Lexi." "We don't have to go," Mia said, leaning against Lexi. She looked at her watch. "It's not one yet." "In August," Zach said. He looked to her for support, but she could offer none. She was suspended, in a dangerous position between these two, both of whom she loved. "Couldn't we all go to UW together?" "I might not be able to go to the U," Lexi said to him. "It's so expensive." "I might have to start at Seattle CC." "We could do that, too," Zach said. "It would save Mom and Dad a ton of money." Mia looked at her brother. "Now you don't want to go to USC with me?" "I don't want to leave Lex," he said quietly. Mia looked away, stared out at the water. "Oh," was all she said, but in that little half-word, Lexi heard an ocean of disappointment. They all knew Mia needed Zach at college with her. Tyler stumbled over to where they were and collapsed into the sand. "Hey, Mia," he said drunkenly, reaching for her. "I missed you." "Shit," Zach said. "He's drunk." Tyler laughed. "Oh, yeah. Whoa. I can't drive, that's for sure." Lexi got to her feet and looked at the party. Kids were sprawled everywhere. The few who were still standing staggered around. "What are we going to do?" she said, starting to panic. "We don't want your mom to know we were drinking." "Shit," Zach said again, running a hand through his hair. "Madre said we could call anytime," Mia said, trying to get Tyler to his feet. "No questions asked," she said. "No repercussions." Zach looked at Lexi. "We don't have any choice," she said. This was bad. He cursed again and made the call. "Hey, Mom," he said, straightening, trying to sound sober and failing. "Yeah. I know. Sorry. But we need you to pick us up. Yeah, Tyler, I know, thanks." He closed the phone and looked at them. She sounded pissed. "It's 1 a.m, Lexi said. If only she hadn't had that beer. She could have driven them home and spared them all what was coming. They made their way back to the house, where kids were still huddled around the fire. All around, on the grass, more kids were making out, passed out. In the driveway, they stood by Tyler's SUV. It seemed to take forever, but finally a pair of headlights appeared on the rise, turned toward them, and grew brighter. The big black Escalade parked. Jude stepped out of the driver's seat and came around to them. She was wearing a heavy, floor-length cashmere robe over pajamas. Without makeup, she looked pale and tired. And pissed off. Her gaze narrowed as she looked them over. Lexi had no doubt that she saw it all: Mia's glassy eyes and misbuttoned shirt, Zach's unsteady stance, Tyler's droopy eyes. Lexi couldn't make eye contact. She was so embarrassed. "Get in," Jude said with a sigh. "Put on your seatbelts." The drive home was utterly silent. When they were all in the entryway, Jude said, "Put Tyler in the media room. He can sleep on the sofa. Now I'm going to bed." On that, she turned her back on them and walked down the hall. At her bedroom door, she paused, turned back. "Good job for calling," she said tiredly, and then she went into her room and closed the door. Mia immediately giggled. Zach shushed her, and they all climbed the stairs to the second floor. Tyler fell a couple of times, yelling out curses. By the time they got him onto the sofa, he was already asleep. At Mia's bedroom door, Zach kissed Lexi until she couldn't think straight, and then left her. She and Mia crawled into the big king-sized bed. Moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating them. "Your mom looked pretty pissed tonight," Lexi said. "Don't worry about it. We did the right thing. She wouldn't want us driving." Lexi lay back into the pile of soft pillows, staring up at the dark, peaked ceiling. About what Zach said about school, she didn't know how to follow that up. The dream was too sharp to handle. "The thing is," Mia sighed, "I want to go to USC. I actually dream about it. You know? But I'm afraid to go without Zach. I wish I were stronger, but I'm not. I need him with me." "I know." Mia rolled onto her side and looked at Lexi. "I have a secret. About Tyler and me." She paused. "We did it." Lexi rolled over to face Mia. "It? You did it?" Mia's face was so close Lexi could smell the beer on her breath and the floral scent of her shampoo. Her green eyes were bright. "He said he loved me. I know it's true now." "Details," Lexi said, trying to keep her voice a whisper. As she listened to Mia's story, Lexi couldn't help thinking about Zach and how much she loved him, and she wished she hadn't pushed him away now. "I guess you're officially the last virgin in our class," Mia finally said. Lexi closed her eyes, feeling strangely adrift, as if she'd missed some boat that everyone else was on. What if Zach only said he understood her reluctance? What if someday he just found someone else to love? Beside her, Mia started to snore. Lexi thought about sneaking out of bed and going to Zach's room. She'd never done that before. She'd promised both Jude and Mia that she wouldn't do it, and usually it was an easy promise to keep. But tonight, she felt his absence keenly. They had so little time together. It was late December already. No matter what they all said, what they dreamed aloud, they wouldn't be going to school together. Beginning in September, they would only see one another on breaks. If then. She closed her eyes and dreamed of Zach, remembering the times on their beach. Lexi. Lexi. She came awake with a start. Zach was peering down at her, his blonde hair falling forward. "Come with me." She took his hand. It was just that simple. He pressed a finger to his lips, said SSHHH as they tiptoed down the hall toward his room. She could have stopped him, pulled back as she'd done so many times before, but suddenly all her reasons for holding back felt silly. Whatever he wanted, she wanted. She couldn't bear the thought that she might lose him. She wanted to be everything to him while she could, so he would keep on loving her. She followed him up onto his big bed, with its impossibly soft sheets and the airy goose-down pillows. Moonlight spilled through the open window, pooling on the white cotton. "Here," he said, handing her a small pink-wrapped box. "Christmas isn't for 2 days. I don't have your present. We might not have another chance to be alone," he said. Her hands were shaking slightly as she opened the box. Inside, on blue velvet, lay a thin silver band with a tiny sapphire chip. "It's a promise ring," he said solemnly. "The lady at the store said it's what you give the girl you love. It means I want to marry you someday." Lexi stared down at it, feeling tears start behind her eyes. He did love her, as much as she loved him. When she lifted her gaze, all the love she'd hoarded since childhood was in her eyes. She gave all of it to him, all of herself. "Do you have some condoms? Are you sure this is what you want?" he said. "Because if you aren't." "I'm sure," she whispered, taking off his shirt. "Love me, Zach. That's what I want." 8. Jude had very few Christmas memories from her childhood. Here was what she remembered: quiet mornings in the big house on Magnolia Bluff, a fake tree decorated by professionals, a single designer stocking hanging from the mantel. Breakfast had been catered. There had been gift openings of Kusi short, silent affair with Caroline sitting perched on an expensive gilt chair, her foot tapping nervously on the hardwood, while Jude sat cross-legged on the floor. A few solemn thank yous were passed back and forth, and then the whole ordeal was done. When the last gift was revealed, her mother had practically run for the door. Once, when her father had been alive, She recalled writing a letter to Santa, but that kind of whimsy had died with her dad. Jude did things a little differently in her own home. Since motherhood had surprised her with its powerful pull, she'd become a holiday junkie. She decorated from corner to corner until the entire house looked like a catalog spread. But it was Christmas morning that she really looked forward to. When the family came together, their cheeks creased from sleep to open presents. In those early morning hours, with her sleepy, grinning children settled around her, she could see the result of her efforts. Her twins would remember these times with fondness. Now, though, the boxes and papers and bows were put away, and they were at the table, eating their traditional holiday meal, eggs Florentine with fresh fruit and homemade cinnamon rolls. Last night, in a burst of holiday cheer, snow had come to the northwest, and the view outside was a gorgeous tableau of white and blue. Jude had always loved snow days, and when they came for the holidays, it was a double bonus. Today, after brunch, the whole family was going ice skating down at the pond on Miller Road. It would be a good time, she thought, to have a serious talk with the kids about what had happened the other night at the party. It had taken a superhuman effort not to rail at them, but she had managed it. Still, there was some talking to be done, some ground rules for senior year to be reassigned. She was so deep in imagining how she would conduct this conversation, what she would say to them, that she hardly heard what Zach had just said. She turned to her son, who was busily buttering one of the cinnamon rolls she'd made. "What did you say?" Zach grinned. From across the glittering expanse of their formal dining table, with his blonde hair messy from sleep, he looked about 13 years old. "A promise ring." Silence fell. Even Miles frowned. His hand paused mid-reach. "Excuse me?" Across the table from Zach, Mother straightened. "Excuse me, did you say a ring?" "It's really pretty," Mia said, pulling a frosted bit from her cinnamon roll. She popped it into her mouth. "Mom? Are you having a stroke?" Jude had to force herself to remain calm. Her son, her not quite 18-year-old son, had given his girlfriend a ring for Christmas. "And what exactly are you promising Lexi?" She felt Miles lean toward her. His fingers closed around her wrist. "It means I promise to marry her someday." "Oh, look. We're out of fruit," Miles said evenly. "Here, Jude. I'll help you get some more." Before she could protest, she still felt Frizend led her out of the dining room and into the big kitchen. "What the?" "Shh," he said, pulling her behind the fridge. "They'll hear you." "No shit," she said. "I want him to hear me. We can't come down on him about this. You think it's okay for our son to give a promise ring to a girl he's been dating for 3 months? Of course I don't. But it's done, Jude. A fait accompli." She pushed his arm away. "Great parenting, Miles. Do nothing. What if we'd found out he was doing heroin?" "It's not heroin, Jude," he said tiredly. "No, it's love. Or so he thinks." "It is love, Jude. You can tell that by looking at the kid." "Oh, for God's sake. I'm not going to have this debate with you. If you want to throw yourself on the sword, go ahead, but don't expect me to suture you up when you start bleeding. But don't make a mountain out of a molehill." He was in a jewelry store, shopping for a present for his girlfriend, and he got swept away by romance. That's all. It happens to men, too, unevolved as we are. He pulled her toward him. "Sadly, our son is an idiot. They should have told us this when he was born. That way we could have lowered our expectations. Don't you dare make me smile." "I'm pissed at him." "It's Christmas," he said. "Our last one with them living at home." Low blow. She let him put his arms around her. "Let's not ruin this, okay? Jojo, the idiot boy, promises to marry a girl. Someday. And I'm the one who is endangering Christmas. Zach and Lexi are not going to school together, Jude. Stop worrying. This is nothing. I promise you." "Fine," she finally said. "I will keep my opinion to myself." "Yeah," he said, smiling indulgently. "And you're so good at that." Jude sighed. "I'll try. But I'll tell you this, Miles. They better go to separate schools." Moving with an uncustomary stiffness, Jude went back into the great room and returned to her place at the end of the table. Miles held out her chair for her and squeezed her shoulder as she sat down. The mood had changed. There was no mistaking the sudden quiet. Mia and Zach were both looking at her with the wariness of the guilty. She managed a tight smile and said, "Don't you just love it when it snows for Christmas?" Someone answered honestly. She barely knew who it was. Perhaps her mother, saying something about the weather. Jude's hands were trembling just a little, and if she were a woman who had to worry about her blood pressure, she would have worried now. She understood suddenly why so many of her friends had warned her about the stresses of senior year. It was only December, and already their lives felt out of kilter, as if the warm water that had always buoyed them up had abruptly begun to drain away. There was danger in shallow water, unseen shoals. Like love and parties and children who lied to you. "I need to return that pink sweater," Mia said at one point. "It's way too big. I want to get something to wear to Timmy's party on Saturday." "You want to come to the mall with me, Mom?" Jude looked up. "Timmy's party? It's on Saturday, remember?" Mia said. "You two are not going to a party on Saturday," Jude said, stunned that they would even think to ask. Zach looked up sharply. "You said we could go. That was before you called me, drunk, at 1:20 to come pick you up." "You said we should call you," Zach said. "I knew we'd get into trouble for it." "You let them go to a party?" her mother said, her carefully arched eyebrows raised. "With alcohol?" Jude drew a deep breath and exhaled it to stay calm. The last thing she needed now was parenting advice from a woman who'd handled motherhood as if it were radioactive waste. "You did the right thing by calling. I'm glad you did. But you also got drunk, and that's the wrong thing. We've talked about this. We learned our lesson," Zach said. "We won't drink again." "But..." "No buts. This is the last week of winter break, and I want to spend it as a family. We're going to Molly and Tim's tomorrow, and your grandmother's gallery is having a special show on Monday night. Ty and Lexi are welcome to come over as much as you want them to, but no party on Saturday." Zach started to come out of his chair. Miles put a hand on his son's shoulder, guided him back down. "I knew it," Zach muttered, slumping into his seat, scowling. Jude tried to find a smile again and couldn't. Maybe God had designed senior year so that mothers like her could let their children leave home. If this kept up, it would be easier than she'd thought. In January, on the last day of winter break, precipitation began as an icy, misting rain but quickly transformed into lacy white flakes that frosted fence posts and telephone wires. Soon, the roads were thick with new snow and red safety cones appeared at the bottom of steep hills. Kids bundled up and went out to sled on the barricaded hills. Their moms stood by in groups, talking among themselves and taking pictures. Lexi and Zach were at her house, snuggled up together in her twin bed. On her bedside table, a scented candle burned brightly, dispelling the slightly damp-smelling air that always came to the mobile home when the windows were shut. "My aunt will be home soon." "Define soon." She grinned at him and smacked his arm, then rolled away and got out of bed. "You promised your mom you'd finish your college apps today, and she's been so pissed off lately. I don't want to make her mad again. So move it." She got dressed and headed for the door. She meant to walk right out of her bedroom and go straight to the kitchen table, where the paperwork for college was arranged in neat piles. At the last minute, she weakened and turned around. He lay in her bed, naked, her tattered blue comforter across his hips, his bare feet stuck out from the end. His smile worked its magic. She moved toward him. When she got close, he reached up and curled his warm hand around the back of her neck, pulling her down for a kiss. Just before his lips touched hers, she heard him say, "I love you so much." It took all her willpower not to crawl back in bed with him. "You're a sex maniac. Takes one to know one." Something about his smile, or the green of his eyes and the love she saw, something caught her then. How could she let him go away to college? Just walk away from her? "Come on. I want your mom to keep liking me, and I told her I would make sure you finished the USC app today. You know she's going to check." "What if I just missed the deadline?" he said. "You won't. Now get your ass up. You need to finish putting everything together." Our last day of break, and we have to do stupid shit, Zach grumbled, throwing the covers back. He saw the way she reacted to his nakedness and he grinned wolfishly, but before he could say anything, Lexi left the bedroom and sat down at the kitchen table. Zach slid into a seat beside her, propping his elbow on the table. Lex? She looked at him. What? I want to go wherever you go. Really? He leaned forward and kissed her, and she thought about how it would feel to let him go, to say goodbye. It was all well and good for him to say he wanted to be with her, but that was a distant cousin to going with her. To be with Lexi, he'd have to stand up to his parents and disappoint Mia, who was more than just a sister. It would never happen, so there was no point dreaming about it. Come on, she finally said. I don't want to piss your mom off again. Let's finish up and get going. Mia says everyone is sledding on Turner Hill. In February, Zach and Mia turned 18. The magic number convinced them that they were adults. Suddenly they questioned every rule and restriction. Curfews struck them as irrelevant now, unnecessary. They were constantly testing the limits and wanting more freedom. As the weather warmed, class parties sprung up like mushrooms on the roadside, blooming instantly. All it took was a phone call and a fake ID in someone's hand. My parents are gone became the class motto, the equivalent of a clan call. Kids arrived at empty houses or on the beach or in the woods with fifths and six-packs and baggies of pot. Some parents chose to host the parties themselves, rigorously taking car keys, but if no cool parent could be found, well, the party must go on. The whole scenario had exhausted Jude, worn her to a frazzle. She felt more like a warden than a parent, and the constant battling with her twins about safety and compromise and good choices had weakened her. She no longer believed them when they said they wouldn't drink. At first she had clamped down, denied them, but that had only driven them to sneak out, which led to more clamping down and more angry rebellion. Every day felt like a mountain to climb. Every night they spent at home a triumph. On top of all that was the college pressure. It had become a cauldron that held them all, parents and kids. The water was heating up fast. One question was asked over and over, have you heard? It was asked mother to mother at Safeway, in line at the post office or on the ferry. Honestly, Jude was as nervous as her kids about it. Even now, on this gorgeous March afternoon, when she should have been gardening, she was standing at the window, staring up the driveway. It was almost 3:30. The kids had just gotten home from school. They'd torn through the kitchen like locusts and then gone upstairs. You're wearing a groove in the floor, Miles said from the living room, where he was reading the newspaper. He had had a surgery canceled today and come home from the hospital early. She saw a flash of white. The mail was here. She grabbed her coat and stepped into the garden clogs on the porch and headed up the gravel driveway. At the top of the hill, she pulled open the mailbox and saw what she'd been waiting for. A nice thick envelope with the USC emblem on the upper left corner. It wasn't absolute proof, of course, the thickness of the envelope, but everyone knew it took a lot of pages to welcome a student and only one to reject. Then it struck her. One envelope. She let out a sigh and reached for the rest of the mail. And there it was, at the bottom of the stack. A second thick envelope with the same logo. Jude hurried back down the driveway. Once inside the house, she yelled out for the kids. Did something come? Miles asked, taking off his reading glasses. Jude tossed the heap of mail on the entry table and showed him the two special envelopes. Mail call, she said, feeling suddenly nervous. She had to say it twice, yell it, really, and then the kids came hurrying down the stairs. Jude handed Zach the envelope with his name on it. Mia snatched the other envelope, ripping it open as she walked away. Not more than 10 feet away, she spun around. They accepted me. A grin burst across her face and then faded as she looked at her brother. Zach, she said nervously. Please, Jude prayed. Let it be both of them. Zach opened the envelope and read the letter. They accepted me. Jude's shriek could have shattered glass. She launched herself forward to sweep Zach and Mia into a family hug. I'm so proud of you guys. She waited for Zach to hug her, but he was too stunned to move. Finally, she stepped back, beaming at them. Both of you at USC. It's your dream come true. We have to call Lexi and Ty, Mia said. She grabbed Zach's hand and pulled him toward the stairs. And the crowd goes wild. Come on, Mama Bear, Miles said, coming to stand beside her. I'll pour us champagne. Jude stared up the empty stairs. Why are we the only ones celebrating? We're not. They're upstairs calling all their friends with the good news. That blows, she said, looping her arms around his waist and looking up at him. Indeed. Most of parenthood does. But we can still celebrate. He kissed her lightly on the lips. Maybe now you can relax. After last period, Lexi went to the counselor's office. It was a small, narrow room lined on all sides with bookshelves. In those shelves, there were literally thousands of college manuals. She sat in a blue plastic chair, waiting. At just past 3:30, the receptionist looked up from her desk. Lexi, Mrs. Morford can see you now. Lexi nodded and slung her heavy backpack over her shoulder. She walked down the narrow, college poster-lined hallway and stepped into the office in the back. Through the window, she could see the gym and a pair of skinny kids, probably freshmen, playing hacky sack. Lexi sat down opposite the large brown desk that dominated the room. Her counselor, Mrs. Morford, sat behind it. Hello, Lexi. Hey, Ms. Morford. Lexi reached into her backpack and pulled out 2 thick envelopes. Inside were acceptances from the UW and Western Washington. She handed them to her counselor, who read the letters and then set them down. Congratulations, Lexi. Now, what can I do for you? Both schools offered me scholarships. $2,000. But look at the costs. The UW tuition is $5,300, room and board is $6,200, and books are another $1,000. That's more than $13,000. How can I get more help? We talked about this when your grades dropped last semester, Lexi. The UW and WWU are extremely competitive schools. There are several island scholarships you can apply for, though, and you could always take out a loan. They have some really good educational programs. I'd have to borrow $10,000 a year. And even then I'd have to work all through school. I'd be in debt when I graduated. A lot of people go through college on loans, Lexi. It's a way of betting on your own future. Lexi sighed. I guess community college isn't so bad. I can go to the UW in 2 years. Mrs. Morford nodded. It's a great way to save money. 2 years will go by fast. In no time you'll be back with your friends. Not the ones who mattered. Lexi thanked the counselor and walked down to her bus stop. All the way home, she worked and reworked the numbers, trying to magically refashion it all into a plan she could make work. But there was no making it work. Short of borrowing a ton of money, she was not going to a 4-year school. By the time she was home, she was thoroughly depressed. Never had she felt as much of an outsider on Pine Island as she did now. She would have given almost anything for the choices most island kids took for granted. At home, she went straight into her room and flopped onto the bed. The phone rang. She answered. Hello? Lexi. Zach and I got into USC. Both of us. And Tyler got into UCLA. Isn't that awesome? Can you come out to dinner with us tonight? We're celebrating. That's great. Lexi banged her head against the headboard. She should just drown herself. Tears stung her eyes. She wasn't one to feel sorry for herself, but why couldn't life go her way just once? Of course I'll celebrate with you. Mia launched into another college story and Lexi couldn't take it anymore. She mumbled some excuse and hung up on her best friend. A few minutes later, a knock at her bedroom door surprised Lexi. "See, come in," she said, sitting up in bed. Eva walked into the small, cramped room. The walls were covered with photographs. There were pictures of Zach playing football, of Mia water skiing, of the 3 of them at the homecoming dance. These walls are paper thin. I heard you crying. Lexi wiped her eyes. I'm sorry. Eva sat down on the side of the bed. You want to tell me what's wrong? Lexi knew she looked awful. Her eyes were puffy and red from crying. Zach and Mia got into USC. You didn't want them to get in? No, just saying it made her feel miserable and small. I'm afraid that when he leaves. You know, I met my Oscar when I was 16 and he was 28. Ooh, was it a mess, I can tell you. A 16-year-old girl isn't supposed to know what she wants, and a man that age ain't supposed to want her at all. She sighed, smiling. My daddy would have shot Oscar if he'd showed his face at our place, so we waited. Oscar was in the service, and he went away for a few years. We wrote letters back and forth. Then on the day I turned 18, I married him. During Vietnam, we were apart again. How did you make it through all that? It isn't about being at the same school or the same town or even the same room, Lexi. It's about being together. Love is a choice you make. And I know you're young, but that don't mean a thing. Do you believe in how you feel? That's what matters. I want to believe in it. Is that the same thing? You might think on that. Eva patted her hand and stood up. Well, if I don't head out now, I'll be late for the night shift. Do you have plans for tonight? The Faradays want to celebrate tonight. They invited me to dinner. That isn't the most sensitive thing I've ever heard. You okay with it? I have to be, Lexi said. When her aunt got to the door, Lexi said, Thanks, Eva. Eva waved a gnarled hand as if to say, humph, and left the room. Alone again, Lexi looked at the pictures and clippings on her wall. Then, with a last tired sigh, she got up, made her bed, and headed down the hall. 45 minutes later, right on time, she was sitting in the living room, waiting. She had put on her best dress and taken extra time with her hair and makeup. When she was done, no evidence of her emotional meltdown remained. Outside, a car pulled up. Headlights shone into the living room and then clicked off. She meant to get up, but she couldn't seem to move. The knock on the front door rattled the whole mobile home. Finally, she made herself rise, move, open the door. Zach and Mia stood there. Can you believe it? Mia said, launching herself forward to hug Lexi, who did her best to reciprocate. Lexi dared to look over Mia's shoulder at Zach, who looked as devastated as she felt. Congratulations, she said woodenly. He nodded. Lexi felt Mia take her hand, and she let her best friend lead her down the wooden steps and across the wet grass to the waiting Escalade, where the three of them got into the back seat, with Lexi in the middle as usual. Hey, Lexi, Miles said, looking at her in the rearview mirror. We're glad you could join us. I'd never miss a celebration like this, she said, managing a smile. We're all celebrating, Mia said. Lexi got scholarships to the UW and WWU. It's a dream come true, right, Lexi? A dream come true, Lexi agreed tiredly. After they picked up Tyler, the conversation kicked into high gear. All the way to the restaurant, Mia and Jude talked about USC and Los Angeles and what it would be like to hang out on the beaches of Southern California. Every sentence began with some version of "it'll be so cool." Zach held Lexi's hand, squeezing it just a little too hard. Finally, as they pulled up to the restaurant and parked, Lexi dared to look at him. I don't want to go, he mouthed. But he would, and they both knew it. May came to the Pacific Northwest like a favorite relative, bringing sunshine. Gone were the perennial gray skies and ceaseless, dripping rain. Overnight, it seemed, color returned to this misty landscape. All over the island, curtains that had long been ignored were thrown open, barbecues were wheeled out of their garage hideaways, and patio furniture was uncovered and scrubbed clean. It was a glorious leonine month always, a bright respite before the pale gloom of June, and this year it was particularly bold. The combination of an egg yolk sun and a surprising heat brought kids pouring into beach parks and bike paths. On Saturday the 15th, Lexi woke early. It had been a restless night, full of bad dreams about planes that taxied down runways and rose into cloudy skies. She padded out of her bedroom and headed down the hall. Eva was waiting for her in the kitchen, wearing her old white chenille bathrobe and a pointed metallic hat. On the table beside her were 2 glazed donuts on yellow paper plates. One had a twisty blue candle in it. Happy birthday, she said, blowing on a noisemaker. Lexi almost burst into tears. In all the college drama, she'd forgotten about her 18th birthday. But Eva had remembered. "I got you 2 presents this year." Eva cocked her head to indicate the wrapped packages on the table. Lexi couldn't help remembering her birthdays before Eva, long, unhappy days spent waiting alone for a mother who never showed. She kissed her aunt's wrinkled, velvety cheek and then took a seat at the table. "Open it," Eva said, taking a seat across from Lexi. Lexi enthusiastically started unwrapping the paper. Inside the box lay a sapphire blue cotton sweater with tiny silver buttons. She held it up, admiring it. "It's beautiful. If it don't fit, we can exchange it at the store." Lexi would never return it, even if it were 2 sizes too small. It would always be in her top drawer, alongside the pink bedazzled butterfly sweatshirt she'd outgrown. "It's perfect, Eva." "Thank you." Eva nodded. "Open that one." The other gift was about the size of a tablet of paper and slim. Lexi opened it carefully and lifted the lid. On the top was a 4-color brochure for an apartment complex in Pompano Beach, Florida. "Fun in the sun," it promised in big, bold type. Below it was a class catalog from Broward Community College. "That's Barbara's apartment building," Eva said, leaning forward. "I got to thinking about your future, and I thought, hell's bells, why couldn't you come to Florida with me? Barbara's got 2 bedrooms, and her and I have shared a bedroom before. You could have your own room and go to classes during the day. You wouldn't have to pay any rent at all." Lexi looked across the table at this woman who had done so much for her, and her throat tightened. "It looks great. I should have known you wouldn't want beauty school. Barbara told me as much. You're the first one of us ever to go to college." "College," Eva said the word reverently. "We're so proud of you. And you need to get to know your other aunt. Her kids and grandkids are dying to meet you." She patted Lexi's hand. "I know you got your boy to think about, but he's going off somewhere with his sister. So I wanted you to know you had me to think about, too. You aren't alone anymore, Alexa. Not unless you want to be. Now, let's eat these donuts. I got to be at work soon. Make a wish and blow out your candle." "A wish." Lexi stared into the small flame dancing above the twisted blue candle. There was only one wish, and it wouldn't come true, but she made it anyway. "Good luck, Lexi. I hope your birthday wish comes true." After that, they ate their donuts, toasted her birthday again with glasses of milk, and went their separate ways, Eva to a Saturday shift at Walmart, Lexi to the ice cream shop. For the rest of the day, Lexi was in constant motion. On a sunny weekend like this, the shop was crazy busy. She didn't slow down again until evening, when Zach and Mia picked her up from work. Lexi did her best to be cheerful around both of them. She laughed and joked and talked at the dinner table, but when Jude brought out a cake with candles, her fragile veneer cracked a little, and it took willpower not to cry or run away. Next year, she would celebrate her birthday by herself. Mia and Zach would be in sunny Southern California, living the college dream. She wanted to be happy for them, she really did. But she kept glimpsing the future that lay like a storm cloud on the horizon. Oh, they talked about staying in touch and keeping their lives braided together, and their intentions would be as true as their emotions, but it wouldn't be enough. When she told them about Eva's Florida offer, they both groaned aloud and begged her not to go so far away. They wanted to see her on school breaks. Easy for them to ask. But she wanted that too. "What's it gonna be like?" Mia asked that night as the 3 of them lay together on blankets on the beach. It was the first time one of them had dared to ask the question aloud. They were holding hands, staring up at the stars. "I've been dreaming about it for so long," Mia said. "But now that it's getting close, I'm scared." Lexi heard Zach sigh beside her. Because she loved him, she knew what that sound meant. He was stuck in the middle. He loved Lexi, knew that, believed it with every part of her soul, but he and Mia were more than connected. They were twins, with all that the word implied. They could read each other's thoughts. And really, one of the things Lexi loved most about Zach was how much he cared about the people he loved. He hated hurting anyone. Mia most of all. That was why he was going to USC. No matter how much he loved Lexi, he loved Mia and his parents even more. He couldn't disappoint them. And he worried that Mia was too shy to make it at USC on her own. "We'll still be friends forever," Lexi said. She wanted it to be true, needed it to be. Beside her, she heard Mia draw in a breath and quietly start to cry. "Don't cry," Zach said. Sadness rose up in Lexi, and before she knew it, she was crying too. "We were dorks," she said, wiping her eyes, and although it was true, and it made her smile, she still couldn't stop crying. She loved both of them, and soon they'd be gone. "I'm gonna miss you, Lexi," Mia said. She rolled over and hugged Lexi and then rolled over onto her back again. Overhead, the night sky loomed, as incomprehensible as their futures. Beneath it, Lexi knew how small they were. Zach pulled his hand out of Lexi's grasp and said, "I'll be right back." Then he got up and hurried back to the house. "You'll call me Tons, right?" Lexi asked. Mia squeezed her hand. "We'll be like Jennifer Aniston and Courtney Cox. BFFs forever. Sam and Frodo. Harry and Hermione. Lexi and Mia," Mia said. "Just think, someday we'll be old together, and we'll laugh about how scared we were to go off to college. 'Cause we'll still be friends." "Exactly." Lexi fell silent. She'd learned a long time ago that there were things she might want but would never have, and it hurt less if she tried not to want what was unattainable. Was this friendship like that? Was this just a high school friend version of first love that would diminish into a fond memory with time and distance? Zach ran back, slightly out of breath. He stood above them, a silhouette against the moonlit waves. "Get up." "What for?" Mia demanded. Lexi didn't ask why, she just got up and took his hand. She loved the way his strong, warm fingers curled around hers. He held out a Ninja Turtles thermos. "I have an idea. Move your ass, Mia, and quit asking questions." "Someone thinks he's the boss of me," Mia said as she got to her feet and brushed the sand off her backside. Zach led them down to the big cedar tree that guarded their beach. In the moonlight, he looked pale, almost ghost-like, but there was a brightness in his green eyes that shone like tears. He held out the thermos and opened it. "We'll put something in here and bury it." He stared at Lexi. "It'll be like our pact. For as long as this time capsule is buried here, we'll be best friends," Mia said seriously. "Going off to college won't change that. Nothing will change it." "We won't be like everyone else," Lexi said, hoping her comment didn't sound like a question, but even now, in this solemn moment, she had trouble believing. Everything came so easily to these two. "We'll never really say goodbye." Mia nodded. "Not as long as this is buried." Zach held out the open thermos. Moonlight caught a flash of the silver interior and made it glow. "Put something in here as proof." At another time, in another place, it might have been funny or melodramatic or just plain silly, but not here, not now, in this darkness that felt weighted by the future that was bearing down on them like an 18-wheeler. "I love you, Lex," Zach said. "College won't change that. We'll stay in love. Always." Lexi stared at him. It felt like they were connected, drawing one breath back and forth. Mia dropped a pair of expensive gold earrings into the thermos. Zach took off the St. Christopher medal he always wore and dropped it inside. All Lexi had was the string friendship bracelet Mia had given her in 10th grade. Mia had long ago lost the one Lexi had made for her, but Lexi had never taken this one off before. She untied it slowly and dropped it in the thermos. Her memento made no sound when it landed. It bothered her, as if she were the only one of three of them that left no mark somehow. Zach screwed the lid back on. "I don't think we should ever dig it up," Mia said. Behind her, a gust of wind came up from the waves and ruffled her hair. "Digging it up would mean like goodbye, and we don't want that. As long as it's here, it means we still love each other." Lexi wanted to say just the right thing. The moment seemed magical, charged. She'd always remember it. "No goodbyes," she said, meaning it. The look that moved between them was heavy with emotion. In their eyes, they passed around the sad truth that they would be separating soon and that they loved one another. as well as the sweet truth, or hope, that in this coming future some things would survive. That 3 teenagers could stand in the moonlight and promise to be friends forever and keep that promise. They knelt in the sand, far above the high tide line, and at the base of the old tree, they dug deep, deep into the cold gray sand and buried their Ninja Turtles thermos time capsule. Lexi wanted to keep it going, to keep promising to search for a future that felt slippery, but when the capsule was buried, the sand looked undisturbed again, and the moment washed away. 9. In early June, the garden was miraculous. This was the time of year that Judith and Alikald take a moment to sit back and enjoy the hard work she'd done. Everywhere she looked, she saw the rewards of her careful planning and judicious pruning. The beds were a riot of glorious color, with sugary pink saucer-sized roses, ruffled yellow peonies, spiked purple delphinium. The deep green English boxwood she'd taken such time with was well on its way to becoming the bones of the garden. Above it all, a lotus tree was in full golden bloom. It looked like a Monet painting, just slightly out of focus, against the vibrant blue sky. She could see how it was all coming together, growing in. Soon, maybe even next year, she would be ready to reveal her pride and joy to the garden tour attendees. She peeled off her dirty gloves and got to her feet. The heady scent of roses captured her, made her stand there a moment longer than she'd intended. There was such peace for her here. Every plant, every flower, every shrub was placed according to her plan. If she didn't like the way something grew or spread or bloomed, she yanked it out and replaced it. She was the Red Queen of this realm, in complete control, and, as such, she was never disappointed. But there was more to her current sense of well-being than that. She hadn't realized until the twins got accepted to USC how tense she'd been throughout senior year, how stressed out. She'd worried endlessly about the kids and for them. She'd worried that one or the other would miss a deadline or make an irreparable mistake, or that they wouldn't have the chance to go to college together. Now, she could sleep again, and, amazingly, she was excited for them to leave home. Oh, she was still anxious about them, still concerned about the emptiness of her nest, but spring had lightened more than a gloomy sky. It had lightened her way. She could glimpse a new future for herself, a time when she could be the captain of her own journey. If she wanted to go back to school for landscape architecture, she could. If she wanted to open a garden accessory store, she could. And if she wanted to simply sit on a lawn chair for the whole summer, reading the classics she'd missed, she could do that, too. Hell, she could spend a summer reading comic books if she wanted to. The thought was liberating and a little scary. She glanced down at her watch. It was nearing 3 o'clock, which meant that the kids would be home from school any minute. If the pattern from the past month held, they'd come home in a swarm of seniors, all of whom seemed to be on a mild form of crack. That was what pseudo-adulthood and impending graduation had done to the kids. They'd become amped up, super-emotional versions of themselves. The boys laughed too hard sometimes. Girls became maudlin at the drop of a hat, burst into tears over a bad hair day. It was no wonder that emotion ran so high in these first golden days of summer. In the words of the great Sam Cooke, change gonna come, and everyone knew it, felt its hot breath drawing near. Most of the island kids had been together since grade school, and their friendships ran deep. They were torn now, wanting both to stay here, where life was safe and known, and to fly far, far away, testing the wings they'd just recently grown. Each passing day, each hour, brought the end of high school that much closer. They felt the need to make lasting memories together. That was what mattered most to them, getting together. It was the same thing that scared the parents. Parties were rampant. To combat the whole party obsession, Jude had taken her cue from the plain old garden spider. She created an attractive web. She'd had Miles haul out the jet skis and the ski boat and ready them for use. She made endless trays of food for ravenous boys and set out bowls of chocolate-covered dried cherries for the girls. She made it easy for her kids' friends to spend the day and night here, under her watchful eyes. For the most part, it had worked. Also, she had learned to trust her kids. Sure, they snuck a few beers at parties, but they kept their word. Someone always stayed sober to drive, and they had never missed a curfew. She put her gardening supplies away, everything in its place, and paused in her greenhouse. There was the petunia Lexi had given her the night of the dance. It looked leggy and forlorn. She made a mental note to plant it, and then went back into the house. There, she showered and dressed in a pair of low-rise black pants and a fitted white t-shirt. She placed the movies she'd rented on the kitchen counter. Along came Polly, Starship Troopers 2, and Return of the King. She was just about to go to the garage for a Coke when the front door banged open. Footsteps thundered across the wood floors of the great room and thudded up the stairs. What the hell? Jude put down her dish rag and walked out of the kitchen. The front door stood wide open. Jude closed the door and then went up the stairs. Zach's door was open. Mia's was closed. She paused outside her daughter's room, heard the unmistakable sound of crying. Sobbing. "Mia," she said. At the silence that followed, she opened the door. Her daughter lay sprawled face down on her bed, crying into the stuffed pink puppy that had been her favorite childhood toy. Jude went to the bed. "Hey, Poppet," she said quietly, using the nickname that had been lost along the way, tucked in somewhere alongside baby teeth and patent leather shoes. Mia made a howling sound and cried harder. Jude stroked her daughter's silky blonde hair. "It's okay, baby," she said, over and over. Finally, after what felt like forever, Mia rolled over and looked up at Jude through puffy, bloodshot eyes. Her face was damp with tears, and her mouth trembled unevenly. "He broke up with me," she said, bursting sobs. Jude climbed up into the big bed beside Mia, who curled up against Jude's side like one of the potato bugs they used to hunt for. Her bright, beautiful, almost grown daughter looked like a little kid again, curled up, crying, holding Daisy Doggy as if it were a talisman, and maybe it was. The mementos of one's past had serious magic. Mia looked up, tears streaking down her face. "In class," she added, as if it somehow doubled his crime. Jude remembered this pain. Every woman had felt some version of it, the end of first love. It was when you learned, for good and always, that love could be impermanent. "I know how much it hurts," Jude said. "Keith broke up with me the week before senior prom. The week before. He took Karen Abner, and I sat home and watched Saturday Night Live by myself. I cried so much I'm surprised the house didn't float away." She remembered that night with clarity. Her mother had come home late, taken one look at Jude and said, "Oh, for God's sake, Judith, and you're a child," and kept walking. Jude looked down at her daughter's teary face. "A broken heart hurts." She paused. "And it heals." Mia sniffled loudly. "No one else is gonna want me. I'm such a dweeb." "Oh, Mia. You haven't even begun to find out who you really are, and, believe me, other boys are going to fall in love with you. If a guy can't see how special you are, he isn't good enough for you. It just hurts so much. It won't always, though. You won't always want to puke when you see him with another girl. And then one day you'll see another guy who makes your heart race and it'll just fade. Your heart will stitch itself back up and only a tiny scar will remain behind, and someday you'll tell your daughter how Tyler Marshall hurt you. I never want to see him again. How can I go to the grad party if he's there? It doesn't do any good to hide out in life, Mia. That's how you used to handle things. You're stronger now." She sighed heavily. "I know. Lexi says I shouldn't care what anyone thinks. She's right." "Yeah," Mia said, but she sounded unconvinced. Jude held her daughter, remembering the whole of their lives in the blink of an eye. "I love you, Poppet. Love you, too, Madre. Can we go get Lexi now? I need her tonight." "Of course. That's what best friends are for." In less than 10 days, they would be graduating from high school. Lexi stood in a crowd of seniors, staring out at the sea of folding chairs that had been set up in the gymnasium. Principal Yates stood beneath the basketball hoop, his arms extended, telling them how the ceremony would go, but only a handful of kids were paying attention. The rest of them were laughing and talking and jostling one another. You'll file alphabetically out of the gym and along the bleachers and onto the football field if it's sunny. If not, we'll be in here, the principal was saying. Now, let's try a walkthrough, okay? Jason Adner, you start us off. Lexi followed along as she was supposed to, finding her seat on the floor. The rehearsal took all of 6th period, and when it was over, they were released from school. The whole class burst out of the gym like some musical where the kids were starting summer break. She and Zach found each other without really trying. It was like echolocation. Each just knew where the other was, and they couldn't stand to be apart. Everything felt so big these days, so momentous. Graduation. Summer vacation. College. Sometimes all Lexi could really hold on to was now, her love for Zach and her friendship with Mia. Everything else was changing. Zach took her by the hand, and they walked across campus. At the student parking lot, he opened the Mustang door for her. Where's Mia? Lexi asked. Mom is picking her up. They're having girl time after school. That'll be good for Mia. Lexi got in the car. Zach slid into the driver's seat and looked at her. I need to tell you something. What? Not here. Lexi tensed. Reaching over, she held on to his hand as if it were a lifeline, which it had been from the beginning. All the way through town and down to La Riviere Park, she said nothing. At the park, he pulled into their usual spot and turned off the engine. She waited for him to open his door, but instead he twisted around in his seat. His green eyes were bright with tears. What? She whispered. I love you, Lexi. He was going to break up with her. She should have expected this, been ready for it. She wanted to say, I know you do, but she couldn't do it. The words felt like broken glass in her mouth. I won't go to Seattle Central with you. We could get an apartment. Wait. What? You want to go to community college with me? I don't want to leave you, Lex. She actually shuddered with relief, made a little sound. He kissed her damp cheek and wiped his eyes, looking embarrassed by tears that were more valuable to her than diamonds. Holding hands, they left the car and walked out to their place among the driftwood and sat down together. Waves whooshed along the sand, sounding like first love to Lexi. When she looked at him, she almost started to cry again. He began to spin the dream for her. He talked about their life and the apartment they would find and the jobs they would get. He meant it, all of it, and she loved him all the more for it, but wanting it wouldn't be enough. Mia was all she had to say. She hated to remind him, but what kind of friend would she be if she didn't? She loved Mia as much as she loved Zach. Zach sighed. What do I do? He stared past her, out at the sound. Then he said it again, more softly. What do I do? I don't think we should even talk about this, Zach. What's the point? But it could work. Why couldn't it? We could get an apartment in Seattle. The three of us. We could go to Seattle Central Community College for a year or two and then transfer to the U. I'll still get in a good med school. It's not like USC is the only good school in the world. She felt like a kid hanging onto a balloon, being pulled effortlessly into the air. His vision was so buoyant. For a few precious moments, she let herself believe in all of it. Then he said, I'm going to tell them what I want, and she lost her hold on the string and fell back to earth. Not yet, she said, burrowing as tightly against him as she could. Instead of saying anything, she strained upward, kissing him until the tears in her eyes dried up. She let her hands and her mouth communicate how much she loved him. Afterward, they lay entwined, listening to the incoming tide, watching the cerulean blue sky begin ever so slightly to darken. Finally, as the day drifted toward a lavender evening, they had to leave their snow globe world, where the view was always the same and no one else could get in. Lexi held his hand all the way back to his house, afraid to let go. As they turned onto Night Road, her tension grew, until it was a pitchfork jab's headache that wouldn't go away. She loved Zach, but he didn't know anything about disappointment. Everything had always come so easily. He didn't expect anything else. She saw it in his face, a steely determination that fit uncomfortably on his handsome features, like a boy stepping into his dad's oversized shoes and pretending they fit. "You ready to do this?" he asked, coming around to her side of the car. "No." He gave her a confident smile. "It'll be cool. You'll see. Come on." She let him take her hand and lead her into the house. Miles and Jude lay entangled on the sofa, each reading a book. Mia lay stretched out on the sectional's other end, watching TV. In a pink terrycloth hoodie, baggy gray sweats, and rhinestoned flip-flops, she looked like a little girl playing dress-up. It wasn't until you saw her bloodshot eyes that you knew how wounded she still was, how fragile. Mia got to her feet. "Hey guys," she said, smiling a little too brightly. Lexi's heart ached for her best friend. She saw how hard Mia was trying to be strong. She went to her, hugged her fiercely. "How are you?" "I'm fine," Mia said. "Or I will be. You guys should stop worrying about me." "Mom?" "Dad?" Zach said, coming forward. "I need to talk to you." Jude looked up sharply. Lexi was reminded of one of those nature shows where the prey animal steps on a twig and the predator suddenly looks up. That was how Jude looked, no on alert. "You want to talk to us?" "What's wrong?" She got up quickly, moved toward her son. Zach took a deep breath. "I'm not going to USC. I want all three of us to go to Seattle Central CC. Mia? We could get an apartment." Jude froze. "What?" Miles got to his feet. "We paid your tuition deposit. It's non-refundable." "Damn it, Zach." "I never asked you to pay it," Zach yelled back. "You never asked us not to," Miles said harshly. He stood beside Jude, who'd gone pale. "Well, I'll tell you this, I'm not paying for any damn apartment. If you want to throw opportunity away, you can do it on your tab. See how much fun college is when you have to work full-time and pay your own bills." "That's not fair," Zach said. "You can't." "Stop," Jude hissed, holding up a hand. She looked shell-shocked, a little dazed. "I don't understand." "Talk to us, Zach." "Zach," Mia said, frowning. "You won't go to school with me?" "I can't leave her," he said, looking miserable. "And you can leave me?" "Me?" Mia said, starting to cry. "No. I want you to come with us." "I said that," Zach answered. "Come on, Mia." "What choice do I have?" Mia cried, looking from Zach to Lexi. "I guess this is you being my friend too, huh?" Then she ran for the stairs. Zach followed his sister from the room and up the stairs. Lexi felt Jude's gaze on her, judging her, blaming her, and Lexi felt a rush of shame. This family had done so much for her, given her so much, and now she was to blame for this. It took all her courage to look up into Jude's disappointed face. "Don't be mad at me," she whispered, wringing her hands. "Please." "You don't understand what you've done," Jude said. Her voice was shaky and her face was pale. "I didn't do anything. It's not my fault. Isn't it? I didn't tell him to do this to want this. Think of Mia instead of Zach. Instead of yourself. You know how talented she is and how shy. How would it be if the three of you lived together really? How long before you and Zach started to ignore her? That would never happen." "Really?" "It looks as if it just did." Jude paused. Her face seemed to soften at that. "I'm sorry. I hate to tangle you up in all of this. But if they don't go to USC, they'll regret it, and sooner or later they'll blame you." Lexi hated the truth she heard in those words. "Talk to them," Jude said, clutching Miles's hand so tightly her fingers were white. Lexi wanted to say no, at least to be uncertain about what to do, but she wasn't. Some courses of action were obvious. She had done the wrong thing once before, risked her friendship with Mia and her place in this family. Then, as now, love and longing had blinded her. It was a mistake she refused to repeat. She turned her back on Miles and Jude and made her way across the room, bigger suddenly, an endless sea crossing, and went up the stairs. They were in Mia's room, standing like a pair of matched statues, staring at each other. "Hey," Lexi said. They turned at the same time, wearing identical expressions. "I wish I were stronger," Mia said. You're stronger than you think, Lexi said, moving into the room. Zach reached out for her, but she sidestepped him. But that's not what this is about. Mia started to cry. I've dreamed of USC for so long. You could go by yourself, Zach said, and Lexi loved him for saying it, but she heard the crack in his voice, saw the regret already filling his gaze. I'd kill to go to USC, Lexi said quietly. I'd give anything. She swallowed, looked from one face to the next, struck by how alike they were, mirror images. You guys can't give up everything just because I don't have it. I won't let you. She could see how hurt Zach was by her words, and how relieved. She drew in a shaky breath. Yes, he loved her. But he loved his sister, too, and he wanted to make his parents proud, and to secure his future. All of that he could do at USC. Lexi forced a smile. Enough of this. You two are going to USC. I'll be rocking SCC. We'll see each other every vacation. We have a whole month at Christmas, Mia said. At another time she might have smiled, but now she looked as broken as Lexi felt. Was this adulthood, this pruning of dreams to be practical? We'll miss you, Mia said. Zach just stood there, looking pissed and relieved and a little desperate. Cornered. It won't change anything, Lexi said, and they all knew it was a lie. The decision had been made. There was nothing more to say. 10. For the next few days, Jude felt a little unsteady adrift. A bullet had been dodged, there was no doubt about that. Lexi had somehow convinced Zach to follow through on the plans that had been made. It should have been a more than satisfactory conclusion, and it was, but like all compromises, something had been lost by everyone. There was a fissure in this house now, a resentment that was new. Jude couldn't remember when Zach had been so angry at her. Zach, her pliable, lovable boy, had become a surly, angry teenager who slouched in his chair and mumbled his sentences. He was pissed at his sister and his mother and maybe at Lexi, who knew, and he wanted everyone to know it. Jude had tried to give him space. In the days since the blow-up, she'd walked carefully around him, treated him with exaggerated care, but the price to her was high. She simply couldn't stand being on the outs with her children. Last night, she'd hardly slept at all for worrying about it. Instead, she'd lain in bed, staring up at the ceiling, envisioning one conversation after another. In her imaginings, she and Zach always ended up laughing about their differences, and he rededicated himself to USC and his sister. Sometimes he even finished with, I know how young we are, Madre. Don't worry so much, it's cool, thanks. Now, she stood at her bedroom window, staring out at her backyard as evening fell across the water. Tonight was the last big high school party of the year, the grad barbecue. Truth be told, she didn't want to let them go. There was so much unresolved between them, so many things to discuss, but she knew nothing would be solved tonight. And if she denied them this party, they'd never speak to her again. But tomorrow they were going to work through all this drama and get back on track. This was their last year together. She'd be damned if they'd spend it like strangers. Mom? Mia said, knocking at her bedroom door and opening it wide. Can I talk to you? That was fast becoming a dangerous sentence. Jude turned, forced a smile. Of course, honey. Mia looked beautiful in the bright late afternoon light. She was dressed for the party in a pair of ragged, cut-off jeans with carefully placed holes, a tight white t-shirt, and a vintage men's paisley vest that hung off her slim shoulders. Her hair had been drawn back from her face in a loose ponytail. Several red metallic baby barrettes held the tiny wisps out of her eyes. You look sad. I'm fine. Mia came up beside Jude, put an arm around her waist, and leaned against her. Side by side, supported by each other, they stared out the window. He loves her, Mom. What does that? Mia turned, tilted her face up. He loves her. Jude fell silent. For the first time, the words actually resonated. Love. All this time she'd minimized it, trimmed its sails because of their age. She'd told herself they were too young to understand their own lives. But it was true, their love. It might not last, but it was real. I'm breaking them up, making him go to school with me, and you know what the worst part is? They've stuck with me. Jude touched her daughter's cheek, seeing the pain in Mia's eyes. This daughter of hers was so sensitive. Of course they have. They'll always be there for you. I need to be there for them, too. That's the point. You are. I'm not going to USC, Mom. The three of us can go to community college and get an apartment. Mia. If you and Dad won't pay for it, we'll get jobs. It's the right thing to do, Madre. You always said nothing mattered more than love and family. Did you mean it? Mia, we've paid deposits, made commitments. It's not this simple. You can't just. The sound of footsteps in the hallway interrupted them. Zach came into the room. There you are, Mia. It's time to go. Mom and I are talking, Mia said. Zach rolled his eyes. Just tell her you'll do what she wants. That's the A answer for Team Faraday. That's not fair, Zach, Jude said. She felt unsettled, as if everything was unspooling around her, falling free, rolling away, and she couldn't find anything to hold on to. Fair? Zach said. Is that what matters now? You used to say you wanted us to be happy, but that's only true when we do what you want us to do. He looked at Mia. Let's go. We have to pick up Lexi, and I don't want to be late to the party. On that, he turned his back on them and strode out of the room. Gotta go, Madre. Mia gave Jude a last, sad smile and followed her brother. Wait, Jude called out, hurrying after her daughter, following her to the front door. Outside, she could see the Mustang, hear its engine roar to life. We'll talk tomorrow, Jude said to Mia. This decision about USC is not made. Yes, it is. Mia gave her a bright smile. Forgive me? No. I do not forgive you, Jude said. And sweet talking won't work this time. This isn't over. You have to think about your futures. I'm sorry, Mom, but it kinda is. Love you. Mia gave Jude a kiss on the cheek and then ran out to the car. I want you home by 1 o'clock, Jude said, following her daughter. It was too small, not really what she wanted to say at all, but it was all she had now. Tomorrow they would have a serious talk, all three of them. At 1:02, I'm calling the police or driving over. At the car, Mia hugged her mother fiercely. We'll be home, she promised. And no drinking, Jude said. She leaned down to see her son through the car window. Zach, you're the designated driver. No matter what. That's our deal. I know, he said tightly. She had to add, if anything happens. Yeah, Zach said. We'll call home for a ride. Come on, Mia. Lexi's waiting. Be home by 1, Jude said again, stepping back, watching them drive off. I mean it, she said, but there was no one beside her to hear the words. Driving too fast, music blaring through the car, Zach turned onto Night Road. Lexi slid into the car door at every hairpin turn. Slow down, Mia yelled from the back seat, but Zach just cranked up the music. Yeah, by Usher was at the edge of pain. Got so caught up I forgot. When they got to the party, there were already more than a dozen cars parked in the clearing. Zach pulled the key out of the ignition and dropped it in the well between the seats. I need something to drink, he said, getting out of the car. Lexi got out of the car and went to him. But you're the DD. I know that. And I know my limits. You're not my mom. He pulled away from her and strode toward the party. Lexi didn't know what to do. Mia came up beside her. He's pissed. At me. Mia shrugged. At you, me, my parents, himself. Everyone. He doesn't know what he wants and it's killing him. He's always been like that. When things come easily, Zach's cool. But when he's confused or hurting, he loses it. Sometimes he yells and sometimes he shuts up. This time he's yelling. He's especially mad at Mom and me. You guys would be crazy to give up USC for a crappy apartment and classes at a community college. He'll see that, Lexi said. Mia took her by the hand, and they headed down the driveway. Deep in the woods, they found the small log cabin that was one of the island's original homesteads. A big bonfire danced in front of the beach. Beside it stood a pair of silver kegs. Over to the left, Someone was grilling hot dogs. Mia and Lexi stood at the perimeter of the party talking. All around them kids were laughing and dancing and drinking. Out on the water, a pair of jet skis buzzed and raced. Music blared out from a boom box on the porch. The air smelled of pine trees and wood smoke and marijuana. As they stood there, Tyler walked past them. Elena Smith was draped all over him, hanging on him. He had his hand on her ass. Mia drew in a sharp breath. Wiping her eyes, she walked over to the keg and got herself a beer, downing it as fast as she could. "Are you okay?" Lexi asked. "Just stay with me," Mia said shakily. "Don't let me be alone, I might make a fool of myself." "I'd never let you be alone," Lexi promised. She got a beer, and, even though she hated the taste, it softened her somehow, and Mia, too, and in no time they were smiling again and making jokes. When she finished her second beer, Mia said, "We need Zach. I have a surprise for you too. Something to tell you. Meet me on the beach." She headed into the crowd before Lexi could stop her, and that was cool, because Lexi didn't want to stop her. As much as she loved being with her best friend, she wanted Zach here, too. This was their graduation party, the last one before the big day, and the three of them should be together. Lexi headed down to the beach and sat in the sand, waiting. "There you are," Zach said a few minutes later, sitting down beside her. "I've been looking all over for you." "Where's Mia?" "She went looking for you." Zach shrugged and handed her a bottle of rum. "Here." "Hey, you're not supposed to be drinking," Lexi said. "Last one, I promise." "Here." She hated to drink like this, without mixers or anything, but she didn't want to upset him, so she took a sip. "She doesn't give a shit about what I want," he said and lifted the bottle to his mouth again. Lexi didn't know if he was talking about his mother or his sister, but it didn't really matter either way. "Yes, she does." He took another long drink, handed it to her. "Maybe I don't give a shit what she wants." Lexi sighed. "Yes, you do." He looked at her, his eyes wild. "I love you so much." She knew exactly what he was feeling. It was the universe of her own emotions. She was afraid of watching him go. He was afraid of letting her stay. "I know," was all she could say. She believed him now, believed in his love, and that was everything. They needed to be strong for each other, and she would be the one to start. "I'll never stop loving you, Zach." In a taut voice, he said, "Come here," and took her hand and led her deep into the woods. There, they kissed and undressed and made love in a way that was new, sad, maybe, and a little rough, with their bodies communicating all the difficult words they couldn't say. When it was over and they lay there, spent, staring up at the starlit sky, Lexi reached for the rum bottle and drank until their future didn't seem so sharp and a nice fuzziness blurred the edges. Finally, unsteady on their feet, they left the copse of trees and returned to the party, which was now completely out of control. There were more than 100 kids there, talking, laughing, dancing. Boys were tossing a football back and forth, a bunch of people were gathered around the kegs, more stood around the huge bonfire. On the cabin, a sign read, "Class of 2004 goodbye and good luck." Mia shrieked when she saw them and stumbled toward them. "Where were you guys?" she said, handing Lexi a half-empty bottle of rum. "This is our night. The three of us." "Okay." They stood there, a little drunk, staring at one another, an island in a sea of seniors. Mia reached out for Zach's hand, then for Lexi's, and, with that touch, the connection returned. They were them again. "Let's party," Zach said, smiling at his sister. Lexi could see the love between these two, and as much as it hurt to know that they would leave her, she was glad the fight was over. They needed this last summer together. They merged into the party and became a part of it, laughing, drinking, dancing until the moon rose in a dark sky and the air turned cold. By 2 o'clock in the morning, the party was winding down. Kids lay sprawled on the ground, on the grass, on the porch. Mia started to say something and stopped. "What was I saying?" Zach laughed drunkenly. "You said you had a surprise for us. You've been saying it all night." "What is it?" Huh, that's right, Mia said and fell sideways. Her head smacked on a rock and she moaned, "Shit. The hurt." Lexi helped Mia sit back up. "She's bleeding, Zach." They all burst into laughter at that. Lexi tried to use her sleeve to wipe the blood off Mia's forehead, but her balance was off and she kept poking Mia in the eye instead, and Mia just laughed harder. Mia lurched up suddenly and stood there swaying. Oh man. She clamped a hand over her mouth for a second and then stumbled sideways, falling to her knees in the sand and vomiting. The retching sound and the smell made Lexi almost sick, too, but she went to Mia anyway, held her hair back. "I am so hammered," Mia finally said, wiping her mouth with her sleeve and sitting back on her heels. Zach lurched toward them. He was so unsteady he tripped over a stone and fell down. "Is she okay?" "ISS time to go," Mia said. "Mom will kill us if we're late." "What time is it?" 2:10, Lexi said, squinting at her watch. She thought that was right. The numbers were dancing and blurring. "Oh, shit. Zach staggered to his feet. "We gotta go." They made their weaving, unsteady way up the bank and across the grassy lawn, stepping around the bodies of their passed-out classmates. Mia stepped on someone's arm and laughed, yelled, "Oops. Sorry." As they staggered to the car, it hit Lexi. Zach was drunk. She turned to him. He stood there, swaying like a palm tree in the trade winds, his eyes closed. Then she looked at Mia, who was puking again. Blood was dripping down the side of her face. "You can't drive," Lexi said to Zach. Mia got closer to the car and bent forward like a rag doll, pressing her cheek against the hood. "Call Mom," she said. She dug in her pocket for her phone, dropped it on the ground. Lexi picked up the phone. "No way," Zach said. "Last time she practically grounded us." "Hesh, right," Mia said. "Let's just go." Lexi tried to concentrate, but she couldn't. All she could really think about was that they should call Jude, but what would Jude think of Lexi then? What if Eva found out about this? Lexi had promised to be good, and here she was at a party again. Mia shivered violently. "I'm freezing," Zach tack. "Where's my coat?" "And my head hurts." "Why does my head hurt?" "We should sleep here," Lexi said. "Mom would kill us," Zach said, stumbling forward, slamming into his car. He wrenched the driver's door open and fell into the seat. The keys were in the well. He searched around, swearing, and then laughed. "Got 'em." "Get out of there, Zach," Lexi said. "You're too drunk to drive." She walked around the driver's side of the car, trying not to stumble or fall. "Mia, help me," Lexi said. "Tell Zach he's too drunk to drive." "ISS only a mile," Mia said. "And Mom did flip out last time we called." "I can do it," Zach said, smiling sloppily. "Come on," Mia moaned, wiping more blood from her forehead. She opened the car door and fell into the back seat. "Ouch," she said, laughing, and then curled up into a fetal position on the seat. Zach slipped the key into the ignition and started the engine, which roared to life in the quiet darkness. "Come on, Lex. ISS no big deal. Let's go." "I don't know," Lexi said, shaking her head. The movement pushed her off balance and made her fall forward. She hit the side of the car. "Wait. I gotta think. This isn't a good idea." 11. Beep. 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 Jude sat up, bleary-eyed. She was on the sectional in the living room. Her cell phone lay on the cushion beside her, chirping. An infomercial flitted silently across the TV screen. She struggled to focus on the small face of her watch. 3:37. Then she flipped open her cell phone. There was a text from Mia. "Sray WR late. On our way. Love you." The text had come in at 2:11. Oh, they would be sorry. They'd come home late, not checked in with Jude, and forgotten to turn off the exterior lights. This would be their last party for a while. She got up, turned off the TV and the outside lights, and locked the front door. As she climbed the stairs, she tried to decide whether to wake them up or yell at them tomorrow. She opened Mia's door and turned on the light. The bed was empty. She felt a ping of fear, like a drop of acid on bare skin, and went to Zach's room. It was empty too. Take a breath, Jude. They missed their curfew, that was all. They'd started to leave the party and then been caught up somehow. She called Mia's cell. It rang and rang, then went to voicemail. It was the same with Zach's phone. She ran downstairs to her room. Miles lay sleeping in bed, a book open on his chest, the television on. It's late, Miles, and they're not home. Call them, he mumbled. I did. No one answered. Miles sat up, frowning, and glanced at the clock. It's almost 4 o'clock. They're never this late, she said. Miles ran a hand through his hair. We don't want to panic. They probably lost track of time. We could drive over there, Jude said. Miles nodded. I think. The doorbell rang. Thank God. Jude felt a rush of relief, then a burst of anger. They are so grounded, she muttered, leaving the room. She stepped out into the long, dark hallway. It was black and then red-yellow. Lights cut through the darkness, blinking, blaring. Police lights. She stumbled, almost fell. Then Miles was beside her, steadying her. She felt herself moving forward, but she wasn't really walking. She was a piece of flotsam caught up in her husband's motion. 2 policemen stood outside their door. It was raining, hard. Why did she notice that? She knew these men, knew them and their wives and their children, but they shouldn't be here now, at her house, in the middle of the night, their images flashing red and yellow. Officer Avery stepped forward, his hat in his hand. She saw everything in pieces, out of focus, as if she were looking through binoculars set for someone else's eyes. Staccato bursts of color, a macabre night, rain that looked like bits of ash falling from the sky. I'm sorry. There's been an accident. Words. Sounds. Lips that moved and the sound of heavy breathing. Falling rain. Mia, Zach, Alexa, Bale. She couldn't process it, couldn't make sense of it. My babies, you're talking about my children. They've been airlifted to Harborview, all 3 of them. They're okay? She heard her husband ask, and it shocked her so badly she almost pulled away from him. How could he find a voice now? Ask anything? Did the policeman answer? What had he said? Jude couldn't hear anything over the rain or the beating of her heart. Was she crying? Is that why she couldn't see? Miles looked at her, and in his eyes she saw how breakable they both were, how fragile. It had happened in an instant, this new frailty. In the time it took them to walk from their bedroom to the front door, they had been pared down, their bones weakened. She thought his touch would bruise her now, leave a mark. Let's get dressed, he said, taking her by the arm. We need to go. The drive to the hospital seemed to take forever. There were no ferries running at this hour, so they had to take the bridge to Kitsap County and drive around to Seattle. In the car, they didn't speak. Silence felt manageable. Words did not. It took concentration just to draw in each breath and exhale without crying. She wished she were a religious woman. All that spirituality she'd cultivated didn't help her now. She needed faith, an antidote to this escalating fear. When they parked, Jude turned to her husband. He looked drawn and gaunt, and the look in his eyes was harrowing. She wanted to comfort him, as she did so often when he came home from work still mired in loss. She wanted to tell him not to think of the worst, but she was too brittle to even offer an arm. Inside the bright white hospital, Jude straightened her shoulders and forged ahead, trying to manage her fear by controlling everything around her. But her questions went unanswered, her calls for help unheeded. Stop, Miles finally said, taking her aside in the crowded hallway. Just let them do their jobs. All we can do is wait. She didn't want to do nothing, but she had no choice. So she stood there, overwhelmed by helplessness, trying not to cry. Waiting. Finally, at just past 6 in the morning, they got an answer. It felt as if they'd been here for decades, but in truth, it had been less than an hour. Mia is in surgery, the man in front of her said. He was a big black man with tattooed biceps and the kindest, molasses-colored eyes she'd ever seen. His orange scrubs looked more like prison clothes than hospital wear. She suffered some pretty severe internal injuries. That's all I know, he added when Miles began to question him. She'll be okay, though, Jude said. Everything felt scrambled in her head. Sounds seemed to be muffled. Why could she hear her own heartbeat in all this noise? The surgeon will come out to talk to you when he's done, but it will be a while. They just went in, the nurse said. And Zach? Miles asked. I'll take you to see him, the nurse said. He sustained some chemical burns to his face and eyes, so he's bandaged. Before you ask, Dr. Faraday, that's all I know. He also cracked a couple of ribs. The girl, Alexa, is in with a doctor right now, but I think her injuries are less severe. A broken arm, a forehead laceration. Burns? Jude said. How bad is it? Has he seen a specialist? There's that doctor from the U. What's his name, Miles? Miles took her hand. Later, Jude, he said firmly, and she felt that helplessness rise up in her again. They followed the nurse into a private room, where her son, the boy she'd thought only last week was looking so much like a man, lay in a metal-railed bed all alone, surrounded by machines. The right side of his face was bruised and swollen, misshapen somehow. Bandages wrapped his head, mushrooming out above his ears. A rectangular gauze pad covered the lower part of his right cheek and jawline. Miles squeezed her hand, and this time she clung to him. We're here, Miles said. I'm holding your hand, Zach, Jude said, trying not to cry as she stared down at her son's bruised, burned face and bandaged eyes. His other hand was bandaged up past his wrist. Just like I used to, remember? I used to hold your hand all the way into the classroom in kindergarten. You got cool in 8th grade after that. I could only hold your hand in the car, and only for a few minutes. I used to reach back into the back seat, remember? And you'd hold my hand for a few minutes, just so. Mom? For a moment she thought she'd imagined his voice. Thank God, she whispered, squeezing his hand. Zach tried to sit up. Where am I? Lie still, son. You're in a hospital, Miles said. I can't see what happened. There was a car crash, Miles said. Am I blind? Of course not, Jude wanted to say. It couldn't be true, not to her son who had been afraid of the dark. Your eyes are bandaged, that's all. We don't know the extent of your injuries yet, Miles said evenly. Just rest, Zach. The important thing is that you're alive. How's Mia? Zach asked quietly, still sitting up. He looked around, blind behind all that gauze. And Lex? Mia's in surgery right now. We're waiting to hear, Jude answered. I'm sure she'll be fine. This is a wonderful hospital. And Lexi? Zach asked. The nurse thought she was going to be fine. We'll know more soon, Miles said. Just rest, baby, Jude said, using her voice to soothe him as she had so often when he was little. We'll be right here. She sat by his bed, as she'd done so many times in his life. A few moments later, Miles left again to check on Mia's status. Waiting for answers was terrible, but Jude had to bear it. What choice did she have? And she believed in the deepest part of her soul that Mia would be fine. She had to believe that. Behind her, the door opened again. No news yet, Miles said. Jude looked down at Zach again, trying to think of what to say to him. Words felt heavy and unwieldy, and she couldn't tame her fear enough to think, so she dug deep into the past, went back to the days when she'd had 2 babies who tangled up together like puppies in her lap, and she told him his favorite story. She didn't remember it word for word, but she remembered enough to start. The night Max wore his wolf suit to make mischief, his mother called him Wild Thing and sent him to bed without dinner. As she remembered the words something about the gnashing of his terrible teeth, she tried to distance herself from the memories they evoked. But how could she? The story reminded her of a boy who'd cried when she turned the lights out in his room, a boy who'd been terrified of monsters in the closet and under the bed. Only his sister's presence could really calm him. Jude had ignored all the good parenting manuals and let the twins climb into bed with her and Miles. And now his eyes were wrapped. He was deep in the dark. Mom? She wiped her eyes. What, baby? Have you seen Lexi? Not yet. Go see her. Tell her I'm fine, okay? She squeezed his hand and let go. Of course. She stood up, shaky on her feet, and turned to Miles. You'll hold his hand while I'm gone? Of course. She pretended not to notice that they couldn't look at each other anymore. Okay then. She stayed a second longer, unable somehow to leave her son. Then she left the room and went out into the brightly lit hallway. Pausing to get her bearings, she walked up to the busy nurse's station. Can I get information on Alexa Bale? She asked. Are you a relative? No. She is in room 613 West. That's all I can tell you. Jude nodded and left the nurse's station. At 613 West, she paused a moment, then opened the door. The room held 2 beds. The one by the window was unoccupied. In the other lay Lexi. Although her bed was angled up, she was asleep. Her pretty, heart-shaped face was bruised, her left eye had a bandage above it, probably from a laceration, and her left arm was in a cast. Beside her, Eva Lang sat in a plastic chair. The woman looked older than Jude remembered, and smaller. She had her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Jude had heard so many stories about this woman over the years, how she'd picked up Lexi's sight unseen and offered her a home. Eva had had hardly any money and only a rented trailer and a second-hand car to her name, but she'd welcomed Lexi in. Hello, Eva, Jude said. May I come in? Eva looked up. Her dark eyes swam with tears and the wrinkles on her cheeks were accordion deep. Sure. How is she? Jude asked. How should I know? Getting a doctor to talk to you is like finding a winning lotto ticket. I'll have Miles get you some information. It's hard, though. We're waiting to hear about Mia, too. Jude looked at Eva, and though they had almost nothing in common, they had this moment, this mother's worry strung between them. I don't get it, Eva said softly, her eyes moist. She told me she was spending the night at your house. With Mia. Yes, that was the plan. But they weren't home at 3:30? It occurred to Jude suddenly, sharply, that her children were responsible in this, that they'd driven and that she had let them go. They ignored their curfew. Oh! Jude moved closer to the bed, stared down at this girl her son loved. It all seemed so unimportant now, the fight they'd had because of that love. The question of colleges. Jude would do things differently from now on. Honest, God. I'll be better. Just make Mia and Zach and Lexi okay. She's like a part of our family. I know how much she loves you all. We love her, too. Well, I better go back now, she said at last, stepping back. We might get word on Mia. I'm praying for all of them, Eva said. Jude nodded, wishing she knew how to pray. 12. Jude, honey, there's news. Jude awoke with a start. She was slumped in a chair at Zach's bedside. Somehow she'd managed to fall asleep. She blinked and rubbed her eyes. It made no sense that sunlight was streaming through the window. She could tell that her son was asleep by the even strains of his breathing. Miles helped her to her feet and led her out into the hallway, where a man in blue scrubs stood waiting for them. She clung to Miles's hand. I'm Dr. Adams, the surgeon said, pulling the multicolored cap off his head. He had a shock of gray-white hair and a pleated, basset hound face. I'm so sorry. Jude's knees buckled. She held on to Miles's strong arm, but suddenly he was shaking, too. Injuries too severe, no seatbelt thrown from the car. The surgeon kept talking, but Jude couldn't hear him. A hospital chaplain moved into her field of vision, dressed in black, a crow coming to pick at bones. She heard someone screaming, and the sound blocked out everything. She pushed at the chaplain. It was her. She was the one screaming no, crying. When people tried to hold her, maybe Miles, maybe the chaplain, she didn't know who was reaching for her. She pushed free and stumbled aside, crying out her daughter's name. She heard Miles behind her, firing questions at the surgeon, getting answers, something about cerebral blood flow and pentobarbital. When she heard him say brain death, she threw up and sank to her knees in her own vomit. Then Miles was beside her, handling her with the kind of gentleness that he usually reserved for his elderly patients. He put an arm around her, hoisted her to her feet, and steadied her. She kept collapsing inward. There were people gathered around, staring at her. "Take it back," she thought, looking around at them. "Please, God. Please." She was making a scene, humiliating herself. Miles took her into an empty room where she collapsed onto a plastic chair, bowing forward. "It isn't real. It can't be. I was just with her," she said to Miles, looking up at him through scalding tears. He sank to his knees in front of her and said nothing. She felt her insides draining away, emptying. Then there was a knock at the door. How long had they been in here? A minute? An hour? The chaplain stepped into the room. Beside him, a woman in a cheap blue suit held a clipboard. "Would you like to see Mia?" the chaplain said. Jude looked in his blue eyes and saw tears. This stranger was crying for her, and the cold truth settled deep, deep inside her. "Yes," Miles said, and it was the first time she even thought of him, of his pain. When she looked at him, she saw that he was crying too. They were so fragile. Who had known that? Not her, surely. Until just now, as she reached for her husband's hand, she thought she was a strong woman. Powerful, even. Lucky. They stood up together and walked down one corridor, and then another until they came to the last door on their right. Far from other patients. Of course. Miles had the strength to open the door, although how, Jude would never know. The room was brightly lit, which surprised Jude. Almost everything in it was stainless steel. And there was noise in here, machines whooshing, thunking. A computer screen showed a heartbeat spiking and falling across a field of black. "Thank God," Jude whispered. She'd been wrong. In the roar of "I'm sorry," she'd misunderstood. Mia wasn't gone. She was right here, looking as beautiful as always, her chest rising and falling. "She's okay." Clipboard woman stepped forward. "Actually, she's not. I'm sorry. It's called brain death and I can." "Don't," Miles said, so harshly the poor woman went pale. "I know why you're here and how long we have. I've spoken with Dr. Adams. We'll consent. Just leave us alone." The woman nodded. "Consent to what?" Jude looked at Miles. "She looks perfect. A little bruised, but look how she's breathing. And her color is good." Miles's eyes filled with tears. "It's the machines," he said gently. "Her body is being kept alive, but her mind, our Mia, isn't in there anymore. She looks. Trust me, Jude. You know how much I'd fight for her if our girl were still here to fight for." She didn't know how to believe him. Everything inside of her was screaming that this wasn't fair, that it wasn't right, that a mistake had been made. She started to pull back, shaking her head, but Miles wouldn't let her go. He pulled her hard against his chest, held her so tightly she couldn't move. "She's gone," he whispered into her ear. She screamed out loud, struggling in his arms, saying no, 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 and still he held her against him. She cried until her whole body felt limp and empty, and finally he let her go. She moved woodenly to her daughter's bedside. Mia was surrounded by machines and wires and needles and IVs. She looked healthy enough to wake up any second and say, "Hola, madre." "Hey, Poppet," Jude said, hating the way her brittle voice cracked on the familiar nickname. "She needs her Daisy doggy. Why didn't we bring him?" Miles came up beside her. "Hey, baby girl," he said, and he broke. Jude wanted to comfort him, but she couldn't. "The last thing I said to her was that I didn't forgive her." "Oh my God, Miles." "Don't," he said simply. If Miles hadn't been beside her, holding her up, she would have collapsed beside this girl who seemed to be sleeping so peacefully. Jude remembered how it had felt to carry her, to imagine and love her before she'd ever even seen her, how she used to talk to them, her unborn twins, swimming in her swollen belly like a pair of tiny fish, coiled together, always together. Zach would be alone now. An only child. How would they tell him this? The world felt bubble-wrapped and far away. Jude didn't focus on anything except her daughter. In the next hour, calls were made to friends and family. Miles did all the talking. Words came at Jude, words that had had no meaning before. Organs. Heart. Corneas. Skin. Save people's lives. She nodded and signed and looked at no one and said nothing. People pushed at her, jostled her as they ran tests on Mia. More than once Jude snapped at someone and told them to be careful with her daughter. It was all she could do now. She reminded them that Mia was ticklish, that she sang off-key and hummed all the time, that she hated to be cold. No one seemed to listen. They looked impossibly sad and lowered their voices to whispers. At some point the chaplain sidled up to her, pulled her away from the bed, and tried to comfort her with rote words. She elbowed him hard and rushed back to Mia. "I'm here, Poppet," she said. "You're not alone." She stood there as long as they let her, perfectly still, whispering words of love and telling stories, and trying to remember every single thing about Mia. Finally, and she had no idea when it was, or how long she'd been there, Miles came up to her. "Jude," he said, and she had the idea that he'd said it more than once, maybe even yelled it. She tore her gaze away from Mia and turned to her husband. Behind Mia stood a team of people in surgical scrubs. She caught sight of someone holding a red and white cooler. "They have to take her now, Jude," he said, peeling her fingers from the bed rail. She stared at him through hot tears. "I'm not ready." He said nothing. What was there to say? Who could ever be ready for a thing like this? "You're going with her," she said, pressing a hand over his heart, feeling it beat. "I'll be in the viewing area." His voice broke. "She won't be alone." "I want to sit outside the oar," she said, even though she really wanted to run away. "Okay." She turned again, leaned down and kissed her daughter's plump pink lips. "I love you, Poppet." She pulled the blanket up to Mia's neck. It was an instinctive gesture, a mother's caress. Finally, she drew back, shaking, and let Miles pull her away from the bed. In a moment, Mia would be really gone. They were wheeling her daughter out of the room when Jude remembered what they'd forgotten. How had they forgotten? "Wait," she screamed. Miles looked at her. "What?" "Zach," was all she could say. "Lexi can hear Mia talking, laughing, saying something about part of your world." She mumbled, "Huh," to her best friend and reached over for Mia, but there was no one beside her. Lexi woke slowly, blinking. Something was wrong. Where was she? She tried to sit up and felt a sharp pain in her chest. It hurt so badly she cried out. "Alexa?" Eva got up. She'd been in a chair by the window reading. "Where am I?" Lexi asked, frowning. Eva moved closer. "The hospital." The two words stopped time. Lexi remembered everything in a rush of images. The car's white hood hurtling forward. The tree, burned white by the headlights. Mia's screaming. Smoke. The sound of shattering glass. "We crashed," she whispered, turning to look at her aunt. One look in Eva's sorrow-filled eyes, and she knew it was bad. Lexi threw back the covers and started to get out of bed. Eva grabbed her good wrist and held firm. "Don't, Lexi. You've got a broken rib and a fractured arm. Just be still. I need to see Zach and Mia." "She's gone, Lexi." Lexi sagged with relief. "Thank God. When did she leave? And how's Zach?" "Mia died, Lexi." "I'm sorry." "Died. Gone." Lexi couldn't seem to comprehend the words. How could it be? She felt Mia beside her, leaning close, whispering, "Don't let me be alone. I might do something stupid." It had been a moment ago, a second. "Can I sit with you?" "No," she whispered. "Don't say that." Eva shook her head, and there it was, wrapped in the silence like some sleeping snake that had just been poked. The truth lashed out. The car. The crash. Dead. "No. No. That can't be true," Lexi whispered. Mia was part of her. How could only one of them survive? "I'd feel it, wouldn't I?" "It can't be true." "I'm sorry." Lexi slumped back. She glanced over at the door and expected to see Mia there, dressed in some weird getup, her arms crossed, her hair braided unevenly, smiling that smile of hers and saying, "Hola, amiga, what should we do?" Then she sat up. "Zach?" "I don't know," Eva said. "He was burned. That's all I know." "Burned? Oh my God," she said. "I don't remember any fire." "Burned? Tell me what happened," Eva asked gently, holding Lexi's hand. Lexi lay back, feeling as if her soul had been scooped out of her body with a ragged blade. If she could have willed herself into non-existence, she would have. Please God, let him be okay. How could she live otherwise? How could she live without Mia? Jude stood beside the gurney, holding Mia's hand. She knew there was commotion going on all around her, people coming and going, the team members talking about the harvest as if Jude were deaf. There was a boy that desperately needed Mia's strong, loving heart, only a year younger than her daughter, and another boy who dreamed of playing baseball, a mother of 4 who was dying of kidney failure and just wanted to be strong enough to walk to school with her children. The stories were heartbreaking and should have comforted Jude. She'd always cared about things like that. But not now. Let Miles find peace in these donations. She did not. Neither did they upset or offend her. She just didn't care. There was nothing inside of her but pain. She kept it trapped inside, behind pursed lips. God help her if she started screaming. At her back, she heard a door open and she knew who it was. Miles had brought Zach to say goodbye to his twin sister. The door closed quietly behind them. It was the 4 of them now, just the family. All those doctors and specialists were outside, waiting. "Something's wrong with Mia," Zach said. "I can't feel her." Miles went pale at that. "Yeah," he said. "Mia didn't survive, Zach," Miles said at last. Jude knew she should go to her son, be there for him, but she couldn't make herself let go of Mia's hand, couldn't move. If she let go, Mia would be gone, and the idea of that loss was overwhelming, so she held it away. "She died," Zach said. "They did everything they could. Her injuries were too extensive." Zach started ripping the bandages off his eyes. "I need to see her." Miles pulled their son into an embrace. "Don't do that," he said, and by the end of his breath, they were both crying. "She's right here. We knew you'd want to say goodbye." He led their burned, bandaged son to the gurney, where his sister lay strapped down, her body covered in white and kept alive by wheeled machines. Zach felt for his sister's hand and held it. As always, they came together like puzzle pieces. He bowed forward, let his bandaged head rest on his sister's chest. He whispered the nickname from their babyhood, Mimai, and said something Jude didn't understand. Probably it was a word from long ago, forgotten until now, a word from the twin language that was theirs alone. It had always been Zach chattering back then, talking for his sister, and it was that way again. Behind them, someone knocked on the door. Miles took his son by the shoulders, eased him back from the gurney. "They have to take her now, son." "Don't put her in the dark," Zach said in a hoarse voice. "I'm not really the one who was afraid. It was her." His voice cracked. "She didn't want anyone to know." At that little reminder of who they were, who they'd been, the twins, Jude felt the last tiny bit of courage crumble away. "Don't put her in the dark." Jude squeezed Mia's hand tightly, clinging to her daughter for as long as she possibly could. Miles and Zach came up around her, reached out. They held one another upright, the 3 of them, the family that was left. The knock at the door came again. "Jude," Miles said, his face wet with tears. "It's time. She's gone." Jude knew what she had to do, what they all were waiting for. She'd rather cut out her own heart. But she had no choice. She let go of her daughter's hand and stepped back. 13. Jude crouched in the hallway near the door. At some point, she'd lost her footing and fallen to the cold linoleum floor, and she stayed there, her face pressed to the wall. She could hear people coming and going around her, rushing from one trauma to the next. Sometimes they stopped and talked to her. She looked up into their faces, frowning and compassionate and a little distracted, and she tried to understand whatever it was they were saying, but she couldn't. She just couldn't. Her whole body shook with cold and her vision was cloudy, and she couldn't hear anything except the reluctant beating of her heart. No, I do not forgive you. We'll talk tomorrow. These were the words that ran in an endless loop through her mind. Judith? She turned slightly, saw her mother standing there, tall and straight, her white hair perfectly styled, her clothes ironed. She knew her mother had been here for hours. She'd tried repeatedly to speak to Jude, but what good were words now between strangers? Let me help you, Judith, her mother said. You can't sit here in the hallway. Let me get you some coffee. Food will help. Food will not help. There's no need to yell, Judith. Mother glanced up and down the hallway to see who might have heard the outburst. Come with me. She reached down. Jude wrenched sideways, scurrying tighter into the corner. I'm fine, Mother. Just let me be, okay? Find Miles. Or go see Zach. I'm fine. You most certainly are not fine. I think you should eat something. You've been here 7 hours. Already Jude was sick of people saying this to her. As if food in her stomach would remedy the hole in her heart. Go away, Mother. I appreciate you coming here, okay? But I need to be alone. You wouldn't understand. Wouldn't I? Her mother made a quiet sound, and then said, Fine. She lowered herself to her knees beside Jude. What are you doing? Her mother collapsed the last inch to the cold linoleum floor. I'm sitting with my daughter. Jude felt a stirring of guilt. No doubt this was one of her mother's self-interested gestures, a way to force Jude into bending to her will. At any other time, it would have worked. Jude would have sighed in defeat and gotten to her feet, doing as her mother asked. Now, she didn't care. She wasn't going to leave the spot until Miles came to get her. You shouldn't sit here, Mother. It's cold. Her mother looked at her, and for a split second, there was an unbearable sadness in her gaze. I've been cold before, Judith, and I'm staying. Jude shrugged. It was all too much for her. She couldn't think about anything right now, and certainly not her mother. Whatever, she said tiredly, and the minute the word was out of her mouth, she regretted it. How could one word bring back an era, a child, in such exquisite detail? She saw Mia at 13, braces and acne and insecurity, saying, whatever, in answer to every question. She closed her eyes and remembered. Jude. She looked up, confused by the sound of her own name. How long had she been here? She glanced sideways. Her mother was asleep beside her. Miles stood outside the door. It's over, he said, reaching down for her. Jude started to get up and fell back down. He was beside her in an instant, steadying her. When Jude was standing on her own, he helped Caroline to her feet. Thank you, Caroline said stiffly, smoothing her hair back from her face, although no strands had fallen free. I'll go to the waiting room, she said. Glancing at Jude for a moment, she almost said something more. Then she turned and walked away. Jude clung to her husband's arm and let him lead her into the operating room, where Mia lay on the table, draped in white. Her silvery blonde hair was covered in a pale blue cap. Jude took it off, let her daughter's hair fall free. She stroked it as she'd done so many times before. Mia still looked beautiful, but her cheeks were pale as chalk, her lips were colorless. Jude held Mia's hand and Miles held Jude's. The three of them stayed connected, no one saying much of anything, just crying, until a nurse finally came in. Dr. Faraday? Mrs. Faraday? I'm sorry to bother you, but we need to take your daughter. Jude tightened her hold on Mia's cold hand. I'm not ready. Miles turned to her and tucked her hair behind one ear. We have to be with Zach now. She'll be gone when we're done. She's gone now, Jude. Jude started to feel pain and pushed it away, letting numbness return. She couldn't allow herself to feel anything. She leaned down and kissed Mia's cheek, noticing how cold it, too, was and whispering, I love you, Poppet. Then she drew back and watched Miles do the same thing. She didn't know what he said. All she could hear was her own blood, rushing into and out of her heart. At first she was dizzy, but as she walked down the busy hallway and stepped into the elevator and rode down to the 6th floor, she lost even that slim sensation. Mrs. Faraday? Jude. From somewhere in the fog, she heard Miles say her name. The impatient tone told her that he'd said it more than once. This is Dr. Lyman, Miles said. They were in another hallway outside Zach's room. Jude didn't even remember getting here. I'm sorry for your loss, Dr. Lyman said. She nodded and said nothing. Dr. Lyman led them into her son's room. Zach sat slumped in bed, his arms crossed. Who's there? He said. It's us, Zach, Jude said, trying to sound strong for her son. Dr. Lyman cleared his throat and moved to Zach's bedside. How are you feeling? Zach shrugged, as if it didn't matter. My face hurts like hell. It's a burn, Dr. Lyman said. I'm burned, Zach said quietly. On my face? How? It's rare, Dr. Lyman said. Most people don't even know it's possible, but car airbags have something like jet fuel in them, a propellant. Normally they deploy just fine, but sometimes, and this is what happened to you, Zachary, it can go wrong and cause chemical burns. That's what happened to your eyes too. What do I look like? The burns aren't bad, the doctor said. There's a small patch along your jaw that we're going to watch carefully, but there should be little or no real scarring. We don't anticipate needing any skin grafts. May I remove the bandages now? Zach nodded. Dr. Lyman went over to the sink and washed his hands and then carefully unwound Zach's bandages. Zach's hair had been shaved on one side and left long on the other, and it gave him a lopsided, off-balance look. As the bandages came off, Jude saw the hole blistered, oozing burn, the way it swept down along his hairline, across his cheek and jaw. Slowly, Dr. Lyman removed the bandages on Zach's eyes and the metal, honeycombed cups over each eye. He tilted Zach's head and put some drops in his eyes. Okay, he finally said, open your eyes. Zach's lashes were crusty and spiked looking. He wet his lips and bit down on his lower lip. You can do it, Zach, Miles said, leaning toward him. Zach's eyelashes fluttered like a baby bird's first lifting of wings, and then slowly, he opened his eyes. What can you see? Dr. Lyman asked. Zach took his time, turned his head. It's blurry, but I can see. Mom. Dad. New guy with white hair. Miles sagged forward. Thank God. Dr. Lyman said, the blurriness is temporary. Your vision should clear up in no time. You're a lucky young man. Yeah. Lucky. Jude could hear Zach crying, and it brought her fresh pain, both because it was happening and because she couldn't think of how to make him feel better. There was nothing she could do to help him or herself or Mia. It's okay, Zach, Miles said when the doctor left them. It's my fault, Dad, Zach said. How am I supposed to live with that? Mia wouldn't blame you, Miles said, and though his words were reasonable, his voice betrayed the depth of his pain. Jude could tell how hard her husband was trying to grieve for one child while comforting the other. She could tell because her struggle was the same. I wish I were blind, Zach said, and for the first time, he sounded like a man. Certain. I don't want to go home and see Mia's room. Or her picture. Just then, Officer Avery walked into the room. He was holding a crumpled-up paper bag in his hands, worrying the rolled crease with his blunt-tipped fingers. Dr. Faraday? Jude, he said, clearing his throat. I'm so sorry to bother you at this difficult time. He cleared his throat again. But I need to ask Zach some questions. Of course, Miles asked, stepping closer to the bed. Zach? Can you answer a few questions? Whatever, Zach said. The officer cleared his throat and then stepped awkwardly toward Jude, offering her the paper bag. Here, he said. I'm sorry. She felt as if she were underwater, reaching for something that looked close, but was really far away. She was faintly surprised when she felt the rough brown paper. Opening it, she saw a blur of quilted pink Mia's purse and she closed the bag quickly, clutching it in shaking hands. The policeman stepped back a respectful distance, opened a small notebook. "You're Zachary Faraday?" "You know I am. You were officer friendly in 4th grade." Officer Avery smiled briefly at that. "And it was your white Mustang that was totaled on Night Road last night?" "It was my car." "And you attended a party at the Kastner house on Saturday night with your sister and Alexa Bale?" "And about 100 other people." "And you were drinking alcohol," the officer said, consulting a piece of paper. "I have test reports here that show your blood alcohol level at .28, the officer said. "That's almost 4 times the legal limit." "Yeah," Zach said quietly. "I won't drink and drive, Madre, you know you can trust me?" How many times had Jude heard him make that promise? She closed her eyes as if darkness offered any refuge from this. The officer flipped a page. "Do you remember leaving the party?" "Yeah. It was about 2 o'clock. Mia was having a cow about us being late. So you all decided to get in the car and drive," the officer said. The words were like a battering ram. Jude felt each one hit her spine and reverberate up. "Lexi wanted to call home," Zach said quietly. "I told her not to be stupid. We did that once and Mom flipped out. I didn't want to miss another party." "Oh," Zach, Miles said, shaking his head. Jude thought she might be sick again. She'd forgotten all about that other time when they'd believed her words and called her for help. And what had she done made them pay for it by forcing them to skip several events that weekend? "Oh, God. You were fine until you came to Night Road," Officer Avery went on. "There was no one on the road. Mia was in the back seat, singing along to the radio. That Kelly Clarkson song. I told her to shut up, and she hit me in the back of the head, and then," Zach drew in a deep breath. "We weren't even going that fast, but it was dark and the turn just came up, you know? That hairpin just passed the Smithson's mailbox. Like out of nowhere. I heard Mia scream, and I yelled at Lexi to hit the brakes and tried to grab the wheel and then." Jude's head snapped up. "You told Lexi to hit the brakes?" "She was driving," Zach said. "She didn't want to. I was supposed to. I was the designated driver. It's my fault. A mess." Bale's blood alcohol level was .09. The legal limit is .08. "Of course, she's under 21, so she can't legally drink at all," the officer said. "Lexi was driving, not Zach. Zach hadn't killed his sister. Lexi had." "I need to see Zach." "Oh, Lexi," her aunt said, her face slackening with sorrow. "Surely. I need to see him, Aunt Eva." Her aunt started to say no, but Lexi wouldn't listen. Before she knew it, she was crying and pushing past her aunt, limping down the hall. She saw him through the open door at the end of the hallway. He was alone in his room. "Zach," she said at the doorway, moving toward him. "She's gone," he said, barely moving his lips. Lexi felt those 2 words crash into her again. She stumbled. "I know. I used to feel her, you know. She was always humming inside my head." Now, he looked up. When he saw her, his eyes filled with tears. "It's quiet." She limped over to the bed and took him in her arms as best she could with one arm and a broken rib. Every breath hurt, but she deserved it. "I'm so sorry, Zach." He turned away from her, as if he couldn't bear to look at her face anymore. "Go away, Lexi." "I'm sorry, Zach," she said again, hearing the smallness of those words. She'd held them in her hands like a fragile flower, thinking they would bloom somehow when she offered them to him. How naive she'd been. Jude came into the room, carrying Mia's purse and a can of Coke. "I'm sorry," Lexi stammered, trying to stop her stupid, useless tears. Failing. Then her aunt was beside her, taking hold of her hand. "Come away, Alexa. This is not the time." "Sorry," Jude said dully, as if she'd just processed Lexi's apology. "You killed my Mia." Her voice broke on that. "What is sorry supposed to mean to me?" Lexi felt her aunt stiffen, straighten. This from the woman who knew her children were going to drink and gave them car keys. I'm sorry, but Lexi is not the only one responsible here. Jude drew back as if she'd been slapped. I'm sorry, Lexi said again, letting her aunt pull her away. When she finally dared to turn back around, Jude was still there, standing beside Zach's bed, clinging to her daughter's purse. Oh no, Eva said, coming to a stop. Lexi was crying so hard, she could hardly tell what was going on around her. She felt Eva's grip on her wrist tighten. What's wrong? She whispered, not really caring. She glanced down the hallway. His door was closed now. Look, Eva said. Lexi turned, wiped her eyes. A police officer was standing outside her room. Eva held Lexi's hand as they walked down the hallway. At their approach, the officer straightened. He pulled a small notepad out of his shirt pocket. Are you Alexa Bale? I am, Lexi said. I have a few questions for you. About the accident, he said, uncapping his pen. Eva looked up at him. I may work at Walmart, sir, but I watch Law and Order every week. Alexa will be getting an attorney. He'll tell her what questions she can answer. Jude shut the door. She was shaking so hard it took a real effort to hold on to the knob and pull. Mom? She heard her son's voice, heard the pain in it, and she moved automatically to his bedside. It was where she was supposed to be, where she belonged. So she stood there, holding Mia's purse and pretending to be whole. But every time she looked down at the quilted pink leather in her hands, she thought of the stuffed puppy Mia had loved, Daisy Doggy, and the footed jammies she'd worn as a child, and the color her daughter's cheeks had been yesterday. It's my fault, not Lexi's, Zach said miserably. No, it's Jude's voice broke like an old twig, snapped into quiet. She wondered dully if she'd ever be able to look at Zach again without wanting to cry. It was all so tangled up her memories of Mia were inextricably bound with images of Zach. Her babies. Her twins. But now there was only the one, and when she looked at him, all she saw was the empty space beside him where Mia should have been. She wanted to say the right thing to him, but she didn't know what that was anymore, and she was so exhausted. She couldn't put her words through a mill and crank out smaller, prettier versions. It took every scrap of courage she had just to stand here, to stand by him and pretend he'd done nothing terrible and pretend they would all be fine. How? He said, looking at her through green eyes swimming in tears. Mia's eyes. How what? I was the designated driver, but I drink. It's my fault. How do I get through this? Jude had no answer for him. Tell me, he cried. You always tell me what to do. But you don't always listen, do you? The words were out before she could stop them. She should have taken them back, at least wished them back, but she was too broken right now to care. No, he said miserably. He took her hand, squeezed it. She felt his touch like a shimmer of heat on the road, distant, fleeting. She would forgive you, Zach, Jude said. It was the truth and all she could think of. Jude stared dully out the window. I do not forgive you. The last words she'd said to Mia. Why didn't I just tell her I wanted to go to USC? Jude thought about telling him about Mia's last decision to go to SCC with Lexi and Zach, but what was the point? It would only hurt him more to learn how much Mia loved him. Mom? Maybe I'll go anyway. For both of us. Jude saw how desperate Zach was for her approval, and it broke her heart. As if a college choice could undo all of this tragedy somehow and return their family to them. It was her fault he felt this way. She'd made college so damned important, and he wanted her love as much as he needed Mia. She knew she should talk to him about this, tell him it was a bad idea. Her voice was gone, though. All she could think about was the woman she'd been before. The mother to whom USC had been so important. I do not forgive you. She flinched at the memory of those last terrible words. None of this matters now, Zach. Just sleep. She knew she should say something more, help him with his grief, but what good were words to them now? She looked away from her son's sad eyes and stared out the window at a bright and shiny day. 14. It felt like they'd been at the hospital for days, but it had been less than 13 hours. While Jude sat at Zach's bedside, news of the accident spread through Pine Island. By early evening, the phone calls had begun. Jude answered the first few, eager to have something to do, to think about beside her loss, but within seconds she knew it had been a terrible mistake. Even as she listened to murmurs of support, she heard the relief in other people's voices, the immense gratitude that it wasn't their child who had died. She heard "I'm so sorry" until she despised those words as she had never despised anything in her life, and she discovered an anger in her soul that was new. Toxic. Finally, she turned off her phone and buried it in her purse and let Miles handle the condolences. She drank so much coffee she felt jittery, a racehorse at the gate with no race to run. A mother of twins who only had one child. She paced the hallways, walked up and down the bright corridors, seeing nothing. She couldn't sit by Zach anymore, couldn't talk to Miles, couldn't go see Mia. Her existence was defined by that which she couldn't do or have. So she kept moving, sobbing on and off, clutching wads of Kleenex that turned into soggy gray lumps in her hand. Jude. She heard her name as if from a distance and looked up, disoriented. Where was she? Molly was in front of her, holding an overnight bag clutched to her stomach. Without makeup on, dressed in pink juicy sweatpants and a white cardigan, with her white hair a spiky mess, she looked as ruined as Jude felt inside. Molly moved toward her awkwardly, let the bag thump to the floor between them. She kicked it aside and took Jude in her arms. When Molly began to cry, Jude felt as if she were floating away, disappearing. Only her friend's embrace kept her in this corridor at all. I'm so... Don't say it, Jude said, easing out of Molly's arms. Please. Her eyes felt painfully dry, sandpapery, and yet her vision was blurred. She saw now where she was near the entrance to the waiting room. Molly tried gamely to smile, but it didn't work. I brought you some clothes. Toothbrush. Whatever I could think of. Jude nodded. The last thing in the world she wanted was to stand here, pretending she wasn't shattered inside, but she couldn't make herself move, either. Just down the hall, in the waiting room, she saw the crowd of women sitting together, watching Jude from a safe distance. They were women she knew from the island, women with whom she'd chaired committees, played tennis, had lunch. Women with whom she'd shared both motherhood and friendship. Neighbors, friends, acquaintances. They'd heard about the accident and come to help in whatever way they could, the modern equivalent of a quilting bee. In hard times, these women came together to help one another. Jude knew all of this because she was one of them. If someone else's child had been killed, Jude would have put everything else aside and come to offer help. They needed to support her. Jude could see that, but she couldn't seem to care about it. How could she make them understand that the woman they knew was gone? She wasn't the woman who'd befriended them anymore. She wasn't the durable woman she'd always imagined herself to be. She wasn't courageous. If she'd been a soldier in wartime, there would be no hill charge led by her. She wouldn't throw her body on a grenade. Rather, she froze. There was no better word for it. All the strength she had, and it was a slippery thing, her strength, as small as a guppy and as hard to hold, she used to control her emotions. She didn't see how she could accept sympathy or make other people feel included. It took everything she had inside to pretend to be handling this. They're here for you, Jude, Molly said. We all are. What can we do to help? Help. It was what women did for one another, even when there was no way to accomplish it. She took a deep breath and tried to straighten her shoulders. The attempt was a dismal failure, and she ended up rounded again, a woman curling up inside like a thin strip of wood. Still, she clutched Molly's hand and moved forward, one step at a time. The women in the waiting room rose as one, an audience getting to its feet. Jude moved into their midst, let them surround her, hold her. She wished they wouldn't cry, but they did, and their tears kept hers at bay. Jude stayed as long as she could, engulfed by the women who'd defined her for years, feeling desperately alone. As soon as possible, she got back to her feet, shaky now, more vulnerable than before, and ran back to the quiet in Zach's room. For the next 20 hours, she rarely ventured into the hallway again. She knew people were out there, hovering and drifting and whispering Molly and her husband, Tim, and several of their island neighbors, and her mother, but Jude didn't care. She and Zach sat together, both staring dully at the TV hanging from the ceiling, saying little. Mia's absence filled the antiseptic-scented air, and her loss was all either wanted to talk about, but neither had the strength to form such painful words, so they sat in silence. The only time they turned the channel was when the news came on. The media had picked up the story of the accident, and neither Jude nor Zach could stand to watch the coverage. Miles, thankfully, handled the influx of calls with a calm, no comment. Finally, on Tuesday morning, the hospital discharged Zach. On the drive home, Miles kept up a steady stream of conversation. He was trying to go on, to merge into the lane of their new existence, but neither Jude nor Zach could go there with him. Each of Miles's attempts landed in the big empty back seat of the Escalade, and he eventually gave up, turning on the radio instead. Pine Island teen killed. Jude snapped it off and the silence returned. She slumped in her leather seat, with the heat cranked high enough to warm her frozen core, staring dully out the window as the ferry pulled into port. She was so mired in grief that she hardly saw the familiar island landscape until all at once she recognized her surroundings. Miles had turned onto Night Road. She gave a gasp of recognition. Miles. Shit, he said. Habit. The trees on either side of them were giants that blocked out the struggling mid-June sun. Deep shadows lay banked on either side. High in one of the branches, a lone eagle perched proudly, watching something far below. They turned a hairpin corner, and there it was, the scene of the accident. Twin skid marks scarred the gray asphalt. A tree was cracked, half of it fallen aside. At its base, a memorial had sprung up. "Oh, man," Zach said from the back seat. Jude wanted to look away, but she couldn't. The ravine between the road and the broken tree was strewn with bouquets of flowers, stuffed animals, high school pennants, and photos of Mia. Parked along the side of the road was a van with a satellite disc perched on top, a local news van's. Jude knew what she'd see on the evening news tonight. Images of teenagers, kids she'd known since they had gaps in their teeth, looking haggard and drawn now, older, crying about Mia's death, laying mementos of her short life on the ground, holding lit votives in small glass jars. And what would happen to all those stuffed animals that had been put here? Fall would come and rain would pound the color out of everything, and this place would become another ragged reminder of their loss. Less than a mile, she thought as Miles turned onto their gravel driveway. Mia had died less than a mile from home. They could have walked. At the front door was another shrine. Friends and neighbors had layered the entrance with flowers. When Jude got out of the car, she smelled the sweet, heady fragrance, but already some were fading, their petals beginning to curl and turn brown. "Get rid of it," she said to Miles. He looked at her. "They're beautiful, Jude." "It means." "I know what it means," she said tightly. "People loved our daughter, a girl who is never coming home again." Her voice caught, and she hated how overwhelmed she felt when she looked at these flowers. She would have done the same thing for a neighbor's child, and she would have cried as she bought the flowers and placed them here. She would have felt an incredible sense of loss, and the sharp, sweet relief of knowing that her kids were okay. "They'll just die," she finally said. Miles pulled her into his arms. Zach came up beside them, leaned into Jude. She wanted to put her arm around him, but she felt paralyzed. It took concentration just to breathe with the cloying scent of all these flowers. She liked white roses, Zach said. At that, the grief came at Jude again. How had she not known that about Mia? All those hours she'd spent in her garden, and never had she planted a single creamy white rose. She looked down at the flowers by her front door. There were dahlias, zinnias, and roses of every color except white. In a burst of anger, she scooped up all the flowers and carried them over to the woods behind the garage and threw them into the trees. She was just about to turn away when something white caught her eye. An unopened rosebud lay on the top of the flowery heap, its petals as rich in color as fresh cream. Jude scrambled through the brush, feeling stinging nettles lash across her face and hands, burning her skin, but she didn't care. She picked up the lone rosebud, clutching it in one shaking hand, feeling the prick of thorns. Jude. She heard Miles's voice coming at her. Clutching the single stem, she looked back at him. In the harsh sunlight, he looked slight, suddenly, fragile. She saw the hollows of his cheeks and the spidery look of his fingers as he reached out. He took her hand and helped her to her feet. She stared up into the gray eyes that had been her only real home, and all she saw now was emptiness. They walked into their home, which was bright with lights and sweltering hot. The first thing Jude saw was a shamrock green sweater hanging from the antique hall tree by the door. How many times had she asked Mia to take it up to her room? I will, Madre. Honest. Tomorrow. She let go of her husband's arm. She was about to reach for the sweater when she heard her mother's voice. Judith? Her mother stood in the entryway, dressed in an elegant steel gray fitted blouse and black pants. She reached out, pulled Jude into her arms. Jude wished there was comfort in this embrace, but it was as cold and rote as everything else between them. She drew back as quickly as she could, crossing her arms. She was freezing cold suddenly, even though the house was warm. I've put the food away, Mother said. Your friends have been so supportive. I've never seen so many foil-wrapped casseroles in my life. I've put everything in the freezer, marked and dated. I've also made all the funeral arrangements. Jude looked up sharply. How dare you? Her mother looked worriedly at her. I was trying to help. We are not having a funeral, Jude said. No funeral? Miles said. Remember your parents' funerals? And I remember my father's. No way I'm going through that for Mia. We're not religious. I'm not going to. You don't need to be religious to have a funeral, Judith, her mother said. God will be there. Don't you dare mention God to me. He let her die. She saw her mother pale, draw back, and, just like that, Jude lost her hold on anger. Without it, she felt so exhausted she could hardly stand. I need to sleep, she said. Clutching Mia's purse and the single white rose, she turned her back on her family and stumbled down the hallway to her bedroom, collapsing on her bed. Mia's purse spilled out. The contents lay scattered across the expensive sheets. Jude lay on her side, snuggled up to her pillow, staring down at Mia's things. The pink juicy couture wallet that had been last year's Christmas gift. A tube of lip gloss, a bent and mangled tampon, a crumpled-up $20 bill, a half-empty pack of gum, and a used movie ticket. Inside the wallet was a picture of Zach, Mia, and Lexi taken at senior prom. Forgive me? If only she'd hugged Mia right then, told her that she loved her. Or if she'd said no to the party. Or taught her children that alcohol was dangerous even though parties were fun. Or insisted on driving them. Or not bought the kids a car or... The list of her regrets grew too heavy, weighed her down. She closed her eyes. Behind her, she heard her bedroom door open and close. Miles came toward the bed. She could sense that it was him, but she couldn't turn toward him or open her eyes. He slipped into bed, pulled her against him. She felt him stroke her hair, and she shivered at his touch, freezing again. Your mother left. She said something about knowing when she wasn't welcome, which of course is completely untrue. And Zach? That's the first time you've asked about him. Don't tell me how to grieve, Miles. I'm doing the best I can. I know. I never planted a white rose, she said quietly. Why didn't I ask Mia what flower she liked? Why didn't I know? He stroked her hair. We can't do this, he said. Going through our whole lives, tilling it up, looking for mistakes. It'll kill us. She nodded, feeling tears start again. God, she was already tired of crying, and it hadn't even started. She'd been without her daughter for less than 3 days. The rest of her life stretched out before her like the Gobi Desert. We have to have a funeral, Miles said softly. Because it's the thing to do? Because Zach and I need it. Jude pressed her face into the pillow, blotting her tears. Okay, she said, overcome again by all of it. I'm going to sleep now, she said, closing her eyes. Miles left the room and closed the door behind him. Seattle Times. Local teen killed in drunk driving accident. An 18-year-old Pine Island girl was killed early yesterday morning in a single car crash on Knight Road. Mia Faraday, a Pine Island high school senior, was thrown out of a Ford Mustang when it hit a tree, authorities said. The driver, 18-year-old Alexa Bale of Port George, was reportedly intoxicated at the time. Another passenger, Zachary Faraday, was also injured in the incident. Pine Island Police Officer Roy Avery is tired of delivering bad news to parents of local teens. He pointed out that before this most recent fatal crash, an accident in another part of the county killed a 16-year-old Woodside girl. Both wrecks happened on dark, twisty, two-lane roads, and both young drivers had been drinking, Officer Avery said. We have to stop these teens from partying. That's all there is to it. The consequences are tragic. Every year, there's a grad party accident. This year, someone was killed. The local chapter of MAD has taken a strong interest in this incident. President Norma Alice Davidson demanded publicly that charges be brought against this young driver. Only stiffer penalties will make teens take notice of the danger, she said. Prosecuting attorney Uslin declined to comment about whether Ms. Bale would be charged with DUI vehicular homicide. A memorial service for Mia Faraday will take place Wednesday at Grace Church on Pine Island at 4 p.m. All over Pine Island, there were reminders of Mia's death. On the high school reader board, "We miss you, MIA." On the movie marquee, "In memory of MIA." There were signs in storefronts and taped to car windows. But those reminders weren't the worst of it. Now, as Lexi walked up Main Street, she was bombarded by memories. She and Mia had painted ceramic platters together there, at the dancing brush they'd bought designer jelly beans at the candy store and books at the bookstores. Books. That was what had brought them together in the first place, two lonely girls who, before each other, experienced the world from afar, through words. Can I sit here? Social suicide. Eva handed Lexi a wad of toilet paper. You're crying. Am I? She wiped her eyes, surprised to find how hard she was crying. Eva touched her arm gently. Here we are. The lawyer's office was just off Main Street, tucked back in a tree-lined quad that housed a yarn shop, an antique shop, and an art gallery. The small, squat brick building had big windows and a bright blue door that read, Scott Jacobs, Attorney at Law. Lexi followed Eva into the office. The main room held a big oak desk, 3 plastic chairs, and a framed black and white photograph of driftwood on a beach. A tired-looking older woman with black horn-rimmed glasses sat behind the desk. You must be Alexa, the receptionist said. I'm B. Hi, B. This is my Aunt Eva. You both can go in now. You ready for this? Eva whispered to Lexi. Lexi shook her head. Me either. They walked down a narrow hallway, past a conference-type room. At the back office, a youngish man sat behind a big glass desk. At their approach, he rose. In a crumpled blue suit and overwashed pink shirt, he looked like the kind of attorney they could afford, and of course they couldn't really afford him. His hair was unstylishly long, a little tousled, and he needed a shave, but his brown eyes were kind and compassionate. Hello, Lexi said, moving forward to shake his plump, slightly damp hand. Lexi sat down in one of the 2 upholstered chairs that faced the desk. Beside her, Eva put her purse on the floor and sat down in the other chair. Thank you for agreeing to see us, her aunt said. Mr. Jacob steepled his pale fingers and studied Lexi. You're in a bad spot, Miss Bale. Your accident has sparked a firestorm around here. The regional MAD organization is fired up. They want an example made of you. What does that mean? Lexi asked. They think that if you go to prison, kids will get the message. And a lot of people want to see this message go out to kids. Prison? Prison? Lexi said, feeling the floor drop out from under her. But she's a kid, Eva said. Actually, she's 18. That makes her an adult, and she was legally intoxicated at the time of the accident. Of course, at her age, .0 is the legal limit. They send girls to prison for an accident like this? Eva asked. When alcohol is involved, they can. They can also go for probation and community service. There are a lot of potential outcomes here, and a lot of choices along the way. That's what I'm for, to help guide and defend Lexi. So what should I do? Lexi said quietly. She was shaken to her core by the whole idea of this. She'd seen what happened as an accident. It was a crime, though. Now she saw how much more she had to face, and it terrified her. We fight. Fight? But I did it. I drove drunk. It wasn't your car, and you were the least intoxicated of the three, Scott said. It doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure out what happened. You thought you were the safest among you to drive. And jurors tend to drink. They'll know a thing like this can happen to anyone. I'll need to hire an investigator, but you'll definitely plead not guilty. Last year I defended a man who killed 2 people in a similar situation, and I got him acquitted. It's not over till it's over. Acquitted. Not guilty. How could Lexi ever face Zach in court and say she wasn't guilty? How could she face anyone on the island and say that? But she's dead. I can't pretend I didn't do anything wrong. Prison isn't the answer, Lexi. Believe me. He collated some papers on his desk, thumped them into a packet. Here's the plan. You're going to speak to high school kids and share your story. I'll set something up for you. It'll look good if you take responsibility for your actions. Show the community and the media that you can send a message to other teens without going to prison. He gave her a sad smile. I know your whole story, Lexi. People will respond to what you've been through. What do you mean? He opened a file and looked at it. Your mother, Lorena Bale, was first arrested in 1986 when you were 3 months old. You lived with 7 foster families in your first 14 years. Every time your mom got out of rehab or jail, she came back for you. The courts kept giving her chances. He looked up. You've had a hard life, Lexi. And you were with your mom when she overdosed. Lexi swallowed hard. It was a memory she tried never to remember. Yes. Jurors will have sympathy for you. Trust me to take care of you. Okay. How much do you cost? Aunt Eva asked. I'm a one-man shop, Eva. I can't afford to take this case pro bono, and I won't lie to you. It'll be expensive. But I'll save you money wherever I can. Lexi felt sick at that. Her aunt already worked 50 hours a week to pay the ordinary bills. How is she going to pay for this, too? I have some savings, Eva said. My husband's life insurance. No, Lexi said. That's your retirement. Don't argue with me, Alexa, Eva said. It's my money, I'll spend it my way. Scott reached for a couple of business cards and handed them across the desk. If the police or the prosecuting attorney's office or another attorney contact you, say nothing and give them my number. Nothing. I can't stress that enough. I will tell them that I'm representing you and find out what I can. If we're lucky, they'll decide not to charge you. If we're not, he shrugged. Eva stood up. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Call me Scott. Please. And don't you worry, Lexi. We'll keep you out of prison. Are you sure about going today? Eva said. Lexi stood at the window, staring outside. How can I not go to my best friend's funeral? It won't be easy. I killed her, Lexi said quietly. I don't expect it to be easy. She didn't think anything would ever be easy again. But she had to do this. She had to stand there, ashamed, and let her friends see what came from drinking and driving. And she had to see Zach one more time and his parents and tell them how sorry she was. She went into the bathroom and sat on the beige fiberglass rim of the bathtub. She closed her eyes and felt Mia beside her. Do you want to come to my house after school? I'll meet you at the flagpole. She just came right up to me, Madre, and asked if she could sit down. Move over. Zach, attack. You're hogging my best friend. Lexi cried until there was nothing left inside of her. Then, drawing in a deep breath, she exhaled slowly and got to her feet. Feeling hollow and shaky, she dressed in a pair of plain black pants, black flats, and a short-sleeved blue Angora sweater that Mia had bought for her. In the living room, she found Eva standing by the kitchen table, dressed all in black, looking worried. She was gulping coffee. It was what she did when she was nervous. That was one of the things Lexi knew about Eva now. Whenever Eva missed smoking, she drank black coffee until the craving passed. This is a bad idea. What if there are reporters there? I have to face them sooner or later. Eva gave her one last worried look, started to say something, and changed her mind. Lips thinned by those unspoken words, she walked out of the double wide and led the way to the old Ford Fairlane. They drove onto the island in silence. As they passed the high school, Lexi noticed the reader board. Now it read, Mia Faraday Memorial, Grace Church, 4 p.m. Today/grad Saturday at 1 o'clock. The parking lot in front of the church was full. Lexi let out her breath. Eva pulled into an empty spot and parked. Lexi got out of the car. As she moved forward, her broken arm started to ache and nerves fluttered in the pit of her stomach. You can do it, Eva said, taking hold of Lexi's good arm. Inside, the church was full of teenagers and parents and teachers. Up by the altar was a poster of Mia in her costume from Once Upon a Mattress. In the beaded blue bodice, with stage makeup emphasizing her green eyes, she looked radiant and beautiful, a young woman with a bright future. Lexi stumbled. Eva kept her going. Lexi heard people whisper as she passed. Lexi bail surprise. If she'd been a better friend. Poor thing. Some nerve. Hey, Lexi, you want to sit here? Lexi. She turned slowly, saw Zach's ex-girlfriend, Amanda Martin, sitting in the pew to her right. Amanda scooted sideways, made her mom and dad scrunch together to make room. Lexi sat down by Amanda. She looked into the girl's sad eyes, and suddenly they were both crying. They hadn't been friends in high school, but it didn't matter now. All that stuff just fell away. It totally wasn't your fault, Amanda said. I don't care what people say. Lexi was surprised by how much that meant to her. Thanks. Before Amanda could say anything else, the service began. The priest said Mia's name, and every high school girl in the church burst into tears, and more than a few boys joined in. The priest's words painted a picture of a happy 18-year-old girl who was almost Mia and yet not quite. He didn't say that she snored when she lay on her back, or that she moved her lips when she read, or that she liked to hold her best friend's hand while they walked through the mall. His words she could withstand. It was the slideshow of Mia's life that devastated her. Mia in a pink tutu, her arms circled above her head, Mia holding a Captain Hook action figure, grinning, holding Zach's hand as they stood in the cold ocean water, grimacing. The last picture was of Mia alone, wearing a crazy tie-dyed t-shirt and cutoffs, smiling for the camera, giving the world a thumbs up. Lexi closed her eyes, sobbing now. Music began to play. It was not the right music. Mia wouldn't have liked the droning, solemn chords. And somehow that hurt most of all. Whoever had picked the music hadn't thought of Mia. It should have been a Disney song, something that would have gotten Mia on her feet and made her sing along with her hairbrush as a microphone. Sing with me, Lexter. We could be in a band and Zach, laughing, saying, no more, Mia, dogs are starting to howl. Lexi wanted to clamp her hands over her ears, but the words came from inside of her, memories blooming up and spilling over. Time to go, Lexi, Amanda said gently. Lexi opened her eyes. Thanks for letting me sit with you. You coming to graduation? Lexi shrugged. Had it only been 6 days ago she and Mia and Zach had been together in the gym, practicing for graduation? I don't know. People moved into the aisle, streamed toward the double doors. Lexi felt their gazes on her. Faces frowned in recognition as they passed her. Parents looked judgmental, kids looked sad and sympathetic. Finally, she saw the family. They sat in the front pew, still and stiff and dressed in black. People paused to offer condolences as they passed. Lexi moved toward them, unable to stop herself. She was going against the flow. Mourners stared at her, frowned, moved out of her way. In the front row, the Faradays rose in unison and turned. Neither Jude nor Zach acknowledged her. They just stared, dull-eyed, their faces streaked with tears. Lexi had practiced what she would say to them 100 times, but now, Faced with the magnitude of their loss and her guilt, she couldn't even open her mouth. The whole family turned away from her and walked to the church's side door. Lexi felt Eva come up beside her. She sagged into her aunt, giving up the strength it had taken to come here. "No one blames him," Eva said bitterly. "It's not right. He wasn't driving." "He should have been," Eva said. "What good is it to make a promise and then ignore it? He should be blamed, too." Lexi remembered how he'd looked at her in the hospital. The green eyes she loved so much had been darkened by more than grief. She'd seen guilt there, too, as deep as her own. "He blames himself." "That's not enough," Eva said firmly. "Let's go." She took Lexi by the arm and led her out of the church. Lexi could hear people whispering about her, blaming her. If she'd been less culpable, she might have agreed with Eva, maybe been pissed at Zach, but any other blame was less than hers. That was all there was. Zach had failed to live up to a promise. She'd made the deadly decision herself. Guilt and remorse filled her to the brim. There was no room for anger, too. Zach had screwed up. Lexi had done far, far worse. "Someone should have told me it was a bad idea to go to the funeral," Lexi said as they drove out of the parking lot. "If someone had," Eva said, "I'm sure you would have listened." Lexi wiped her eyes. "Of course." Jude sat huddled in the limousine's dark interior. Outside, it began to rain. Drops landed on the roof like infant heartbeats. She was so deep in grief that when the car door opened, letting in a blast of gray and yellow light, it stung her tear-burned eyes and she looked around, disoriented. "We're here," the driver said, standing by the open door. He was a slash of more black in the rain, a slanted shadow beneath an umbrella. Behind him, Molly and Tim stood huddled with their grown children. "Come along," Zachary, her mother said, herding him out of the limousine. Miles slid past Jude and got out of the car. Then he held out his hand for her. "Jude." "Go on," she said, glad that he couldn't see her eyes behind the dark sunglasses she wore. "I'll catch up with you," Miles said to Caroline, who no doubt nodded and walked briskly away, making sure Zach stood up straight and didn't cry. That was what Jude remembered about her father's funeral, not crying. No one had cried for him. Her mother simply hadn't allowed it. She'd treated grief like a malignancy of some kind. A few snips, a few stitches, and you were good as new. "You can't not go," Miles said, squatting beside the car. Rain pelted his face, straightened his hair. "Watch me." "Jude," he sighed. It was their family sound now. Before it had been laughter. Now it was the sigh. "Don't you think I want to be strong enough for this?" she said. "I'm ashamed of myself and I want to be there. I just can't. I'm not ready to watch them lower her into the ground. And I'm sure as hell not ready to stand next to you while you let go of pink balloons." Her voice broke on that. "Like she's up in some heaven waiting to catch them." "Jude," he said tiredly, and she understood. He wanted her to believe that Mia was in a better place, but Jude couldn't do it. She knew what it was costing her, this inability of hers to be strong, but she couldn't do it. There was simply nothing of her left. Try as hard as she might, and honestly, it exhausted her to even try. She couldn't seem to be present, not even as a mother. Zach knew she wasn't herself anymore. He treated her as if she were made of sponge sugar. He approached her warily, making sure never to say anything about Mia. But sometimes, when she said good night to him, she saw the need in his eyes, the naked pain, and it hurt her to her bones. She'd reach for him in those moments, but he wasn't fooled. He knew it wasn't her touch, that somehow she wasn't there, and when she walked away, she saw that he looked more broken after she'd soothed him than before. "You're breaking Zach's heart," Miles said. "I know you know that. He needs you today." Jude swallowed hard. "I know. And I can't do it. I can't stand there. Did you see how they all looked at us at the funeral? All I could think was that I hated them all with their healthy kids. I look at people who aren't us and I hate them. And I look at Zach and all I see is the emptiness beside him. He's half a person and we all know it, and sometimes I can't help blaming him. If he hadn't gotten drunk, she drew in a sharp breath. Or if I hadn't let him go that night. You can't keep this up. It's been less than a week, she snapped. And if you tell me time will heal this, I swear to God, I'll kill you in your sleep. Miles stared at her a long time and then pulled her into his arms. I love you, Jude, he whispered into her ear, and against her best intentions she started to cry. She loved him, too. And she loved Zach. It was inside her somewhere. She just couldn't reach it. I'll tell her goodbye for you. She heard the car door click shut, and she was alone again. Thankfully. For a long while, she sat there in the darkness, listening to the rain on the roof, trying not to think about anything, but her daughter's presence was everywhere, in every breath, every sigh, every blink of the eye. Finally, furtively, she reached into her small black purse and pulled out Mia's cell phone. With a quick glance around, she flipped it open and listened to Mia's outgoing message. Hi. You've reached Mia. I'm way too busy to talk now, but if you'll leave me a message, I'll totally get back to you. Jude listened to it over and over again, sometimes talking to her daughter, sometimes crying, sometimes just listening. She was so caught up in reaching Mia that she gasped when the door opened. She snapped the phone shut and shoved it in her purse as Zach climbed into the limousine. His eyes were red and swollen. Jude slid over to him and took his hand. She hated the way he looked at her, surprised by her touch, and she wanted to offer words of comfort, but she had none. She and Zach and Miles slumped together on the long ride home. Her mother sat opposite them, her hands clasped in her lap, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears that never fell. Jude was surprised by that sign of emotion, of loss. Only a week ago, the sight of her mother's improbable tears would have amazed Jude, made her want to reach out. Now, she didn't care. Her own pain crowded out everyone else's. It was a pathetic, humiliating truth, but a truth nonetheless. At the house, Jude got out of the car and walked to the front door alone. All she wanted to do now was sleep. She must have said it out loud because she heard her mother say, "That's a good idea. Sleep will help." Jude seemed to awaken at that. "Will it, Mother? Really?" Her mother patted Jude's wrist. It was a light touch, barely there before it was gone. God doesn't give us more than we can bear. You're stronger than this, Judith. Anger blindsided Jude. It was one of her new emotions. She had never been angry before, not really, but it was always with her now, as much a part of her as the shape of her face and the color of her skin. It took tremendous effort not to show it all the time. She spun away from her mother before she said something she would regret and headed into the house. In the entryway, she came to a halt. "Where's Mia's sweater?" "What?" Zach said, coming up behind her. Mia's green sweater. It was hanging right here. Jude's anger mutated into panic. "It's in the laundry," her mother said. "I was going to wash it along with." Jude ran to the laundry room and pawed through the pile of dirty clothes until she found Mia's sweater. Bringing it to her face, she pressed the soft wool to her nose, inhaling Mia's scent. Her tears dampened the fabric, but she didn't care. Ignoring her family's stares, she stumbled into her bedroom and slammed the door shut behind her, collapsing on the bed. Finally, after what felt like hours, she heard her bedroom door open. "Hey," Molly said from the doorway. She stood there, looking sad and uncertain in a chic black dress with a cinch belt, wringing her hands together. Her white hair was a mess, pulled back from her face in a thin headband. A black grow outline spread along her forehead. "Can I come in? Could I stop you?" "No." Jude crawled to a sit, leaned back against her silk-upholstered headboard. Molly got up onto the big bed and took Jude into her arms, holding her as if she were a child. Jude didn't mean to cry again, but she couldn't help it. "I used to think I was strong," Jude whispered. "You are strong," Molly said, tucking a damp strand of hair behind Jude's ear. "No," she said, pulling back. "I have no idea who I am anymore." It was true. All of this had shown her the truth of her soul. She was weak, fragile. Not the woman she'd imagined herself to be at all. Or maybe that wasn't true. Maybe she knew now what she hadn't known before. She wasn't kind and caring and compassionate and even-tempered. She was angry and weak and even a little vindictive. Most of all, she was a bad mother. Everything lately pissed her off. Sunshine, healthy children, parents who complained about their kids. Lexi. Jude suddenly didn't want to be touched. She pulled out of Molly's arms and slumped back against the headboard. She wasn't wearing her seatbelt. She said it quietly, afraid. It had only been a few days, and already Jude had learned that people didn't want to hear about Mia. How was she supposed to stop talking about her daughter? But just the mention of her name could send people running for the door. "Tell me," Molly said, holding her hand, settling in beside her. "Thanks," Jude said. "No one wants to hear about her. I'll listen to anything you want to say." Jude turned to her. She always wore her seatbelt. She drew in a shaking breath and reached over into the nightstand for tissues. A mistake. She saw that instantly. Inside the drawer, she saw a small blue velvet ring box sitting beside a pair of Costco reading glasses. Knowing she shouldn't touch it, she took it out, flipped it open. "What's that?" Molly asked. "Mia's graduation present." Molly was silent for a moment. "It's beautiful. I was going to take her shopping with me for the stone. A girl's day. Maybe a mani-pedi when we were done." On that, Jude's resolve cracked, and she started to cry. "Oh, Jude," Molly said, hugging her again. Jude should have felt enveloped by her friend's love, but she couldn't feel anything at all. Not then, as she stared down at this beautiful, unfinished ring with gaping, empty prongs. 15. The high school parking lot was full of cars on this sunny Saturday afternoon. Lexi sat in the passenger seat of her aunt's Ford Fairlane, staring through the grimy windshield at the crowd gathered around the flagpole. "You belong here, Alexa," her aunt said. "You've worked as hard for this day as anyone else." "I'm afraid," she said quietly. "I know," her aunt said. "That's why I'm here." Lexi took a deep breath and reached for the door handle. The old door creaked open, popping at the end of its arc. She and Eva walked through the chattering crowd of family and friends who had come to see the class of 2004 graduate. Lexi kept her head down, not making eye contact with the reporters at the flagpole. As she passed them, she heard one of them say, 272 seniors, Phil. It should have been 273. At the edge of the football field, Lexi paused. "You better hurry," Eva said. "We're late." Lexi nodded, but as she looked at the rows of folding chairs set up on the green football field, she felt sick to her stomach. "I'm proud of you, Alexa," her aunt said. "You're a good girl. And don't you dare think otherwise." Eva gave her a bright smile and then disappeared into the crowd of proud parents streaming up into the bleachers. Lexi saw the Faradays up there. Jude and Miles were seated in the second row, with Molly and Tim and grandmother Caroline. Even from here, Lexi could see how pale and thin Jude looked. The black sunglasses she wore accentuated the pallor of her skin and the sharpness of her cheekbones. She had no lipstick on, and she was carrying Mia's pink purse. Lexi knew then she couldn't do it. She couldn't walk through this crowd and go into the gymnasium, where all her friends were dressed in caps and gowns, waiting to walk triumphantly to the seats on the field. She couldn't see Zach, not on this day, when Mia's absence would be so keenly felt. She pulled off her cap and unzipped her gown, stuffing them both in her big patchwork purse. She was about to leave when the class of 2004 filed onto the field, a stream of royal blue and marigold yellow robes against a cloudless sky. She moved into one of the empty aisles beneath the bleachers. On the field below, her classmates moved into their assigned seats. Zach was walking alone. In sunglasses, probably to protect his burned eyes in this bright sunlight, with his shaved head and burned jawline, he hardly looked like himself. Like Jude, there was a new hollowness to his face, and he wasn't smiling. When the last of the seniors had taken their seats, the audience burst into applause. Amid the noise, Principal Yates walked onto the stage and stood at the podium. He spoke eloquently about Pine Island and what it was like to grow up on land that was surrounded by water, how it strengthened the sense of community. At the end of his speech, he said, "This is a class that has been touched by a sudden, terrible tragedy, and these students who are on their way to adulthood have grown up in the past week. We hope as they move forward and are faced with choices in their lives, both big and small, they will remember what they learned about consequences in the year 2004. He gave the class a sad, knowing smile. And now, Amanda Martin is going to sing a song in memory of a very special girl who should have been with us today. Lexi tried to steel herself, but when the music began, she felt a terrible ache in her chest. And then Amanda's voice, pure and sweet, rang out, "I can show you the world shining, shimmering, splendid." The song brought Mia bursting back to life, twirling on the dance floor, singing off-key. She'd loved the Disney movies so much. "I'm Ariel," she used to say all the time. "You're Belle. No Snow White or Cinderella, not for us. We're the new school Disney girls, we go for what we want." Lexi wasn't the only one sobbing when Amanda finished her song. At least half of the senior class was crying. The applause was thunderous, and when it faded once again, the commencement began. One by one, her friends' names were called, and blue-robed girls and boys bounded onto the stage to take their diplomas and wave to the crowd. Alexa Bale. The audience stilled. People looked around. On stage, the principal cleared his throat and went on. Andrew Clark. Lexi's heart pounded. She was sure someone would point to her, yell, "There she is. There's the girl who killed Mia." Zachary Faraday. Zach walked woodenly up the aisle and onto the stage. He took his diploma from the principal and faced the bleachers. Slowly, he upheld a framed photograph of Mia and then leaned closer to the microphone. She wanted to do a cartwheel today. A cartwheel? Lexter, that would get their attention. Lexi sagged back against the sun-warmed concrete wall, closing her eyes. The ceremony went on, calling names and handing out diplomas, but she hardly noticed. All she could hear were memories, things Mia had said to her over the years. "Lex?" She drew in a sharp breath and opened her eyes to see Zach standing in front of her. Behind them, down on the field, there was sound and color and movement, but here it was quiet and still. They were alone in an alcove beneath the bleachers. "How did you find me?" "I knew you'd be here." She'd hoped for this moment, dreamed of it, thought of ways to make him understand how sorry she was, but she could see that he knew, that he understood. "I love you," she said softly. It was the only thing that hadn't changed. "I love you too, but what?" He shook his head, shrugged. She understood the gesture perfectly. It meant that nothing mattered anymore, their love least of all. His look was the saddest thing she'd ever seen. "You'll never forgive me, will you?" she said. "It's me I can't forgive," he said, and on that, his voice broke and he turned away from her. "I gotta go." "Wait." She reached into her purse, burrowed past the polyester of her gown, and pulled out her worn, dog-eared copy of Jane Eyre. It was a stupid gift for a girl to give a boy, but it was all she had that mattered to her. "I want you to have this," she said. "It's your favorite book." "I can't take." "Please. It has a happy ending." He reached out. For a second, they were both touching the book. "I gotta go." "I know." "Goodbye, Zach," she whispered, watching him walk away from her. She pulled away from the wall and walked out beneath the bleachers. She didn't bother to hunch her shoulders or avert her eyes. She didn't care if people stared at her. In the parking lot, she climbed into Eva's old car and waited. "Couldn't do it, huh?" Eva said later, when she got behind the wheel. Lexi shrugged. "Who cares? It's just a dumb ceremony." "You cared." "Before," Lexi said, realizing as she said it that her whole life would now be divided into two parts, before she'd killed her best friend, and after. Graduation was more than Jude could handle. The day had been full of ghosts, missing faces, the wrong girls. By the time the ceremony finally ended, she felt like crumbling into a heap. She tried to convince Zach to go to the grad night party with his friends. "You'll always remember it," she'd said tiredly, although they both knew it was a lie. Intellectually, she knew she should make him go, pretend that his life was still going forward on the same old track, but she couldn't really feel that. So they'd driven home in silence. She sat slumped against the car window, cold to the bone, even though the seat's heater was set on high. In the seat behind her, Zach drummed his fingers on the seat rest, and when they got home, he bolted out of the car and ran up the stairs. No doubt he wanted to lose himself in video games. Lexi was there, Miles said later, when he and Jude were alone in the kitchen. Jude felt a rush of anger. Whole, healthy Lexi, with just a white arm cast to mark her place in the car that night. That takes nerve. I hope Zach didn't see her. He did, Miles said, looking at her. Don't do that, Jude. You'll make it worse. Worse? Are you kidding me? How could this possibly get worse? Don't make Zach choose between you and Lexi. He loves you. You know that. He's always done everything he could to make you proud of him. Don't use that against him now. He and Lexi have things to work out. Jude sighed heavily and headed to her bedroom, closing the door behind her. For the next 48 hours, all she did was lie in bed, sometimes sleeping, sometimes crying. She lay there with her eyes closed for hours, thinking, "Come to me, Mia," talking to her daughter, but nothing happened. Not a breeze across her face that felt like a breath, not a flickering of the bedside lamp. Nothing, and she didn't really believe that Mia could hear her. By the time she finally crawled out of bed, she looked like a 90-year-old homeless woman who had found a designer dress on the street and worn it for weeks. She knew Miles didn't understand. Last night he'd made that sound, that sigh of desperation or despair when she couldn't change into a nightgown. He didn't understand how fragile she felt. If she lifted her arms, they might break off. She changed into an old pair of sweats. Not bothering to shower or brush her teeth, she made her way out of the bedroom, drawn forward by the scent of Starbucks coffee. Miles was in the kitchen, sitting at the granite counter, sipping coffee. At her entrance, he sat up straighter, gave her a smile of relief that should have warmed her broken heart. The television was on. Before Jude could say anything, she heard the newscaster say, "Killed her best friend in a drunk driving incident only a week before graduation." Jude shouldn't have looked at the screen, but she did. The twisted, ruined Mustang with the windshield shattered made her almost violently ill. She hadn't seen that image before, and then Lexi's face was on screen, smiling brightly. Local Mad President Norma. Miles hit the remote, and the screen went black. Jude felt that new anger rising in her again. It drowned out everything else. She heard Miles talking to her, but she couldn't hear anything except this roaring white noise in her head. She poured herself a cup of coffee and walked out of the kitchen. How would she survive this? How could she see Lexi again on the street someday and not just fall to her knees? Lexi, who could go on with her life. Jude stood in the great room, trembling, wondering what to do. Should she go back to bed? She closed her eyes, trying to clear her mind of the image she'd just seen of Zach's car. At first, she thought she heard her heart beating, and she thought, "That's odd," and then she realized someone was knocking on the front door. Wiping her eyes, she went to the door, expecting to see a friend with a casserole, saying, "I'm so sorry," but it was a stranger who stood there, a tall, elegant-looking, gray-haired man in a pinstriped blue suit. "Hello, Mrs. Faraday. I don't know if you remember me. I'm Dennis Uslin. I'm the prosecuting attorney assigned to your case. My niece, Helen, graduated with Zachary." Jude's breath released in a rush. She hadn't even realized she'd been holding it. "Yes, Dennis. Of course I remember you. You helped with construction of the new ball field at Rotary Park." "Yes, that's right. I'm sorry to simply stop by, but your phone seems to be off the hook." "Reporters," she said, stepping back. "They call constantly asking for a comment on our tragedy. Come in." She led him into the great room, where sunlight shone through the giant windows. The view over the Sound was spectacular on this crystalline day. Dennis had just taken a seat when Miles walked into the room, dressed in shorts for running. "Miles," Jude said. "This is Dennis Uslin. He's the prosecuting attorney for our case." Miles looked at Dennis. "I wasn't aware we had a case." Dennis rose from his seat. "That's what I wanted to speak to you about. I'm getting a lot of pressure from MAD and the community to charge Alexa Bale with DUI vehicular homicide. Obviously, a trial can be a lengthy and heartbreaking undertaking, and I wanted to know where you stand on the idea." "What would happen to Lexi?" Miles asked. "If convicted, she could face more than 15 years in prison, although, admittedly, that outcome is extreme. She could also be found not guilty or plea bargain to something lesser. Any way you go, though, it's tough on the victim's family." Jude flinched at the word victim. "I don't think it will help anyone if Lexi goes to prison," Miles said. "We need to forgive her, not punish her. Maybe other kids could learn from her mistake?" "She could. Forgive her." Jude couldn't believe what her husband had just said. "Mrs. Faraday," Dennis asked, "what do you want?" Jude knew the right answer, knew what she would have said before all of this, what she would have believed, that Miles was right. Only forgiveness could ease Jude's pain. But she wasn't that woman anymore. "Justice," she said at last, seeing Miles's disappointment in her. What mother wouldn't want that? In the 9 days since high school graduation, Lexi had become a lost soul. On Monday morning, she'd shown up bright and early for work at the ice cream shop, only to be told, kindly, but told just the same, that she'd been fired. "Try and understand, Mrs. Salter had said, there's a lot of anger against you in town right now. It would be bad for business to have you working here." After that, Lexi had stayed home, reading one book after another. For the first time in years, she turned to Jane Eyre for comfort. She was reading it again when someone knocked on her door. "Lexi?" "Yeah? Your lawyer is here." Lexi put down her book and went out to the living room. "They filed charges against you," Scott said before Lexi even sat down. "DUI, vehicular homicide, and assault. Your arraignment is Wednesday. We'll plead not guilty and get a court date." "Not guilty," Lexi said, trying to process it all. She didn't even know what she felt anymore. "The question is not whether you were driving or whether Mia died. It's about legal responsibility. You had an accident. You didn't commit a crime. So our plan is..." Lexi didn't hear anything past responsibility. Suddenly, she was her own mother, trying to run away from what she'd done. "No," she said sharply. Scott looked at her. "No, what, Lexi?" "I'm going to plead guilty," she said. "You most certainly will not," Eva said. Lexi loved her aunt for that. "Come on, Eva. Am I supposed to get away with killing my best friend? I did it, and we can't afford." "You will not plead guilty," Eva said again. "I have the money in my retirement fund." "You're letting your emotions run wild," Scott said. "I can see that you're a good person, and you want to do the right thing, but pleading guilty isn't it? DUI, vehicular homicide, is a Class A felony, punishable by up to life in prison. Believe me, prison is not where you want to be, Lexi. And with the sentiment out there, we have to fight for your freedom." Could she stand up in court and say she wasn't guilty when everyone knew she was? "We all know what's right here. Don't you want me to do the right thing, Aunt Eva?" "You are too young to know what's right here, Lexi. You did a terrible thing. I admit it. But is prison the answer?" "No. You were there. You visited your mother." Eva moved closer. She cupped Lexi's face in her chapped, dry hands. "I know you're worried about me, but don't be. We can afford whatever we have to." "Even if you pled guilty and we got a plea bargain," Scott said, "the judge wouldn't have to follow it. He can impose any sentence he wants within the guidelines. And with the media out there, he may want to make an example of you. You could spend your life behind bars, Lexi." "I am an example," Lexi said quietly. "I am the worst thing that can happen, and kids should know that. How can I stand in that courtroom and say I'm not guilty? Hasn't enough bad come from that night?" Eva asked. "This discussion is over. You're paying me for my advice, and this is it. You're pleading not guilty, Scott said firmly. Lexi sighed. They were talking about the law and her future. That wasn't really the point at all, but they were trying so hard to save her. She didn't want to disappoint them, too. Especially not Eva. Okay. Jude sat in the courtroom between her husband and her son. Zach sat perfectly upright, as she'd often begged him to do. Gone was the slouching, playful kid he'd been. Now he pulled his pants up and wore a belt and cleaned his room without being asked. She knew why, too. He was trying so hard to make her happy. He lived in fear of saying or doing the wrong thing around her, of making her cry. Especially here, in front of everyone they knew. The benches in the courtroom filled up quickly. As soon as word had gotten out about Lexi's arrest and arraignment, admittance to this courtroom had become the hottest ticket in town. People had lined up before dawn in the hopes that they would get a seat. Everyone had an opinion on the case. Some thought Lexi was a victim, others deemed her a danger to society. Some blamed Jude and Miles for lackluster supervision and bad parenting. These were the parents who swore their own children didn't drink. A few whack jobs even blamed the drinking age, saying that if it were 18, things like this wouldn't happen. Local reporters, and perhaps one or two national journalists, milled through the hallway outside. Jude didn't look around, didn't want to see the friends she'd made over her years here on Pine Island, the women she'd talked to during class parties, or in the carpool lane, or in the checkout line at Safeway. Many of them called her regularly, and she took the calls, but they rarely lasted long. Jude simply couldn't think of what to say anymore. Neither did she care about representatives of MAD, who had conducted a press conference just this morning and were demanding prison time for Lexi. Lexi. Just the name was enough to send Jude spiraling into anger or despair. She did her best never to think about the girl who'd caused all of this, who'd killed her daughter. The girl her son had loved. The girl she'd loved. I'm sorry I'm late, her mother said, taking a seat on Zach's other side. The judge cracked his gavel down and called for order. The gallery quieted. A mess. Bail, the judge said. You are aware of the crimes with which you have been charged. At the defendant's table, Lexi and her lawyer stood. She looked incredibly fragile and small standing there. Her hair was unkempt and frizzy, out of control. Her cheap black pants needed ironing and were a little too short. I am, Your Honor, Lexi said. And on the charge of DUI vehicular homicide, how do you plead? Lexi paused. Guilty, Your Honor. There was a moment of stunned surprise in the courtroom and then pandemonium broke out. Both attorneys jumped to their feet, yelling over each other to be heard. In my chambers, the judge said harshly. Now, you too, MS. Bail. Lexi followed her attorney out of the courtroom. In their wake, the gallery started whispering furiously among themselves. Zach turned to Jude. I don't get it. What's she doing? Jude sat very still, breathing as best she could, trying to feel nothing. This was some kind of ruse, a way to garner sympathy. She couldn't have answered Zach if she had known what to say. Finally, the lawyers filed back into the courtroom. The crowd quieted. The judge sat down and looked at Lexi. And on the charge of vehicular assault? Guilty, Your Honor, Lexi said. The judge nodded. A mess. Bail, it is my duty to remind you that you have the right to a trial in this case, to have your actions judged by a jury of your peers. You understand that by pleading guilty, you are relinquishing this right. I do, Your Honor. And you understand that a guilty plea means that you will be convicted of this crime without a trial and that you may be subject to immediate sentencing? I do, Your Honor, she said again, stronger this time. Although it is unusual, given the terrible consequences of this case on the community, this court is prepared to put this matter to rest. A mess. Bail, do you have a statement you'd like to make? Lexi nodded briefly and rose. I do, Your Honor. You may go to the podium, he directed. Lexi walked over to the podium and looked out over the gallery. Her gaze went to Zach. I drank, and I drove, and I killed my best friend. My lawyer tells me that guilt or innocence is a question of law, but he's wrong. How can I atone? That's the real question. I can't. I can only pay for it and say how deeply, deeply sorry I am. I love Zach and the Faradays and Mia. I will always love them, and I pray that someday they will hear those words from me and not be hurt by them. Thank you. She returned to her place at the defendant's table and sat down. The judge looked down at some papers spread in front of him. I have an amicus brief from Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, asking for a sentence that will make an example of MS. Bail and let other teens know what they could face in similar circumstances. And now, to the family. He looked up and smiled gently. I know it's unexpected, but would any of you like to make a statement to this court? Miles looked at Jude. The prosecuting attorney had told them they'd be allowed to speak after the trial, so they'd thought about what they'd say, but it wasn't supposed to happen until weeks from now. Jude shrugged, uncertain. Miles rose to his feet and stood for a moment. Only the slightest tightening of his jaw betrayed the depth of his emotion. Looking at him now, no one in this room would imagine that he had begun to cry in his sleep. He smoothed the pale pink tie at his throat and went to the podium at the front of the room, looking out at their friends and neighbors. As I'm sure everyone in this room knows, it has been an incredibly difficult time for my family. There are no words to express the depth of our loss. Still, I'm surprised by Lexi's plea. I'm sure she was advised not to do so by her counsel. I know Lexi. She's been like a member of our family for the past few years. I know she would undo all of this if she could, and I am not so naive as to believe that she is purely at fault and my own children are blameless. I should have forbidden my children to drink instead of remembering my own high school years. I should have been harder on them, perhaps taught them better lessons about alcohol. There is plenty of tragedy to go around here, and plenty of blame. It doesn't fall on Lexi alone. He looked at Lexi. I forgive you, Lexi, for what that's worth, and I admire your decision to plead guilty. I'm not sure I could have advised one of my children to do the same. Thank you, Your Honor, for this opportunity to speak, Miles said at last, looking at the judge. I ask only that you treat Lexi as a girl who made a terrible mistake and owned up to it, not as a cold-blooded killer. Prison is no answer. It is just another tragedy, and there's been enough of that. He turned away from the podium and went back to his seat. Jude didn't make a conscious decision to speak. She stood like some kind of marionette on someone's strings. Jerkily, awkward. She didn't even know what she would say until she stood at the podium, staring out at the people she'd known for years. She'd watched their children grow alongside hers, gone to their birthday parties. Some of them had younger kids who had yet to face the upcoming high school drinking parties. I wish to God I hadn't let my children go to the party that night, she said quietly, feeling something inside of her break. I wish they hadn't gotten drunk. I wish Mia had put on her seatbelt. I wish they had called me to come and get them. She paused. I will never hold my daughter again. I won't do her hair on her wedding day or hold her first baby. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the ring she'd bought for Mia's graduation. The gold shone brightly beneath the fluorescent lighting, the empty prongs like fingers reaching. This is the ring I was going to give Mia for graduation. I thought a pink pearl would be nice here, but I was going to let her decide. Her voice weakened on that, and her strength evaporated. She looked at Lexi, sitting there, crying. Those tears should have meant something to Jude. She knew that, but they didn't. Regret wouldn't bring Mia back. I can't forgive Lexi Vale. I wish I could. Maybe justice will help me. At the very least, maybe it will send a message to the next kid who thinks it's okay to drive home from a party. She walked back to her seat and sat down, trying not to notice Miles's obvious disappointment in her. A mess. Lang, the judge said. Lexi's aunt walked slowly to the podium. Instead of looking at the gallery, she looked at the bench. I am not an educated woman, Your Honor, but I know that justice and revenge are two different things. Lexi is a good girl who made a bad choice. I am proud of her for standing here and admitting that. I beg you to be merciful in sentencing. She has a lot of good she can do in this life. And I am afraid of what prison will do to her. Eva composed herself and then returned to her seat. The judge looked up. Anyone else? Jude felt Zach shift in his seat, and then, slowly, he stood. A gasp moved through the gallery. Jude knew what they saw when they looked at Zach: his burns, the newly shaved head, the discolored skin around his eyes, but mostly those who knew him saw his sadness. The boy who used to smile was gone. In his place stood this paler, injured version of her son. "Zachary," the judge said. "It's not all her fault," he said without going to the podium. "I was the designated driver that night. I was the one who'd said I wouldn't drink. But I did anyway. I did. If she hadn't driven, I would have. I should go to prison instead of her." He sat back down. "Please stand, Ms. Bail," the judge said. "Teen drinking and driving is an epidemic in this country. Toxicology reports confirmed that you were intoxicated when you decided to get behind the wheel of a car. At the end of the night, a girl was dead and a community and a family are left to grieve." He looked at Zach. "Others might share moral responsibility for this tragedy, but the legal responsibility for this crime is yours alone. Obviously, no amount of prison time can make up for Mia's bright light or bring solace to the Faraday family. But I can make sure that other teens see this case and understand the risk they take when they drink and drive. I sentence you to 65 months in the Women's Correctional Facility in Purdy." And the gavel fell. Lexi heard her aunt cry out. Guards moved toward Lexi. One pulled her arms behind her and clamped handcuffs around her wrists. She felt her aunt's arms come around her. Lexi couldn't hug her back, and after all that had happened in the last weeks, that was when it really sunk in. For the first time, she was really, truly afraid. All she'd thought about was her soul and atonement, but what about her body? How would it be to spend more than 5 years behind bars? "Oh, Lexi," Eva said, tearing up. "Why?" "You took me in," Lexi said. Even now, with all that was happening, that sentence meant so much. Lexi found it hard to say more. "I couldn't let you waste your savings on me." "Waste? I'll never forget what you did for me." Eva started to cry in earnest. "Be strong," she said. "I'll visit as often as I can. I'll write to you." "That's enough," the guard said, and Lexi felt herself being pulled away, led out of the courtroom and down a long hallway and up 2 sets of stairs. Finally, they put her in a room that was about 10 by 10, with cement walls, no window, a metal, seatless toilet, and a metal bench. The place smelled of urine and sweat and dried vomit. She didn't want to sit down, so she stood there, waiting. She didn't wait long. Soon, the guards came back for her, talking to one another about something that had happened at lunch as they led her out of the back of the courthouse to a waiting police car. "We're taking you directly to Purdy," one of the guards said. "Purdy?" "The Washington Corrections Center for Women." Lexi nodded and said nothing. The guard shackled her ankles and snapped her handcuffed wrists to the chain around her waist. "Let's go." She hobbled along behind him, her head hung low. In the police car, she was buckled into the back seat. The chains around her waist bit into her back so that she had to sit forward, with her nose almost pressed against the grille that protected the officers in the front seat. As they drove to the corner, they came to a stoplight. In front of them, the Faradays were crossing the street. They looked like paper doll versions of themselves, thin and fragile and bent. Zach was in the back alone, his shoulders slumped downward, his chin dropped. From this side, his shaved head and burned jaw turned him into someone she hardly recognized. Then the light changed and they drove away. Purdy Prison was a monolithic slab of gray concrete set behind a wall of razor wire fencing. All around it were green trees and blue skies. The surrounding beauty only served to make the prison look darker and more menacing. As she moved toward this life she'd never imagined, Lexi wished suddenly, fervently, that she had pled not guilty as her lawyer had suggested. Inside the prison, they put her in a big cage. Crouched inside like an animal, she could see some of the prison. Bars of steel and walls of plexiglass and women in khaki gathered in groups. Lexi closed her eyes and tried to make it all go away. Finally, a guard came to get her, unlocked the cage, and herded her forward. She stood numbly beside him as he pressed her fingers onto an inked pad and rolled her prints onto paper. They positioned her in front of a camera, snapped a picture. Then someone yelled next. And she was moving again, shuffling forward into the loud, pulsing, clanging heart of the prison. The guard led her into a room. "She's all yours." Two female guards came forward. "Strip," one said, resting a plump hand on the walkie-talkie on her belt. Here. We can do it for you." "I'll do it." Lexi's hands were shaking as she unhooked her belt and pulled it free from the loops. The guard took the belt from her, coiling it in her hands as if it were a weapon. Swallowing hard, Lexi unbuttoned her pants and stepped out of them. Then she kicked off her black flats and unbuttoned her white shirt. It took every scrap of bravery she possessed to reach behind her back to unhook her bra. When she was naked, the heavier of the two guards came forward. "Open your mouth." Lexi followed one humiliating instruction after another. She opened her mouth, stuck out her tongue, lifted her breasts, coughed, wiggled her fingers, turned around and bent over. "Open your cheeks." She reached back and held her butt cheeks open. "Okay, inmate bail," the guard said. Lexi straightened slowly and turned to the guard again. She couldn't look the woman in the eyes, so she stared at the dirty floor. The guard handed her a stack of clothes, a pair of scuffed white tennis shoes, khaki pants and shirt, a used white bra, and 2 pairs of discolored underwear. Lexi dressed as quickly as possible. The bra didn't fit right, and the underwear itched, and she needed socks, but of course she said nothing. "Be careful who you hang around with, bail," the guard said in a voice that didn't match her gruff exterior. Lexi had no idea what to say to that. "Let's go," the guard said, indicating the door. Lexi followed the woman out of the reception area and into the prison again, where the noise and the pounding and the catcalls seemed deafening. She kept her eyes downcast and followed, feeling the floor literally shaking beneath her feet from the hundreds of women stomping on the cell block before her. Finally, they came to her cell, an 8x10 block of space hemmed on 3 sides by concrete walls and on the 4th by a solid metal door that had a small window, probably so the guards could look inside. The cell had 2 bunks with thin mattresses, a toilet, a sink, and a small desk. On the lower bunk sat a scrawny white girl with a cross tattooed on her throat. At Lexi's entrance, she looked up from her magazine. The door clanged shut behind Lexi, but she could still hear the stomping and the catcalling going on in the cell block. She crossed her arms across her chest and stood there, shaking. "I got the bottom bunk," the girl said. Her teeth were brown and ruined. "Okay. I'm Cassandra." Lexi saw now how young her cellmate was. The lines in her face and the circles under her eyes aged her, but Cassandra probably wasn't much past 23. "I'm Lexi. This is receiving. We won't be cellmates for long. You know that, right?" Lexi didn't know anything. She stood there a minute longer, then she climbed up onto her rickety bunk that smelled of other women's sweat. Lying on the coarse gray blanket, staring at the dirty gray ceiling, she couldn't help thinking of her mother, of that one terrible prison visit. "Here I am, Mom. Just like you after all."